Chapter 41, Seeker's Guidebook. Is mana really that important? Iris. Iris looked at Dream, who had stopped looking at the computer. Do you remember after our fight in the forest, when I told you that I was one of the people who gave up? And during the talk with my mom, when she said that it was suicide? Well, it was. Because I had lost hope on that world, and because I longed for knowledge that I could never get, I decided that death was my best option. Death was the only release, the only way out that I could see. And I wasn't the only one. There are many people who lose hope, and even more who choose to ignore it and distract themselves with entertainment. Mana, however, signifies a greater calling. Mana is the way out of the cage. It shows us that we can become powerful by our own strength. And most of all, it lets us see a higher realm of existence. Now, everyone knows that godhood isn't just some made-up concept in religion. Now, everything is truly possible. Even if I were the one choosing if Earth got mana, I would say yes. That hope is worth the death that will occur because of it. Although I'm kind of salty about the fact that it's come only 4 months after I got sent here. Dream sighed about that fact. If he really just waited that much longer, or it wasn't a coincidence and this happened because of me, it really does seem odd. The timing is lined up with you getting your class, especially if you give leeway for the time needed for mana to saturate the earth. I'm just wondering why my class would trigger such an event. Of all the things, Dream put on a thoughtful face, though only for a moment. Anyway, what's done is done. Currently, not everybody is aware of mana, or at least isn't affected by it yet, so I need to send out that guide. Sophia, what do you think is the best way for people to believe my information? Dream focused back on the immediate problem and inquired with Sophia. The girls were left to watch. Well, just the act of accessing everyone's devices will garner a reputation and level of credibility. Another thing that will be helpful is creating a name. As things become chaotic, everyone will need someone to follow. Not that it should be you, but someone who knows about what's going on will comfort people. So you need a name for people to look to. Whether you use yours or not is up to you. Giving away my name has the possibility of harming my family if the connection were ever to be made. I'm not willing to take that risk. What about Seeker? From your title? That would work. It's unique and easy to remember. All right, now we need an easy-to-read but in-depth outline. I don't plan to hide anything, though inputting speculation won't be good either. We need to keep it 100% factual so that nobody, especially governments, can claim we're fake. Well, the easy part is explaining the status. Maybe make the distinction between the record, system, and status. The record is the unknown entity that runs the system. The system is the, system that gives us our skills and levels. The status is what displays it all. You open it by either saying it out loud or in your mind. A screen appears in front of you giving you name, species, class, titles, level, attributes, and all skills plus their level. Put along with titles that if you don't have one, then it won't show up. Apparently Riddick has a blessing, but since I don't have one I can't see that category. I'm sure it's the same for titles. As Dream and Sophia spoke, a document was being created on the screen. This had all the descriptions of what they were talking about. It had an example status screen, the classes and their levels to get them, and the letters for attributes. Everything on the screen was explained in as much depth as possible, but kept factual. Now, what everyone will want to know is how to level up, what skills are, and how to raise their skill levels. Skills, in my opinion, are the techniques for the application of mana. There are passive skills that are always activated and/or don't require mana, and active skills that require the activation and use of mana. Skills can be attained through effort, just like how I got my stealth skill by sneaking. Skill leveling is done by becoming more proficient in the given skill. Basically practice, but also understanding what the skill does and how it works. That's actually a great way to put it. Luna. Now what I'm afraid of is outright telling them that the way to level up is through killing. This could lead to mass killings as people attempt to raise their level. Especially since monsters might be scarce at the beginning, bad people will turn to humans for experience. Well, there's a way to word everything. Leveling up is done by attaining experience, primarily through the subjugation of monsters. Monsters are non-intelligent animals that have a level and have been influenced by or wield mana. Monsters have evolutions at the same levels that humans gain their classes. I guess that's good. It'll get their mind off the fact that they could kill each other for experience. Dream nodded in approval at Sophia's thinking. The power his words would carry would be huge, and everything needed to be paid attention to. Sophia also knew this, and with her knowledge of psychology and literature, could best pick how things were said. Dream watched as everything came together in the document on the screen. Sophia had decided to outline everything like a manual or guidebook that would make things simple and straightforward. Now we need to explain what mana is, but I'm not totally sure myself. Dream. Other than that you gain it through the magic attribute, there isn't much that we've learned about its base properties. Although I have noticed that mana can be separated into types. Mana can take on certain qualities, one of the most common being elemental, wind, fire, water, and earth, otherwise known as the four states of matter, can affect base mana. I've noticed this mostly through Luna and Iris while they were controlling their magic. So there is such thing as elemental magic. Does that mean that Luna and Iris control this elemental mana through their skills? Since I haven't directly used their skills, I'm not 100% sure. All I know is that they either control elemental mana or turn raw mana into a certain type. I believe the former is more of a certainty, but I could be wrong. I think so too. The other option would be very OP. Anyway, we should come up with a general description of mana. Nothing specific since we don't know much. Mana can be described as an energy of the supernatural. It is something not inherent to the physical world, but through its use, can directly influence the physical phenomena and matter. Mana is controlled through the will of the soul, to which skills are associated. I don't think I could come up with something better. Go ahead and use that. Next, you should put warnings in there about animals and how they could possibly turn into monsters. And now that I think about it, introducing mana could be much worse than I thought. Why is that? Iris. Iris spoke up as she had thought it was already as bad as it could get considering countries would fall and millions could die. Mana affects everything. That includes insects, bacteria, and viruses. This means that small bugs can turn deadly, the bacteria in people's bodies could get out of control and hurt them, and viruses would become stronger and more resilient. Plants are also going to grow bigger. Maybe even new species will be created. And don't get me started on the sea creatures. Humanity may lose its sea trading business for a long time, and airborne creatures would also be able to harm aircraft. The flying creatures are a real problem. Dad actually told us that if he didn't scare away all the flying monsters while we were in your helicopter, we would have been attacked tons of times. Iris. Dream went quiet as he processed what Iris said. So if he were by himself, he would have been attacked in the sky. If that's true, then Earth really is in trouble. So I just hope Earth doesn't get thrown back to the Middle Ages. And that means it's necessary to put all those warnings in there. People probably won't think about those things until its sucker punches them in the face. Make sure that they're shown as just straightforward warnings. All set. Anything else we can send out would be mostly speculation. We can also send out anything else we think of later. This is already a big help. Plus, people can figure some things out themselves. This is just to make sure everyone is aware of their new situation, not to teach them how to live. Are you set to send it out? I am, though it won't happen instantaneously. I say 2 hours at most for everyone to receive it. Everything will be translated into everyone's home language as well. All right, call it Seeker's Guidebook to the record. Another thing I want you to do is to give it a tag, something for everyone to use to verify the guidebook. If someone wants to edit the original work, the tag will change and anyone who sees it will know that it's not the original. To make sure nobody can pass one off as the original, already ahead of you. Great. One last thing. Create a forum. Call it Seeker's Grimoire, or maybe just the Grimoire. That'll catch people's eye. It'll be used for the discussion on all things magic. Everybody will automatically have an account since we're already forcing the guidebooks on them. Make it like a regular social media platform. Anybody can post anything, but there should be 2 sections. One will be the Reddit section where everyone posts their random stuff. The other will be the actual magic discussions. I'm sure your programs will be able to tell one from 2. I can do that. Should I also create a profile for you? We can put the guidebook under your username and any updates we have will be posted there. Sure, I guess I can handle being famous, but will that reduce credibility? They may see me as just another person on Earth and not believe what we tell them. I think you'll be surprised. With how everything is changing, people would believe you even if you told them that you're from another world. It would surely explain your knowledge. I guess. Why not? Another thing we can do as we launch is to give an announcement or a notification. To make sure that they can't gloss over it, talk about marketing strategies. I know, I'm the best, right? Now without further ado, let's get this thing going. Give me a real-time display of everything too. Okay, commencing world takeover. With an ominous statement, Sophia filled the screen with a picture of Earth. There were also numbers in the corner giving different stats on the people who found the guidebook, forum, and those who hadn't. Sophia's method of choice for infection was to start from the big transmitting stations around the most populated areas in the world. From there, it spread like an unstoppable flood. Blips showed up everywhere as even the devices passed the infection to each other, not having to rely on cell towers and such. The numbers also showed just how fast it spread. 200,000, 1 million, 50 million, 400 million. It only took a minute or so to surpass a billion people. From there, though, it started slowing down, taking a few minutes to get another billion. Honestly, even if they stopped there, it was enough. People would spread it themselves, but neither Sophia nor Dream would stop with this little. Dream stood and silently stared at the screen for almost 15 minutes before his guests alerted him. Did you do it, Dream? Luna. Dream turned around to see Luna sitting on the floor. Iris was in fox form, cuddling on her lap. Oh yeah, now it's just a matter of time. I'll probably sleep and come back tomorrow morning and check on everything. Dream. That's good. We should also get to sleep. I wonder what this family's routines are. Luna. Probably similar to ours. Elena will probably let us know. All right, come give us a kiss before we go. Dream smiled and walked over. Iris transformed back into a human and gave him an embarrassed kiss first. Dream tilted his head. Why are you so embarrassed? Dream. Well, I've never kissed you in front of Luna. Iris. Oh yeah, huh. You really don't kiss me as much as her either. Dream. Well, sorry if I'm not as bold. Iris' face reddened more as she acknowledged her defeat in that department. Luna smiled and spoke. You don't have to be bold, Iris. Just a little more passionate. Luna. Luna wrapped her arms around Dream's neck as she said that, giving him a deep kiss. Meanwhile, Iris, who never liked to lose, seriously took those words to heart. Dream and Luna separated after a moment while looking into each other's eyes. This girl, she has those eyes. They're the same as hers. Dream's mind began to darken as old memories surfaced. His face darkened a bit as he stared at Luna. But she couldn't like me that much. Does she really? But how? Dream, you can't start this now. Sophia intervened as she knew exactly what was happening. You can't start having doubts now. This girl tried to give her life for you, remember? I know, but… Dream? Iris. Hey, what's wrong? Luna. Luna and Iris quickly picked up on his rapidly changing mood. They also began to see his soul darken, which alarmed them. Let's not make excuses now. Don't give stupid reasons to distance yourself. But you don't want what happened a year ago to happen again. I know, but things are different now. Yeah, the situation is worse. We're in a world that is many times deadlier than Earth. Anything could happen at any time. I can't even guarantee my own life. How am I supposed to guarantee someone else's? Do you know the answer to that? So what are you gonna do? You're going to push her away so you can spare yourself the worry? Or protect what's yours? Dream, they love you. So maybe instead of closing off, how about you be open with them? It's okay to be a little selfish sometimes. Dream went silent in his mind. He remembered when she said that to him. He turned his face to the girls in front of him. Luna put her hand on his face and asked with a worried tone, Hey, what are you thinking about? Luna. I'm worried. What are you worried about? The future. The future is scary. Chapter 42, The Study. Luna and Iris looked at Dream, a bit surprised. Dream, as far as they knew, had never been scared of something. However, it's all right. We're gonna be with you, so we can help you. Iris. Iris said, wanting to comfort him. Luna grabbed his hand. You must be stressed. Let's head to bed. A lot has happened today. All right. Dream nodded and let Luna pull him into the room. Iris also pranced over and jumped onto the bed while Dream climbed under the covers. Aren't you guys going to your room? Dream. It's too much of a pain to climb down. We'll just stay here. Iris. I'm also rather tired. Luna. The girls climbed under the covers as well and snuggled up to Dream, who was kind of relieved that they would stay. "Saw your body is warm. Iris." Dream looked at Iris as she hugged his right side like a body pillow. Luna also laid on his left. "Hey, Dream." "Luna." Dream turned his face and saw Luna's. She spoke with a soft whisper. "I want to put on a song." "Luna." Dream nodded and put on his headphones. Luna also put hers on and took out her phone. After a bit of scrolling, she clicked play. The song came on in Dream's ears. He could identify it immediately. "It's a good song." "Dream." "I know, Luna." Luna smiled and leaned forward, kissing him on the forehead. She used her familiar connection to talk to him. "We'll all be okay. No matter what happens, we've got you, and you've got us. And you know what?" "Luna." "What?" "May the gods help anyone who tries to stand between us. I've already had my mother taken from me. I will not have my love taken from me as well." Dream went quiet at her determination. She smiled. "I think Iris is already asleep. We should sleep too. Good night." "Good night." With that, Luna closed her eyes, falling asleep not long after. Dream brushed her hair before turning his head away, looking at the ceiling. "Sophia?" "Yes?" "Wake me in 4 hours." Dream then closed his eyes as well, listening to the song as his consciousness drifted. 4 hours later, Dream's eyes opened. Since it wasn't a long sleep, he was a bit drowsy, though nothing a little mana circulation couldn't solve. Dream looked to his sides and saw that the girls were still wrapping him up like blankets. He activated Mystify and pulled himself from their grasp, trying not to wake them. Once he was out, he walked out of the bedroom and into the living area where the panel was. He looked at the images and numbers. 14.2 billion out of 15.7. Not bad. Though the number of people that have actually read it is only March 4th. I estimate another 12 hours before absolutely everyone becomes aware. Well, many are sleeping. But the fact that 3/4 of the Earth's population has seen our stuff already means that we've accomplished our mission. What are the responses? The biggest effect that it had was making people aware of the system. There were a few organizations that actually had plans to keep the activation method a secret once they found out. Basically how you say status to open the profile. They also wanted to get videos about people using powers either taken down or labeled hoaxes. Needless to say, our guidebook put those plans down the drain. Everyone who has read our guidebook has tried and succeeded in opening their status. This alone made us much more credible and believable. In turn, though, many people are becoming anxious. Images and articles began appearing in front of Dream. Many of them discussed how the guidebook was right and their own interpretation on the status screen. Many also talked about what this meant for the world. They're anxious because they know that everything is true. And let me guess, there are people claiming that my guidebook is a fake, right? Correct. Though right now it's only scattered groups of people who don't want to accept reality. There haven't been any governments who've taken a stance on it yet, nor companies. It'll come soon though. They'll probably use the excuse of me breaching their privacy and how I'm too dangerous to be trusted, which brings up a problem. There will definitely be phone companies releasing new devices to rid everyone of my intrusion. Can you take care of that? Light work. Nice. Then what about the forum? How do people like it? It's gotten great responses. The biggest thing people like about it is how it isn't censored like every other social media site. Obviously, aside from things that are totally heinous, it was super easy to use because the only thing you needed to do was create a username and all other information was filled out for you. Some people didn't like it though because of privacy issues. Well, what company doesn't steal your data? Exactly. Anyway, it's already being used by several billion. Everyone is put by default into the Reddit tab. In the Magic tab, I filter the non-magic related comments and flag them where they get sent to the bottom. Anything that does have to do with magic is put at the top. There is also the ability to post anonymously, as well as create groups. Perhaps the biggest reaction, though, came from your profile. Everyone is going absolutely bonkers over you. The biggest question is your identity. In fact, every government and company worth their salt has sent a communication request to you, wanting to see the person who could hack the internet. That won't happen, at least right now anyway. Has there been anybody posting in the Magic tab? There are a couple of people who have begun discussing their magic findings. Take a look. Sophia put up a discussion on the screen. It was by a man whose username was th3n1d3r. The man spoke about the earth magic that he was able to use. Apparently, he had also gotten the basic earth magic skill. It's only been a matter of freaking hours and somebody already got a skill? What the hell, man? Anyway, it says he could control the earth magic by using what he called a sequence. He describes the sequence as a set of parameters. It's kind of all over the place, but basically he's saying that those elemental magic skills allow you to control certain elements of mana. Your own mana is then used to guide that elemental mana, along with the will of your soul. This is what makes magic. Very interesting. So we've basically confirmed the existence of types of mana. Now this implies that mana can take on certain properties. That's the same conclusion I've come up with. But at the same time, those skills would limit you on the mana you can manipulate if you decide to rely on them. True, but I can imagine that there are also affinities. One person may not be able to control all the elements, so they won't have a choice. Anyways, this forum may be a better idea than I thought. As people on Earth experiment, we will also be able to benefit. The first couple hours of use, and we've already learned something. Of course, this is only the beginning of heaven-defying growth for Earth. Billions of people whose collective ideas are compiled and put together on a single platform. The only thing limiting them will be the density of mana and the number of enemies. Even that may not limit them. Not to mention when they begin integrating mana with modern technology. The best part is, I'm not limited by anything. I get to use all that knowledge while increasing my power. It's only a matter of time before I ascend classes again. Dream's heart began to pump harder as he thought about what would come of his forum. He has access to the collective information production of 15 billion people, as well as the means to produce the results of their experiments, not to mention Sophia, who could see all of it and organize it. He also thought about how he may have created a monster of a species. The things humans could do when they band together were amazing, but never has an entire planet been brought together like this. When they become more powerful, ascending to 3rd class, 4th class, even above, whatever that was, they would be unstoppable. The people of Earth would come to conquer and control the solar system, even other stars, gaining access to unfathomable amounts of energy. They would create technology that harmonized mana and raw energy to create and destroy. What then would be the difference between them and gods? Well, that'll all take time. This ultimately is for them to reduce the chaos and confusion, which so far is doing a great job. Now all you need to do is gather the knowledge of graph. We need to learn the ways of magic, as well as create weapons that harness it. Agreed. It's still a couple of hours before everyone wakes up though. Maybe you should use this time to finish setting up your floor. I know that's what you wanted to do, since we'll likely be here for a while. Sure. First, get rid of the panel. Sophia did what he said, and the panel of screens disappeared. Dream then looked around the empty room. All right, let's turn this place into a real living area. Luna and Iris began to wake up as the sun rose. The first thing they noticed was that Dream wasn't there, though they knew he wasn't far. He's in the living room? Iris. Huh. Luna. The girls dragged themselves out of bed and walked into the living room where they sensed Dream. Once they opened the door, they figured out why he wasn't in bed. They saw Dream sitting on a couch, eyes closed with his headphones on, as well as the entire area that was furnished and decorated. Large shaggy carpets were on the floor making it warm. A huge couch that could easily fit 15 people was in the middle. There were tables, chairs, and other things. What is that? Iris. Dream responded with his eyes closed. That's called a foosball table. Dream. And that? Iris. An arcade machine. That thing is an air hockey table. There's a pool table. I put up a massive TV. I got a gaming rig right there too. There's a washing machine right there along with a dryer. I also plan to put stuff down in the 2nd floor that everyone will use like stuff for the kitchen and whatnot. Dream pointed out some of the things he put out. This place would be the place he came to when he was bored or wanted to rest, though when he thought about it, he probably wouldn't use half the stuff. But it took up space that there was a lot of. This showed just how big the place was. Since you guys are up, maybe we should head down. People are probably up for dinner. The girls nodded and followed him over to the exit. Once they exited the room, they could sense people on the 2nd floor. Sure enough, after walking down 3 floors, waiting for them was everyone, except Elena, who was in the kitchen preparing something. Graf looked at the trio with an amused face. Hee. This kid's got a fun future ahead of him. He looks just like you back in the day, Prince. Graf. Riddick. Riddick snorted and continued sipping a drink in his hands. He actually was used to this since the girls would sleep in his room rather often in the forest. Though since he was in the presence of his friend, he knew he would get teased for it. Meanwhile, Mark had an ugly face as he definitely wasn't happy seeing them together. Dream smiled and had the girls take a seat. "You're not going to sit?" "Luna, I was going to go in the kitchen, maybe help out." "Oh, you don't need to worry about that. My wife is a master cook. She'll be out in a bit." Graph. "All right then." Dream took a seat with the girls and waited. Though not for long, as Elena was almost done. She soon came out, unloading the many dishes in her inventory. "I've got monster meats with breads and fruit today. I wasn't sure what you guys ate in the forest and wanted to keep it simple." Elena passed out big plates to everyone. On it was cubes of seasoned meat, along with a big slice of bread. She also put out a platter of fruits. "We often ate meat, but regardless, whatever you make is fine." Riddick. "I agree. It doesn't matter what it is. When a level 60 cook touches it, it turns to gold." "Thank you, my lovely wife." Graph. "Of course." Elena. Graph gave Elena a kiss as she sat next to him. Everyone then began eating. Dream picked up the utensil on the plate for the meat. "This is a trident. They probably don't know what tridents are." Dream shrugged and speared a cube of meat, sticking it into his mouth. "Oh my God, this is so good." Dream closed his eyes and savored the meat in his mouth that he barely had to chew. It was like it fell apart by itself. The tender meat, along with seasoning, made an amazing combination. This is something you'd find at a 5-star restaurant. Not that I've ever been, but still. It actually might be because of the mana. She said this was monster meat, and it must be a high-level one too, because I can sense mana concentrated in it. That would make sense. I can feel myself being energized a bit. But still, this breakfast is damn amazing. Dream began stuffing himself with the meat cubes. He also took a bite of the bread, finding that it tasted like French bread, one of his favorites. The girls also looked like they enjoyed it, as they were stuffing themselves as well. Elena smiled at the unspoken compliment. After eating a bit, Riddick spoke up. "Boy, Graph, and I wanted you to come with us to the study today." Riddick. "Indeed. We have much to discuss, and no time to waste." Graph. Dream looked at them and finished chewing before speaking. "That's fine with me. I got nothing else to do." "What about the girls?" Dream. "I was actually thinking they could spend the day with me. If they would like, of course." Lena. "Sure. We would be sitting around otherwise." Luna. Luna spoke for them, and Elena smiled. "Great. I believe the boys have plans to go hunting?" Lena. "We do. Our party has a quest we wanted to do." Mark. "All right. Just stay safe." Lena. "I know, Mom." Mark. After half an hour or so, everyone finished up their breakfast. This was also when they split ways. Iris, Luna, and Elena stayed in the living room while Riddick, Graph, and Dream went up the stairs. "I still can't believe you bought a platform." Riddick. "It makes my life easier. It's also a matter of security." Graph. Graph led them to his room on the 4th floor. They entered and Dream saw it looked like his floor. Graph walked over to his side of his bed and stood. After a moment, he stomped his foot twice against the floor. Knock knock. Right after, a big ring on the ground lit up. "All right, step inside the ring." Dream and Riddick walked over to the ring that could fit around 7 people inside. They then began to descend, making no noise in the process. "This is just like an elevator. I wonder how much weight it could lift." Dream pondered as the platform descended. After a minute or so, it finally stopped in front of a big door. Graph walked over and put his hand in the middle of the door. From his palm, light began to shine and the doors slid open, like elevator doors. "Welcome to my study. Don't touch anything unless you know what it is." Graph. Chapter 43, Science. Dream walked in and looked around. "It's not as big as I thought." Dream. "Well, what you see now is only a bit. There's a library off to the side. There's also a storage room where I keep my materials. There's a forgery and crafting area over there where I make things. This area we're in is where I do most of my writing and theory work." Graph. Graph pointed out the doors to other rooms as he explained what they were. In the room they were in, Dream could see a big table with many papers on it, along with boards on the walls, like chalkboards. These chalkboards had many drawings and writings on them, which Dream didn't know the purpose of. Graf spoke after noticing Dream's curiosity. All right, our purpose today is not explaining the crap on the walls, but the knowledge in your head, Dream. I want to see if it's really as good as I think. Let's sit down first. Graf. Graf led everyone to a table and sat. Now, if I'm going to explain my knowledge to you, there are things you need to know first. Dream. What might that be? Graf. What I'm going to explain is how the fundamental world works. No magic. Therefore, although I know it might be hard, you need to remove that bias. The bias that anything unexplained is due to magic. Know that nothing I will talk about has any magic involved whatsoever. All right. It shouldn't be too difficult. Graf. Good. Now there's one thing I want to do first. Dream stood up from his seat and turned to the empty space behind him. He then summoned out the panel, which promptly lit up. What is that? Graf. It's a device that displays images. I won't explain it now. Sophia, give me an image of Earth. On it. Sophia's voice rang out as an image of Earth was put up. Graf looked at the image of the globe from space with a confused face. This is what's known as a planet. A planet is basically a massive rock, and this is what you live on, otherwise known as a world. Dream. Wait, the world is just a ball? Always has been. The reason you can't see the curve is because it's so big. Sophia, start zooming in on LA. The screen soon changed as the perspective flew over to the planet and gradually zoomed in to the North American continent. It then approached the coast of California and finally, the city of Los Angeles, where there was a lone person standing in the Black Street. Oh my God. Graf was frozen as he stared at the screen. Dream nodded, seeing that a person as smart as him understood. That is the scale of the world. One massive rock that everyone lives on. What you're seeing now is one of the many cities on my world. All those gray boxes to the sides of the person are the buildings made of metal and glass. Everything ever created on my world was done by mathematics and design. Those buildings are a system of metal pillars and stabilizers to perfectly balance the weight of itself on the ground. Not to mention the tall ones where even the wind has to be factored in. Dream paused as Graf took in everything he said. It's amazing how something that big could be made without magic reinforcement. Well, the impressive stuff isn't what's big, but what's small. Small? Yes. Take this screen for example. How do you think it displays these images you see? Graf thought long and hard before giving his best guess. Well, all I know is that it releases light. Graf. That much is correct, yes. This screen is made of millions of tiny boxes. Each box can shine different colors. Every one of those boxes are also connected through wires that lead to a brain inside the screen. A brain? You mean this screen can think? No. The brain inside of it has a long set of instructions that it follows to do everything. It has no life of its own. The brain is used to tie everything together. It controls the millions of boxes inside. Now to create something like this, you need to get small. Really small. That's why it's so much more impressive than a building. Come up and see if you can see any of the millions of boxes inside this screen. Graf stood up and walked over to the screen. Riddick also went up as he was curious as well. Both put their face really close, trying their hardest to see anything Dream was talking about. I can't see any boxes. Wait, are you able to? Graf. Nope. Then how do you know that there are boxes? Because I understand how it was built. I understand everything about this device, how it's made, and how it works. I also understand the science behind its engineering, the dozens of concepts and laws of the universe that went into making this piece of machinery. Now, one last question. What is it? What do you think this extremely complex device was used for? Dream put on a wide smile as he questioned Graf. I'm not sure. Graf. This device was used by kids the same age as the twins to play games. Games? Are you serious? This miracle of technology was used by a couple of children for something as stupid as games? Oh, not just a couple. You see, there were millions of this same exact thing made, and in turn, teenagers around the world could enjoy entertainment on it. There are millions of these? How? That can't be possible. Believe it, caveman. That's the power of science. It's the power of technology. Just so you know, the time it took humans on my world to go from the technology you have today to making this stuff was around 600 years. If we start from the Renaissance, 600 years. Amazing. Graf stroked his chin as he went deep into thought. Now, this was just to give you perspective on what to expect. The way that I will impart my knowledge to you is not actually through teaching you everything, but instead using another method. What method is that? This is actually something I did back when I first met Riddick and the girls. I figured that if I could telepathically communicate words to someone, there was no reason I couldn't for other forms of information. So I directly input my language into their minds, allowing them to learn my language, directly imparting knowledge? Is that true, Prince? Graf. Graf turned to Riddick as he had a hard time believing it. It is. I was surprised as well since I've never seen such a method or use of telepathy. There was sorting involved, but it wasn't much. Though that raises a problem, boy. How much information are you planning to give us? Riddick. There is absolutely no shortage of information, so as much as you can handle and process. I will also give you guys devices that will have all the information on it, like a book. That way, after you process the information, you can look through the book to help further understand and take your time learning. Dream. Very interesting. Since the prince trusts and approves of your method, then I have no reason not to. I can handle a lot of information, but I still have limits, so make sure not to overload my mind or I'll just forget everything. Graf. Sure, I will be handing out the information by subject, just to stay organized. Afterward, you can have the device to look through. It will also have an assistant to make navigation easier. An assistant? Yes, it'll be a piece of intelligence inside the book to help guide you. Since things will be confusing at first, so you can even create intelligence. What hasn't your world been able to do? Graf. Many things. You'll understand after attaining some of my knowledge. Very well. Shall we get started then? I'm interested to see how this goes. Graf. Sure, give me a second. Dream went quiet as he turned his attention to his mind. Sophia? The best way to do this is a channel directly to each other's minds. Just make contact and I'll do the rest, though we will also need approval from them. Dream nodded to her and spoke. We will need to make contact and you will be prompted with a question. This question will not come from me, but another being. Her name is Sophia, and she's my partner. I heard you say that name earlier. So where is she? Graf. She is inside of me. Specifically, she's my ability. Ability? Like a skill? I've never heard of such a thing. Well, don't think about it too much. Just give her permission. Here, sit down and get comfortable. Dream had Graf sit in a seat. He then put his hand on Graf's head and Sophia took over. In Graf's mind. Hello, Graf. My name is Sophia. Oh, hello. So you're that ability. In order to carry out this process, I need permission from your soul. This will allow me to send information directly to your mind. I will also be able to monitor your processing limits to keep from overloading. During this time, you will still retain control over yourself and can break the connection at any time, for your own safety. Very well. I give permission. Understood. Beginning transfer. After Graf's soul consented to her interference, Sophia began sending information. The material that she would be sending was left for her to decide. Dream knew that Sophia understood best how to teach that stuff, and he couldn't do it himself anyway. So, she decided to start with basic fundamentals. Things like how atoms are the building blocks of the universe, basic physics, states of matter, things of that nature. She would build up to everything else after they learned the 5th grade science. In order to transfer the information, Sophia went and found Graf's mind space. The mind space was the space used by the soul for information processing and decision-making. This was one of the things discovered by her and Dream after she was created. They found that the brain, while it was a processor, was more geared for instinct and sensory processing. It was actually the soul that held someone's sentience. Without it, humans would just be instinctual animals with thumbs, like monkeys. So when Sophia found the mind space, she began gradually inputting data. When she had done this for Riddick and the girls to teach them the language, the way she had input knowledge was through presentation. Sophia then hadn't figured out exactly what knowledge was in the soul. But what she did know was that if you provide a stimulus, the soul would create its own interpretation and store the new knowledge. So she provided the stimulus, while the soul in question began interpreting. Now, however, she was able to use the effects of the skill Mystify. The skill said that it could directly influence the cognition of the target, and while she didn't 100% know how that worked or what it did, She knew conceptually how to use it. Basically, with that ability, she could make the target see what she wanted it to see. She could make the soul think something specific. That means she could just give the soul a chunk of information and determine the interpretation for it. This drastically sped up the data input and understanding of the subject, but it didn't mean that she could do it infinitely. The soul still had to retain the information, and too much info at once would make it forget some. Hence overloading. If the person had a weak mind space, it could even cause harm. On the outside, from Dream's perspective, the process took about 20 minutes. Graf had his eyes closed the entire time, just processing everything he was given. When Sophia was done, Dream pulled back his hand while Graf stayed motionless, as though unconscious. He'll probably need a bit of time to sift through everything. I guess that means we can begin with you, Riddick. Dream. Dream went over and repeated the same thing with Riddick. In the end, Riddick also kept his eyes shut, processing everything. Dream sat down after finishing. Everything went smooth? Yup, their mind spaces were very strong, and I could have given them more, but starting slow would be better for their absorption. Although I'm able to use Mystify, the mind still has to go through new knowledge and associate it with previous knowledge. This process could take a bit. Makes sense. Well, I have no idea what to do now, since they're unresponsive and all. How about you go to the library? That place is exceedingly important right now. Oh, you're right. I guess Graf wouldn't mind me snooping through his books. Dream stood up and walked over to the library door, leaving the two unconscious men there. When he entered the room, he was met with a sitting area, along with many bookshelves. Though, there's actually not as much as I thought. There likely isn't an established printing system. Someone as rich as Graf, and there's only this many books. Not to mention, he's likely written many of them himself. Very true. I see that the bookshelves are labeled. I guess that makes it easy for navigating. Thank God. I couldn't imagine walking through here blind. Let's see what these are about. Dream went over to a shelf that was labeled Code Theory. It had 4 books on it. This seems interesting. Sophia, am I going to have to flip through each page to get all the information? Not at all. I can send your mana through the book and read the writing and such. Though since there's so many pages so close together, I can't read precisely from a distance. You'll need to hold the book at least. All right, have you read this one then? What's the summary? This book was written by Graf. It's his work on codifying the magic signals of the communication wires. The wires are actually a way to guide mana and keep it from dispersing as it travels. He also had to develop a language similar to Morse code so the wires could work and transfer data. So to talk through the wires, they need to use taps? Not exactly. Basically, you would write out your message, scan it with a device, and send it through the wire. The device would change the writing into signals and shoot it to its destination, and when it arrived, it changes back into writing. Think of it like turning an image into bytes and back to an image. So he had to program a magic device. That's very impressive. Considering this world's tech age, he's a revolutionary. I have more respect for him now. It is impressive. This also means that by giving him the knowledge we're creating someone very powerful. Don't forget he's a 3rd class, and he could be a threat. I'm not too concerned about it though. He might be 3rd class, but I don't believe he's more powerful than Riddick. We just need to watch his changes as we teach him more. Anyway, let's continue. I think I found what we're looking for. Dream put his thoughts aside and walked over to another bookshelf. This one was labeled Crafting Material and had 3 books on it. Dream grabbed one and looked at the cover. Chapter 44, Materials. This book is called Metal Collection. Sophia? It really does have what we're looking for. It's an encyclopedia listing a bunch of different metals and their properties. Graf probably used this to find the best metal for those wires. Dream could sense Sophia's excitement at getting new and important information. He also flipped open the book to a random page. Orichalcum? Highly shapeable material and gold in color. Wait, this is just gold. Elements will be the same on this world as on Earth. The only difference is that man-made materials like steel won't be present. That and the quantities of certain materials will be different. But that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for how mana affects those materials. So how does mana affect gold? From what I see, it's much stronger, but still very malleable. It's also a good mana conductor. Graf may have chosen gold for his wires. So is there any other difference? Just stronger? Don't expect too much from it. Mana, in general, enhances the base properties of stuff it affects. This will be the case for many materials. Although, from what I've seen in this book, there are many extraordinary metals considering strength. Oh, like what? Well, we now know what the strongest metal on this planet is. Mithril. It is described as silver-white in color and the greatest equipment material, the highest conductivity to mana and the greatest strength. I theorize that it's actually silver. There are several grades of mithril that represent purity and mana density: low, medium, high, and prime. It's the prime mithril that is extremely rare and unbelievably valuable. It is said that only the fourth classes in this world have equipment made of prime mithril. Wow, what about metals used widespread? The common metals I see are iron and titanium. There are also elemental metals that take on properties of the elements. There are three, being chlorophyte, lokium, and solarite. These give enhancements over earth, water, and fire magic respectively. These are also very expensive and difficult to make, with basically only third classes using them as equipment. Iron and titanium are the metals used commonplace. Apparently titanium is much more common here than on Earth. It must be easier to work with as well. Interesting, but my tools are already better than titanium tools. Even my knives are made from graphene, and the armor is made of the same. I doubt replacing them with iron is my best option. Well, they also haven't been saturated with mana. You have to remember that this world has had mana for a long time, dozens of millennia possibly. That gave time for mana to saturate and change the properties of standard metals. That means iron in this world isn't the iron we know on Earth, so it may very well be better than your graphene tools. And enhancing my current tools with mana would take too much time. I can't wait for millennia for them to strengthen, I guess. We'll have to begin switching equipment then. For now, let's focus on these books. I'll just grab books and you scan them. I don't have the patience to read each one. No problem. After that, Dream began grabbing each book on the shelves. Sophia could scan each book in a dozen seconds or so, and when she was done, he moved on to the next. Since there were only several dozen books, it only took half an hour for them to finish scanning the last book. All right, so what have you found in this library? Being general, there was a lot about mathematics, engineering, crafting, blacksmithing, how mana interacts with certain materials, and lists of materials. There was a bit about the properties of monster remains, like the bones, hide, and everything else. Apparently, the tendons of monsters are popular as bowstrings. Bones are also often crafted into weapons like swords, spears, arrows, hammers, axes, and so forth. There were also many materials other than metals it talked about that have bizarre properties, mainly alchemical though, like how the spinal fluid of certain monsters can be used in regenerative potions. So there's alchemy in this world. Are they turning lead to gold? Not really, but the things they can make are extraordinary. Some potions are used for increased sensory perception, allowing people to react faster. Some can temporarily increase strength. Some can increase stamina. There are also very rare ones that have permanent effects. Like if you drink the mix of a fourth-class sparrow eye and high-quality mithril dust, along with the spinal fluid of a third-class troll monster, it can grant soul vision by altering your own eyes and some regenerative powers. Though the experiment has only been done once since sparrows are apparently extremely rare. Not to mention how someone with strong awareness wouldn't need it. True, but if such a solution were given to a child, it would almost guarantee their future. The very fact that potions like that exist is dangerous for me. Children who have been reared by powerful families would have many advantages. I only thought it would be weapons and skills, but now even biology I have to worry about. Yes, but it also means that you can benefit. Who said only they could get those ingredients? And most of all, you have me. I dare say that nobody could do better than me when it comes to simulating alchemy. If only we had the knowledge. I'm sure there's a million experiments to be done before we get real data. So is that all we found here? Alchemy, math, superficial material science. There was a bit of magic knowledge, but nothing I could decipher. We need to learn the fundamentals first. Damn, I was hoping for more. Though the knowledge on monster remains will be very useful at least. Either way, there's nothing more for me here. I should check on my students. Make sure we didn't make them retarded. Dream walked out of the library and over to the table they were at. When he approached, he saw Graf and Riddick looking at each other. Oh, so you guys snapped out of it. How was it? Amazing. I tell you, I feel like my eyes have been truly opened. All my knowledge before was merely superficial. The fundamentals of science. Oh, how this will help me in my research. Graph. I'm also surprised, boy. I've even gained enlightenment on certain things involving magic. It's a totally new perspective that could solve many more problems us magicians have. Riddick. Well, I'm glad you guys like it. Though since there's a lot, and you guys definitely don't understand everything, we won't continue right away. I was thinking every few hours we can do it again. Total 3 or 4 times a day. Oh, and here's what I promised you. Dream remembered the book he was going to give them. Except it wasn't a book, but a tablet. This is called a tablet. It works just like the screens from before. This thing is your book, which has all the information I gave to you earlier and much more. Try it. Dream handed them each a tablet. They played around with it some before looking at the screen. How does it work? Graph. Just touch the surface. Dream. Oh, got it. Graph and Riddick touched the screen, which promptly lit up. I have given those tablets an intelligence that will help you navigate everything. To use the intelligence, you can touch that button at the bottom left corner. It will speak to you, and you can speak to it, just like a regular person. Both men quickly pressed the blinking button in the corner. A voice then sounded from both their tablets. Hello, I am your assistant, Wiki. I will be helping you navigate the information on this device. If you wish to look at something, just tell me something to search for. Oh, this is cool. Graph. Both men seemed surprised and impressed by the AI. Dream smiled. If you want to look at information on a certain topic, just give the topic. Graph. I suggest you look at electrical engineering. Old man, I actually don't really have a suggestion for you. I'm not sure what you do. Dream. I'm a magician. My magic involves destruction through fire and breaking down substances. Riddick. And how exactly do you break down substances? Like this. Riddick brought out a piece of meat from his inventory in his hand. The meat then began to corrode. Very quickly, it disappeared as if never there. I held back a lot there, so you could see the process. Usually, I could even destroy high-class metals in seconds. I can also cause explosions that destroy everything in a wide range. My fire is also very powerful, able to burn many things. Alright, so you have the power of corrosion and fire. Then I want you to search and study those two things. Those will tell you about how your power works and interacts with matter. Knowing this could also be the key to making stronger magic and therefore becoming more powerful. With this knowledge and your talent, I believe that 4th class is closer than you think. Don't underestimate 4th class, boy. But alright. Wiki. Show me fire. Understood. The next thing Riddick saw was a detailed page about the process of combustion, otherwise known as fire. Since both the AI and the book were created and run by Sophia, she was able to format all the information to help the reader understand the information. If she just threw the definition of fire at Riddick, he wouldn't understand. So she had to treat it like teaching a 2nd grader. It was also the same for Graph. She walked him through the concept of electrical engineering, starting with the physics of electrons and electricity. Since up to this point, he had only done things through mana, not anything else. Dream sat back as he watched them fervently read through their tablets, neither saying a word. I feel like a school teacher. Anyway, I was thinking we could do some experiments with magic, since I can't expect to find many books on it until we get to the spire. I agree. Maybe you should head to the storage room. We can test some materials out as well. Okay. Dream stood up from his chair and walked over to the storage room. When Dream found the door and walked through, he was greeted with the sight of boxes and shelves strewn across the area. So he isn't exactly the cleanest. What's in these boxes? He walked over and looked inside a wooden box that could easily fit 3 of him. Inside, he found many scraps of metal in many different forms. Iron. It looks like it. It at least isn't titanium. Take out a scrap. Dream reached in the box and grabbed a scrap the size of his head. After he had it in his hands, the right side of his body was quickly covered in his armor. He then ejected the arm blade and slashed at the scrap. Shring. Dream looked at the blade that only cut through February 3rd's the scrap before being stopped. If it were given more force, it might have gone through. But the fact that this iron can stop the sharpest blade on Earth at all is incredible. They could easily stop your weapons as well if made right. So although it isn't as strong as your armor, it isn't as far off as we think. So titanium will probably match my armor. A widespread material on this planet can match the peak of human engineering on my planet. It's almost laughable how unfair it is. Well, no use sulking about it. Maybe one of these boxes has titanium. Go look around more. Dream nodded and put the scrap away, walking over to other boxes. Some boxes were filled with more scraps. Some had bars of iron. Some had other materials like gold. They also found silver and tungsten. The silver was obviously the low-grade mithril, and the tungsten was shaped in weird chunks. Here's the titanium. They're shaped in ingots. There are also scraps over here. Let's test it. Dream quickly picked up a head-sized scrap. It wasn't very thick, looking like someone had tried to flatten an ingot before failing and tossing it aside. He took out his arm blade and slashed at it. Ting. Asterisk size asterisk. This time, the blade cut not even half an inch into the scrap. Dream sighed at how amazing that was. I think we have our new target material. I'm gonna have to learn some manufacturing techniques. You won't have to since I know everything there is to know. We will just have to summon the necessary equipment. That may not work for forging this stuff though. We'll need better tools, and we will need to know how to factor in mana during the forging process. After that though, yes, our knowledge of modern metalworking will be a huge asset. Speaking of mana, I wonder how much this stuff can hold. Dream looked back into the scrap box, digging through before pulling out a palm-sized chunk of titanium. Last time when I infused my bullets with mana, they imploded at a certain point. Some of the bullet even disintegrated. Now let's see how much these can take. After recalling his previous tests, he began infusing mana. The mana in his body moved to his hand and then into the chunk. The first thing he noticed was that it was much easier to infuse. There was less resistance, as if it was meant to hold mana. Very soon, Dream had infused 8x more mana than in the bullet, equal to about half his mana. This is when he noticed the changes in the chunk. The chunk didn't have any external changes, but it was much harder than before. It wasn't hardness that stemmed from contraction and compression though. It was just simply getting harder. Could the bonds between the molecules be getting stronger? That's my theory. There's been no change in mass, size, shape, nothing. That's all I can come up with. Then I can only say that this is incredible. Hang on. Dream took out his arm blade and tossed the chunk in the air. He then slashed from the bottom up with all his strength. Ting. Thunk. The chunk was battered away like a baseball. Dream walked over and picked it up, scanning for any results. There's a nick here. Is that seriously it? So it really does strengthen the bonds. This opens up new possibilities for me. That's right. You'll be able to recreate your graphene tools in this world. Since on Earth, the graphene was naturally unstable, which led to it not being produced in 3D forms until later during the Information Age when manufacturing technology grew. But if you can stabilize it using mana, you'll be able to create it here where the manufacturing technology is low. And I'll have material tens of times stronger than even steel and diamond, since it'll also be enhanced with mana. I wonder if they've developed graphite on this world. Dream and Sophia pondered. Now, if this were a bullet, I could punch through 5 bare skulls, not to mention one. The only problem is that titanium is weak to magnetic fields. It would be difficult to fire. An iron core with titanium would be good though. Then I think we know what our next goal is. Right now though, we should carry out some magic experiments. Chapter 45, Vortex. Dream sat down on a box with the titanium chunk in his hand. Alright, we need to figure out the language of mana. That guy on the forum said that mana works by giving parameters, like a program. He called it a sequence. But this isn't as simple as electricity in a circuit. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like mana is as simple as being a regular substance either. I'm not even sure if mana is three-dimensional since it has such bizarre properties. Not that I know what they are. Mana is three-dimensional. I don't have any doubts about that. I believe that the soul, however, doesn't operate in the third dimension, but the fourth. If the soul doesn't operate on the third dimension, then how does it control the body? Well, there's one thing that you can't misunderstand. It's that just because something is located in the fourth dimension doesn't mean it can't be in the third at the same time. Just like how things in the third dimension can be in the second dimension. This, however, means that an object in the second dimension cannot perceive the entirety of an object in the third. Same for an object in the third trying to perceive the fourth. This does not mean that the other doesn't exist and can't influence you, just that you can't see it if it doesn't show itself. I understand, so I just can't see the soul. Now here's another question. Where the hell is mana stored? We have certain amounts of mana that's ours, but is there like a storage or something? I don't think that there's any single storage space. Do you remember when you asked Savant to simulate the soul in your mind using visualization? I do actually. That's when I was hit with a blinding pain and passed out. I was also picked up by the family during my sleep. Funny, if I hadn't told him to do that, I may not have found the family. Well, let's just say that I have some sense of the soul. For now, let's just imagine it as a ball. This ball is an absolute mess of strings, like a ball of ultra-thin steel wool. Every single string, however, makes up what you are, and they also act as a container for mana, giving you your mana storage. Now, it's not so simple as growing the ball to fit more mana. Instead, what I think you need to do is increase the strength of the strings, which lets you stuff more mana in there. Now, when we look at how you would get more mana when you level up, the strings get stronger. So you're saying that the soul gets stronger when we level up? Is that the purpose of the system? I think it is. There's hardly any other way for someone to strengthen their soul. Just controlling mana is an extremely inefficient way to do so. How is anybody supposed to get stronger? Not to mention how nobody can even perceive the soul and try different things. So we were given the system as a guide. So I'm not going to question why right now. So we know that strengthening the soul allows us to fit more mana. And the soul itself is an ego that can control mana. I guess that explains why we can control mana from distances, since the soul operates on the fourth dimension. And knowing this still doesn't explain anything about magic. Dream gave a huff of exhaustion. They theorized all the complex stuff, but the simple stuff still hasn't been solved. Sophia chimed in to lift his spirits. That's not necessarily true. We figured out a while ago that skill signatures allow certain applications of mana. Take your shooting skill, for example. It lets you infuse bullets with mana. Your erase presence reduced your aura, which we now know was your soul's ego's effect on your mana. And don't forget how we analyzed Iris' Devour skill, as well as the Copycat skill. And although it was Savant that did it, I have every bit of information given. So we know quite a bit about high-level applications of mana. Alright, now since we analyzed Devour, can we actually use it? Maybe make it a skill? Attaining the original skill won't be possible. This is because you don't have the necessary prerequisites. Iris' expanded stomach was the biggest, but now her biology is the reason, since her stomach is like an inventory. The analysis did not yield nothing though. Through that information, as well as the broken down skill Copycat, we now have Emulator. It's a skill that was initially gained by you, but put under me as a sub-skill later. It allows deeper analysis of skills, as well as the ability to break them down. So theoretically, I'll be able to take skills from others, but only if I break down their skill. Yes, to attain the skill in its full state, you will need to perform a breakdown. The downside to this is that the subject of your breakdown would be unable to use the skill ever again. It will also subject them to unbearable pain since you're basically ripping something out of their soul. Well, if they're an enemy, it's fine. Now, can I analyze a skill without breaking it down? Yes, though depending on the complexity of the skill, it will be a basic form of the skill like with Iris' Devour. You will also need to have me look at their soul, which may be difficult depending on the target, as souls are very sensitive to any form of influence. Interesting. So until I meet any enemies, I won't be able to steal skills. Maybe that's something I should do tomorrow. I can take a quest and experiment on monsters, starting low level of course. Another thing you could do is experiment with the girls. Maybe get a grasp on their elemental skills. I could. One thing I'm interested in doing is taking a look at Luna's Bestow skill. She now has the ability to share her skills to a certain degree, like passive healing and communication. What I want to try doing is using that skill and bestowing you, Sophia, to them. That would allow the best coordination and maybe more insights into magic as they use their own. You could also communicate with them. Instead of only talking to me all the time, I only need my master to talk to. But I understand your goal. So alright, thanks. Now, another issue I was having was the regeneration of my mana. And knowing what we know, we have to figure out how to refill my soul's reserves. The normal way is passive, but it takes a while, several hours possibly. I need an active or faster way to recover that doesn't have any stupid conditions like sitting still and achieving Zen. Well, first, you should know that you passively regenerate mana by your soul pulling in nearby mana with its will. It's an instinct that you never notice, but it happens all the time. If you want an active way, It will either require you to change the way your will is utilized or use mana to collect more mana. The second way will definitely be easier. I think so too. What we want is a way for my own mana to reach out and pull outside mana in. The way I suggest is through agitation. We can create a vortex with your own mana and have it catch and guide mana inward through some physics. Another way is to use a system of vacuums. This method will involve the soul's instinct to collect mana. Since the instinct kicks in more when there is less mana, we would need to create empty gaps and force the soul to kick into overdrive to fill them. I think both would work, but the vortex one sounds more powerful. How about we try it? Alright, the method I had in mind is to dedicate a set portion of your mana to the vortex. This portion will always be active and won't be used for anything. I'll create it now. After she said so, Dream's mana began getting moved, though not to the outside. Since the purpose of the vortex was to replenish his soul's mana reserves, it needed to be in the fourth dimension where the soul was. Sophia sucked out the mana from the metal chunk since half his mana was in it, and even began using the other half of his mana to form the vortex. His storage was quickly emptied to 5%. When his mana was emptied, he didn't panic because he trusted whatever Sophia was doing. But it unnerved him when he suddenly lost control of the mana in his body. Sophia? It's all right. There's just a problem with the vortex. I formed it fine, but it decided to pull the mana inside the soul out into the vortex, which is why you lost control and currently have no mana to use. That doesn't sound very alright. I mean, I don't totally mind feeling like I'm back on Earth with no mana, but I couldn't say that I want to stay this way forever. I'm working on it. I just need to counter the pull of the vortex. Although what? Hang on. Dream had a "what the hell is she doing" face as he sat there at her mercy. It wasn't like he didn't trust Sophia, just that he really was very vulnerable right now. He wasn't lying when he said he felt like he was back on Earth. He could feel the loss of the majority of his strength and stamina. It was good that this place was a super safe bunker guarded by 2 friendly class 3s. And after some time of no response, he could finally feel his strength returning. He could also feel his mana reserves quickly filling up. Sophia has leveled up. Sophia has leveled up. You have created the passive skill. Verticular accumulation. Verticular accumulation is level 47. I did it. Huh. Dream took a second to process the sudden outburst. So you made a skill? Wasn't it just going to be a vortex? Sure, but why not a skill? Since it had to be passive, I gave the will of your soul parameters to follow, and it developed a skill signature. Okay, but what did you do with the vortex? Well, since a regular vortex didn't work, I changed it. Vortexes don't only have to be like tornadoes, especially in the fourth dimension. So what I did was make the vortex into an omnidirectional accretion disk, like the swirl of a galaxy except from every direction. It would be impossible in the third dimension, but I was able to do it in the fourth. I guided everything into a nucleus centered in the soul, which will replenish mana. In fact, if you look around you with mana, since you'll see mana being sucked in. Dream did what she suggested and activated Mana Sense. He was soon able to see the mana in the room moving towards him from all directions. Huh, this is cool, though I can see a problem with this. You're worried about the fact that all mana will be sucked in. That was something I thought of as well. But you need not worry. You see, I found out something interesting while creating the skill. It was that mana doesn't carry momentum. It doesn't? Then how does it affect mana around it if it doesn't carry energy? Because its energy is actually intention. The will of your soul imparts intention to the mana, basically instructions. So if I tell the mana to go a direction, it will go that direction unless otherwise told, just like a ball rolled on a table. Now I can also give the instruction to impart its own intention to other mana. And as long as it has a powerful enough intent, it will do so infinitely. This is what I found while trying to capture mana in the vortex. At first, nothing happened and our mana just rotated by itself. But when I gave the proper intent, that problem was solved and we began capturing outside mana in the vortex. Well, that explains why mana allows us to seemingly bend the laws of physics. Because with mana, the laws are determined by our instruction, as long as you're powerful enough. Now, why would that solve my problem of all mana being sucked in? Because the vortex only targets compatible mana. This stems from your soul's passive regeneration. Its instinct is to only target mana that isn't harmful or uncontrollable. So I just took that instinct and applied it to the vortex. That really is amazing. It is. I can imagine that hardly anybody knows about these concepts as well. It wasn't easy to detect, even for me. Not to mention that you'd need to be aware of a fourth dimension. That's true, but we also can't assume that nobody does. People with powerful souls will become aware of these things, though it's not just those people we have to worry about. Even the people who don't understand any of this stuff can be dangerous. Remember that the system is still here. They don't need to understand souls and dimensions, because the system is there to evolve powerful skills and techniques when they get classes. We can't get cocky just because they're ignorant. I understand. I know. It's also for me. I need to make sure never to underestimate people, to just see things objectively and be open to the possibility that there may be something hidden. That's what we need to do. Awareness can help with that. I've been devoting processing power to think of new ways to see things, though it's difficult. So I haven't come up with anything feasible, just a bunch of theories. Well, don't stress yourself. Who knows how many different skills are out there? We will be able to learn a lot, and the opportunities for skill analysis will be plentiful. There will be no lack of experiments in the future. Hee hee. You're turning into a mad scientist. I prefer to think of myself as a passionate intellectual. Anyway, there's nothing more that I can do in magic really. Oh, you have any updates from Earth? Dream suddenly remembered and asked Sophia. The fate of his home planet was rather important. Well, everyone has officially become aware of your guidebook. Social media pages, news stations, and our forum are going crazy. Everybody is talking about you, both good and bad. The biggest question is still your identity. Obviously, nobody could find anything, but many speculations are being made, none of which are correct. Come as no surprise. What about the general situation? People are learning skills. The world is also beginning its descent into chaos. There have been thousands of reports in countries around the world about monster attacks. Luckily, many domesticated animals haven't been affected much. It's everything wild that's going nuts. This, in turn, is allowing people to level up. More people are talking about magic in the forums as they learn skills, just like we wanted. There has been an obvious but still absolutely massive spike in people either buying weapons or learning to use one. This is freaking governments out who have begun to respond with restrictions, though I can already see this turning bad pretty quickly. Of course, people are scared and want to have a weapon, and governments won't be able to stop them but will still try, which will piss people off and cause rebellions. New groups will also rise like guilds and associations. This will undoubtedly tip the power balance in the world, causing economic and political chaos. Dream pinched the bridge of his nose and thought as he stressed over the future of the entire planet. Chapter 46, Bestow. Dream sat there contemplating for a bit. There's not much we'll be able to do to help from here. All we can do is warn people, and they'll have to figure everything else out. I know, but I still can't help but wish I were there. You said that people are leveling up? What about skills? The most common skills are shooting and basic sword mastery. There's also sports-related skills popping up. Cooking is another one. I guess that's good. I was actually thinking of posting some of our findings about magic, like how levels strengthen the soul, skill signatures, how the soul is four-dimensional, stuff like that. I can do that. We can post it as an addition to the guidebook. Maybe make a section for our findings. Sure. Another thing, make a general AI for them, like Siri. It can help with various things and give them something else to focus on. All right. Is there anything else? There isn't, at least for now. It's been barely a day since we sent things out. Things need time to develop. I'll let you know of anything important. Speaking of, your family is doing quite well. In the way of leveling up. Is that right? Who and what level? Your brother Walter has leveled up to level 13. Your sister Melody has leveled to 11. Austin is also level 11. Your dad is level 12, and your mom is still level 1. They're that high? What's going on in LA? LA is fine. I actually took it upon myself to tell them to go to areas with wildlife. I used your name to do so, since it is crucial that they level up quickly and early. Oh, all right. Thanks. Are they protecting Melody well? Of course, though not that she really needs it. Your mom hasn't begun leveling, but your dad plans to change that soon. That's good. For now, they'll be able to use guns, but in the future they won't be. Start teaching them essential knowledge with that AI, and don't hold back giving them our knowledge. Especially Walter. He's always been the crafty, programmer type. Austin, though, has he been hoeing around? He hasn't. Your parents haven't let him. I gotta say though, you best keep the girls away. He's quite the playboy. Right now, Earth is the only thing holding him back. He would have 50 girlfriends if he were in this world. Very true. Oh well, it isn't as if he's unreliable when he needs to be. What about Melody? She's always been hot-blooded. The number of fights she'd get into with Walter and Austin, even me, she's doing fantastic for a 17-year-old girl. At least she's almost on par with the other guys. Turns out she's just as brutal with monsters as she is with you guys. That sounds about right. I'm just glad she hasn't shied away from monsters. Well, thanks for taking care of them. I guess I'll have to call them sometime. Sure, and they do want to see you. Especially Melody. She misses her older brother. I know, it just sucks not being able to actually see them. Then we need to get more power. Maybe one day it'll be possible to return. Agreed. So anyway, how far into the day are we? There's no sun down here. It's afternoon. All right. Dream stood up from his seat and walked out of the storage room, meeting with Graf and Riddick. Oh, what do we have here? Graf. You've learned a recovery technique? Riddick. Both magicians were able to notice the abnormal mana movement and pointed it out. I guessed you guys would be able to see it. Yes, I've developed a technique that can help pull mana in quicker. Dream. Impressive. Don't stress yourself, though. It's not like you're in a fight right now. Graf. HM? Why would I be stressing myself? Dream. Well, in order to pull mana in, you have to concentrate on your innate ability to recover. That's what recovery techniques are, and doing it outside of meditation is very strenuous since it requires you to maintain concentration on recovery as well as the outside. Which you're doing right now. Graf. Oh, right. I guess so. Dream. Sophia. Mystify. Got it. After Dream nodded to Graf, the men saw the mana around them stop flowing towards Dream. Graf nodded at that while Riddick put on a complicated face. Dream also began sweating on the inside. I didn't think passive recovery would be something unknown. Wouldn't they have something like that? Like I said earlier, there's probably nobody who could develop the same technique. They don't have the knowledge nor processing power to do what we did. And someone who does wouldn't only be a third class. Luckily, we can mask it with your skill, though Riddick doesn't look so convinced. Well, I've actually thought about trying to teach the old man something like this if he didn't already have a technique, since he needs to get back his wife and all. Dream put on a relaxed face and took a seat at the table. So how's the studying coming along? Dream. It's great. I have to say, the functions behind engineering are rather confusing, but I have already gained many insights. Hell, I doubt I would ever develop this knowledge, even if given thousands of years. Graf. That's good. What about you, old man? Have you learned anything about your magic? I have. In fact, I've already modified my magic and made it more destructive and efficient. I say that in these past hours, I have risen my combat power by almost 10%. I haven't had such huge gains since my early days as a magician in the Spire. Riddick. It truly is marvelous how your world was able to attain such knowledge. It's such a raw form of information. The laws, the math, everything comes together in such a perfect way. I already have many tests that I wish to carry out. Graf. It's good that your perspective is being widened. It's about using mana in conjunction with matter to produce the results you want, not one against the other. Now, since some time has passed, I can transfer some more knowledge. After that, we can call it a day. Dream. Of course. Graf. Dream walked over to them and did the same thing as last time. This time, though, a lot more data was given since they had begun to change their way of thinking and could process more. Dream sat back and threw on his headphones as he watched them process. This is when I wish the girls were here. They could keep me company while I sit here with nothing to do. It's only been a day. I know, but still. If I imagine a loading icon above their heads, it makes it fun. Hee. I can actually put one there. Oh, there it is. Sigh, you know, I kind of wish I could go back to the forest. I mean, I know I couldn't stay there forever. Well, I could. But either way, it was nice being able to just relax sometimes. Whenever I'm somewhere unfamiliar, my body always has some tension. It's just natural. But even after several months of being in this world, I haven't totally gotten used to it. The pressure is piling, and recently it's only gotten worse. Everything with Riddick and how the girls could be getting hunted is subconsciously making me want to gain strength. But if I rush, I know bad things happen. That may not be the case. I know that things always made a turn for the worse back on Earth, but that can change now. Now I can't recommend trying to beeline straight for Class 3 in a month, but hitting Class 2 while you're here may not be impossible. Just take it one step at a time. You got this. I guess. Thanks, Sophia. I'll try and take it easy on you too. I sometimes forget that you're my greatest supporter in all this, and I really am thankful. I couldn't have a better partner. Of course. I will always be here with you. I'm a part of your soul after all. There's not much closer one could get. Sophia had a burst of glee after receiving Dream's heartfelt thanks. He also ended up smiling at her happiness. Several hours later, everyone was sitting at the table, waiting for Elena to make dinner. Dream turned to the girls sitting next to him. So, did you guys have fun with Elena? Dream. Yeah. We walked around the city for a while, going shopping. She got us clothes that could replace our old ones since they stood out too much. Iris. She also taught us some stuff like cooking here at the house. Luna. Dream. Luna stopped her sentence halfway, turning her eyes away. Iris smirked and finished it for her. Luna can't cook. Iris. Well, it was always you that cooked in the forest. All I did was cut the meat. Luna. Oh yeah. Thanks for freezing the vegetables too. Iris. I didn't mean to. It's just easier to use my ice knives. And they get sharper when they're colder so. Luna. Luna's face turned bashful as Iris teasing, though Dream was a bit perplexed. Since when does Luna get so flustered? It's usually Scarlet that's like that. Oh well. So you guys learned to cook. Did you get a skill? Dream. I did. In fact, I got it to level 6. Iris. I didn't. Luna. Haha, it's all right. It's only been a day. Dream. He's right, Luna. Even I didn't get my skill in a day. There's no rush. Elena came walking out of the kitchen and began unloading plates onto the table. On it was a big piece of meat, along with another plate of fruits and bread. It took me dozens of years to get where I am, and I'm not even the best around here. The other chefs in the city have much higher levels. Lena. I guess. What about you, Dream? How was the study? Luna. It was all right. The ones enjoying themselves were these guys. Dream. Haha. It was enjoyable indeed. Absolutely eye-opening. I've never felt so enlightened. Such a different way of seeing things. I have many things to do. Graph. I was actually going to ask you about that. Tomorrow I want to go hunting. Nothing difficult. Anything around Class 1 will do. I have some things I wish to try. Do you know where I could go for that? Dream. There is no shortage of Class 1s. Just depends on the type. What are you looking to try? Graph. I want to test some weapons of mine, as well as some magic. Monsters that I can isolate easily are preferable, and having a skill is a must. Anything fit that criterion? Dream. Of course. There's a couple of dungeons around here that you can go to. The only problem is that you can't go by yourself. Graph. I know. How about you join the twins? I know they have a group. If not theirs, maybe you could find a raid party at the guild. Lena. Oh, I want to go hunting so we can join Dream. Iris. Oh, sweet. I was going to ask you guys, but I guess I don't have to. Does that solve my group problem then? Dream. You guys should still find another couple of people. You've never been in a dungeon before, and this time I won't be going with you. So safety is top priority. I'm speaking to you, boy. Riddick. Riddick looked at Dream, who froze halfway through eating a chunk of meat in his mouth. I understand. Dream. Good. Riddick. They'll be fine. As long as they don't go challenging the Dungeon King, they could make their way out of danger. Graph. Dungeon King? Dream. It's the strongest monster in the dungeon. They have their own dwellings, and beating them is like beating the dungeon, though they are always very dangerous for their own level. A Class 2 king will take 6 average Class 2 people to kill it. Graph. Wow. Dream. I know. That's why you need to be careful. Stay away from the back of the dungeon and closer to the entrance. That's where the weaker monsters are. Graph. Noted. So how exactly do we find more people to team with? Dream. I think going with the twins is a good idea, actually. Their group has been together for a while, and if I'm not mistaken, even has a class too. Graph. Graph turned to look at Mark. Yes, we have 2 class 2s, us, and 2 other level 80s. Mark. So there's room. Then take these 3 with you tomorrow. Since they're new, they can just watch. Maybe give them a couple of kills. I'm sure your leader won't mind.
If he does, tell him I sent them.
Graph. All right. We leave after breakfast tomorrow. Be fully prepared. It's an all-day quest as well, so you'll need food and water. Mark. No problem. Oh, that's another thing. Graph. Do you mind if I get some materials to work with? I'll need to make some weaponry sometime, and the iron and titanium you have looked good. Wait, you don't have weapons? Mark. I have weapons. They could use some improvements is all. It's actually the girls who don't have proper weapons. They only have their magic. Dream. Oh, Mark. I have no problem with you using materials. I also know someone who's a good blacksmith. If you want, I can introduce you, and he can forge your weapons. Graph. Sure, that'd help. Maybe I could learn some things from him too. Dream. Dream nodded in thanks and finished up his food. Everyone else also finished dinner and left for their rooms. Dream sat on his bed in sweats, his hair still damp from the bath he just took. He sat there with a contemplative face for a bit before the balcony door was opened. He didn't need to turn to know who it was. Hi, you wanted to see us? Iris. Luna and Iris walked in and made themselves comfortable on the bed. Dream snapped out of it and focused on them. He did indeed let them know that he wanted to see them through Luna's familiar connection. I did. I have some things I wish to try, and you guys are needed, so you just called us up for an experiment? Iris. Iris sulked a bit. Dream smirked at her disappointment and responded, Heh, maybe. Though I happen to enjoy the company of 2 gorgeous women, so maybe it wasn't only for an experiment. Oh, but there is still an experiment, one that is rather important actually. I can play with you guys later. Does it have to do with tomorrow? Luna. Not necessarily. Basically what I want to do is give you guys access to Sophia. Sophia? She's your skill, right? Iris. That's right. I plan to use Luna's bestow skill to give you both a connection. You'll be able to talk to her, and she can help you as she does with me. Here, let's all hold hands. Dream decided to show them and took each of their hands. Sophia officially greeted them through a channel. Hello, girls. I'm Sophia. Chapter 47. Emulation. I'm Dream's helper, and when we make the connection, I'll be able to help you guys as well, with things like magic, strategy, and communication. But first, Luna, I'll need permission from you to scan your skill bestow. Oh, that's fine. Luna. Great. Activating emulator. Sophia went through the familiar connection to Luna and arrived at the skill signature for bestow. She then began using emulator and collected its information. The process only took a couple of minutes before she came back. Emulation complete. Thank you, Luna. I will now be able to assist you and Iris in anything you need, whenever you wish. Dream has also expressed his wish for our communication, so I hope we can all become friends. I would like that too. Luna. As would I. Hey, Sophia. How much do you know about Dream? Iris. Absolutely everything. What would you like to dash? Okay, I like the quick bonding, but not right now. Dream intervened before the conversation took an irreversible turn. Luna, Scarlet, it might be selfish of me, but I wish to do the same scan with your other skills. My combat power has been lacking and I've been trying to learn some magic, but haven't gotten far. Would you mind? Dream felt bad for asking this, but he really was at a roadblock. He didn't know if he could get the proper skills from monsters, and the girls had the perfect combination of all the elements. It was too good not to ask for. That's all right. Since you're already letting us use your skill. Luna. I'm also fine with it. Thanks, guys. Sophia. Activating emulator. Sophia went through their souls once again and looked at all the skills they had. This process took longer since it was several skills, not just one. 20 minutes later, Dream got alerts. You have gained the active skill. Fire magic? You have gained the active skill. Water magic? You have gained the active skill. Basic air magic? You have gained the active skill. Basic earth magic? Sophia has leveled up, X4. Whoa. Dream couldn't help but exclaim out loud. But that wasn't all. You have gained the active skill. Regenerate. You have gained the passive skill. Enhance senses. Commencing skill enhancement. HM. Arg. Dream very suddenly felt sharp pains after Sophia spoke. The girls heard this and were startled. They didn't see the alerts and didn't know what was going on. Not that Dream did either. Dream? You okay? Luna. What happened? Iris. Dream held his head and buried it in the blankets below him, attempting to bear the pain. His eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and whole body began to sting, burn, and feel ultra-sensitive. He was suddenly reminded of the pain he experienced when he first arrived in the world. Luckily, after he became still and didn't move at all, the pain wasn't as bad and he could think about other things. He spoke among the connections so the girls could hear. Sophia, what is this? It's occurring because of the new skill for your senses. I'm enhancing it right now, and it's changing your body to accommodate it. The pain is from the overstimulation of your nerves. And I'm sorry to say, but the discomfort is far from over. I suggest you get comfortable with the girls.
Ugh.
Wait, so Dream is evolving? Iris, you could say that, yes, and it's not going to feel good. Ugh, hi. Dream let out a loud grunt as he began to feel the discomfort. It was basically a massive headache. Lay down. Don't curl into a ball at least. Iris. Dream flopped over onto his back, though such a simple movement caused bursts of pain, which he held back through gritted teeth. Luna grabbed some pillows and put them under his head. After that, they sat there next to him. As Dream lay there, the headache got worse and worse. Every beat of his heart felt like a hammer coming down on his head. He also had to close his eyes since those hurt as well. Though since his head hurt so much, he didn't feel the pain in his body, so that's one upside. The girls watched Dream lay there and writhe in pain, wondering if there was anything else to do. Sophia soon spoke over their channel. He's going to be fine. Unfortunately this time, touching him isn't a good way to help. As this could last a couple hours, I suggest you girls get comfortable. Oh, okay. Iris. Luna and Iris both transformed into foxes and laid on the bed, taking Sophia's advice. And since Dream wasn't in any position to communicate, they took this opportunity to ask some questions. Hey Sophia, about my question before. Iris. Hoo-hoo. I'm sure my master wouldn't mind me sharing a few details. What would you like to know? After a couple of hours, the pain turned to invigoration as Dream regained his senses. He opened his eyes and felt his new body. My eyesight. Congratulations, all of your senses have been enhanced. Your hearing, smell, taste, and touch are many times more sensitive and perceptive than before. You are now also able to see the high-energy portion of the electromagnetic spectrum, even up to gamma rays. Your biggest change, though, was to your neurons, whose speed of exchange was greatly increased. Your agility has been pushed up because of this. Wow, it's kind of hard to process the new vision. I can actually filter out the new additions and just let invisible light, if you would like. Yes, please. If I need more vision, then we can turn it back on. Dream soon saw his vision return to normal, though what he saw was still greatly enhanced. Colors will be much more vivid, and the detail of your vision has been multiplied. I'm sure you'll enjoy that. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see low-energy radiation like radio waves since the waves are too big for your eyes, but you will still get infrared. That's fine. This is already really cool. Dream turned his head and scanned the room, taking in all the new details. All the little cracks and crevices in the wood, the texture of his blankets, the strings of the rug on the floor, and the fur of the two foxes on his bed. Even the smallest details were seen. Best of all, it wasn't uncomfortable for his eyes or head. He reached over and began petting the fur of both girls. Well, I'll be damned. Everything really is more sensitive. I can feel even the small details of the fur. It feels really nice. Dream. The girls woke up from their slumber and transformed back into humans, facing Dream. When he received their gazes, though, it felt off somehow. Are you guys good? Why, yeah, we're fine. What about you? How was your evolution? Iris. Dream decided to let her dodge the question and answered. It was painful, to say the least. I can officially say that I've had a migraine now, though I'm pretty sure that was much worse than a regular migraine. But whatever. Long story short, I can see better. And I gotta say, you guys really are beautiful. Dream looked at the two girls in front of him, totally entranced. Before, He had never seen such perfect people, and now he got to see them in high definition. He admired once more the exotic look of their hair with their signature tints, their eyes that shone even in the dark, and best of all, those bombastic figures. The girls began getting embarrassed as they felt his gaze turn from admiring to lewd. Though neither of them minded, it definitely wasn't the first time. Anyway, I thank you guys for letting me get those skills. This really was important for me. Dream. Talk about flipping a switch. I guess that's self-control for you. Iris murmured in her mind. It's no problem. Sophia actually told us about how she would be able to help us with your skills, though the effects would be limited. Luna. Oh, that's right, huh? Unfortunately, we won't be able to use something like Scarlet's Devour skill. Although, hey Sophia, would you be able to recreate the vortex for them? It is possible, yes, though it will consume some of your mana as well as all of theirs. Sophia's voice came to all three of them. The girls tilted their head in confusion. That's fine. Then let's get started. You two, do not resist. Don't say it like that. What are you gonna do? Iris. Hee, an experiment. Dream began crawling over and tackled Iris, holding her still while Sophia went to work. A short while later, the vortex was made and Iris began recovering her mana. He then did the same for Luna. When he was done, the girls sat there and felt their mana recovering by the minute. Both were surprised. I've run out of mana plenty of times, and I've never recovered it this fast. It wouldn't even take an hour to recover from empty. Iris. This'll help a lot during combat. Long battles won't be as dangerous anymore. Luna. Yup, I plan to try the same with your dad if he needs it. Sophia will cover up the mana flow as to not alert anyone, since I can share my stealth skill.
And with that out of the way, let's get on the same page for tomorrow.
The hunt? What about it? Iris. This is the first time we'll be without a guardian and in a dangerous place. I just want to make sure that we stick together, especially since there will be other people. Not saying that everyone is dangerous, just that you must trust your innate ability, the one that lets you see souls. It'll be your greatest asset. Other than that, tomorrow should be a breeze since we're doing next to nothing, just following and getting our feet wet. If we wish to talk to each other, use our connections. Capiche? No problem. All right. The girls nodded in understanding. Dream then flopped down and crawled under the covers. Then let's sleep now, I'm tired.
Finally.
Iris. After everyone cuddled up, they fell asleep. The next morning, everyone woke up and prepared for the hunt. Since Dream and the girls had inventories though, there wasn't much to prepare other than the clothes they wore. They walked down and met everyone for breakfast, which was quickly finished. The twins and the trio, along with Riddick, left the house together and head to the guild. One odd thing though that Dream noticed as they walked down the street was that Luna and Iris actually put on their masks, though the peculiar thing about it was that the mask turned ghostly, like it was invisible except for an outline that showed it was on. Hey, what happened to your guys' masks? Dream asked about the ghostly effect rather than why they were wearing it. What do you mean? Iris. It's basically invisible, but I can still see an outline. I don't remember it being that way. Dream. Really? It's normal for us. Are you seeing it different? Iris. Maybe. Hold on. Dream turned to the nicer twin Bo and asked, Hey Bo, what do you think about the masks they're wearing? Do you see those around here a lot? Dream. HM? Oh, I guess they're fitting. It matches their hair color. And not really. We only see humanoids with masks occasionally. Bo. Interesting. So you call them humanoids? Dream. Yes. Beastmen who can transform are often called humanoids, though you don't see a perfect transformation like them often.
Most of the time they still have their tail, eyes, ears, and sometimes hands still in their beast form.
Is that right? Dream. Dream went quiet as he thought that there must be catgirls in this world. Would he really get to see one? In the flesh? He added, finding one high up on his bucket list. We're here. Dream was pulled away from Fantasyland as they approached the guild building where they got their title plates. Many people could be seen walking in and out, showing how popular this place was. If you encounter any problems, I'll be out here. Riddick. Riddick spoke before they entered the building. Everyone gave him a nod and walked in. They were met with many groups of people doing various things. Just follow us. We have a meeting spot for our party. Mark led the group over to a side area with many tables. Nearly every table was occupied with groups of people who were clearly hunters, with armor and weapons on. This looked like the resting area before everyone headed out for the day. After a bit of weaving between people and interested looks due to the masks of the girls, they came up on a table. This table had 4 people already there, 3 girls and 1 guy. Mark, Bo, good morning. Good morning. Mark. A girl stood and greeted the twins. Mark explained the presence of the 3 extra people with him. Hey guys, I actually have these 3 with me today. They're class 1s and haven't been to a dungeon before. They're looking to get a safe first experience and needed a group to join. I hope you don't mind them joining us today. Mark. Newbies? I'm not exactly keen on dragging around luggage all day today. The sole man at the table spoke up with his disapproval. Looking to be mid-20s, he had short hair and stubble on his chin. He was covered with light plates of armor around various points on his body, built with mobility in mind. He also had a long sword on his waist and 2 daggers on his legs. I think it's all right. They're at least first class, so it's not like they're that weak. What are your names? A woman who was likely a leader along with the man asked about them. Dream spoke for them. My name is Dream. This is Luna and Iris. Hello, Dream. My name is Elisa. If you don't mind me asking, what classes are you guys? Take a look. Dream took out his plate, as did the girls. He handed them to Elisa, who looked at the details. Ranger, Predator, and Familiar. I've never heard of those girls' classes. I guess that makes them uniques. Impressive. And Ranger, huh? So you specialize in distance attacks? I do, though I am no stranger to melee fights. Where's your bow? In my inventory. You have an inventory? One of the other girls at the table raised her voice in surprise. The others also had surprised expressions. I do have an inventory. You guys don't? Dream. Of course not. Usually only class 2s or above get inventories. Interesting. Dream. Well, what about you girls? Elisa. Elisa turned to the girls and asked about them. We also have inventories. Luna. What? How is that fair? They are unique, so I'm actually not too surprised. Anyway, I believe that they're qualified to come with us, especially if they're just learning. How about it, Ryan? Elisa. Elisa turned to the man. Ryan. Dream assumed him to be the leader. Fine. Don't be taking loot though, and follow our directions. If you step out of line, we'll kick you out. Got it. Ryan. Don't worry. We aren't here to compete. Dream. Good. Then once we get ourselves situated, we'll head out. Ryan. Chapter 48, Giant Rats. Come sit. We'll figure out our arrangements. Elisa. Elisa motioned for them to find a seat. Dream sat near the edge and the girls sat across from him, next to the other girls. All right, introductions first. I'm Elisa, second-class spearwoman. This is Ryan, second-class swordsman. We are the 2 leads of this group and also work under the Alliance Hunters Association. Elisa. Elisa confirmed Dream's guess, though he wasn't sure what that association was. The girl who spoke earlier about the inventories introduced herself next. I'm Lori, first-class healer. Nice to meet you, Lori said with a warm smile. She was blonde and average height. Dream would put her down as a rather cute teenager. I'm Carla, first-class sniper, Carla said with a monotone voice. Dream figured she was the reserved type. Carla wore a black cloak and had black hair. Her looks weren't bad, but nothing to write home about. He noticed that she wore her bow around her shoulders too. Nice to meet you guys. What's this association you work for? Dream. It's the company run by the guild. We are official hunters, not freelancers like many others. Basically, we report to the guild and take jobs instead of quests. Not much different from normal since we can still work with freelancers like these guys. Anyway, if you're planning to hunt with us, we need a general idea of your style. Elisa. All right. I can fight both distance and melee. I also have a stealth ability. Dream. I use fire magic with melee. Iris. I use water and earth magic. Luna. Oh, that's rather fitting. Our party has its own formation and you guys will fit in at the rear. The monsters we'll be facing today have some numbers, so just don't get separated and give them a target. Are you guys looking to get kills and experience? Elisa. Well, experience is always nice. I actually have an objective by coming here though, and that's to test some techniques of mine on monsters. I'll need them alive and incapacitated to do what I need. Depending on the monster, it shouldn't take too much time. Dream. I see. It shouldn't be too difficult to do that, though we won't take any chances. If the situation doesn't allow for it, then we'll have to kill it. But doing magic tests in the dungeons isn't rare, especially for first classes, so it won't be a problem. Elisa. Thanks. Then I think we're set. We already have the quest, and I'd like to get there on time. So we should move. Ryan. Ryan stood up once they were done and began walking to the exit. Elisa put on a bitter smile. You'll have to excuse him. He's not the friendliest person, but he's a reliable swordsman. Elisa. It's all right, I've seen worse. They weren't the only ones, as other hunter parties were also walking the same way. Dream turned his attention to the channel with the girls. Though I'm not too fond of that blonde girl. You see something? Uh-huh. She looks at me and Luna with a bit of disgust. Her soul is also kind of ugly. She's definitely fake, but I don't know why. Iris. I saw that too. Her act is very different from how her soul looks. Luna. Huh. That kind of sucks. Just keep your distance then. Once we get our first taste, we can do things on our own and won't need other people. No need to cause conflict now. Dream. The girls nodded, though Iris still wasn't very happy. She didn't like it when people were like that, preferring them to be upfront. Dream understood her, but coming from Earth, he knew how to handle those people. Hey, Dream, right? The clothes you're wearing, is it some kind of special armor? Speaking of the devil, Lori came up and spoke to Dream, pointing out his odd clothes. Today, since they were hunting, Dream decided to wear athletic clothes. Compressions with basketball shorts and a nice fitted shirt. Stuff that wouldn't get in his way if he had to move around. He also had his armor along his limbs, ready to be used at any time. His weapons, of course, were in his inventory. No, these are just clothes. Dream. Oh, where's your armor? In your inventory? Lori. Well, my armor's actually a bit special. Here's some of it. Dream lifted his forearm and showed the metal plates from his compressed suit. Oh, I guess since you are a ranger you wouldn't need that much. Are you nervous for your first dungeon run? Not really. It shouldn't be too different from Fields. You would be wrong to assume that. Ryan. Ryan joined the conversation when he heard that. Really? Why's that? Dream. Dungeons aren't as nice as Fields. In general, it's harder. Monsters have more skills, and they're relentless. A level 50 monster in a dungeon would massacre a level 50 monster in the field. That's because the only goal of the dungeon monsters is to kill you. They don't have a regular ego, unlike field monsters. So if you go in there thinking you'll be able to handle them the same, you'll die before you know what hit you. Ryan. Dream took what Ryan said seriously. Though he was rude about it, Dream knew he was trying to give advice, just in his own way. The advice was very good as well. In the fields, Dream and the girls weren't under attacks from relentless beasts, except for the crawlers. But the bears weren't like that. They would get scared. They wouldn't even attack if they didn't need to. They knew retreat. But apparently the dungeon wasn't like that, which would make it even more dangerous than he thought. He's right. The dungeon and fields are very different. Elisa. Then why don't more people go to the fields? Dream. There are a lot that do. But enemies aren't as common or easy to find there. Dungeons are straightforward. They have plenty of enemies, and you won't need to go far to find them. It's much more efficient in terms of leveling up. More money is also made this way since you have more bodies to bring back. Elisa. I see. That makes sense. Thanks for the info. And thanks for the advice, Ryan. Dream. Sure. Elisa. After a while of walking with the crowds, they began coming up on a fenced area. They walked up to the gates where people were checking the hunter's plates. That's the check-in. It's to verify that you have the minimum required level to enter. It also serves to know who goes in and out. If someone doesn't leave the dungeon after 3 days, they're marked as missing. If nobody sees them after a week, they're considered dead. Fun. The group of 9 walked up to a check-in. The man scanned each person's plates and let them through. Level 50s, huh? Don't get cocky and die in there. Man, we won't try to. Dream. Everyone walked through the gates and were greeted with a massive cave that went into the ground. There were several shops and tables around the cave where hunters were gathered. So that's a dungeon? It is. The cave doesn't actually go into the ground. There's a portal that transports you into the dungeon space. This one's a Class 2 dungeon. It'll last about 50 years total before it disappears. Elisa, they disappear? Of course. It can't last forever. Apparently, as monsters inside are killed, the mana will get lower and lower. When it can't spawn any more monsters, the portal disappears and the dungeon can't be used. Elisa, very interesting. So are we entering it now? Dream. As long as everyone is ready. When Elisa said that, the twins, Lori, and Carla went through their gear, their armor, weapons, and anything else they had on them. We're ready. Mark. So are we. Lori. All right. Let's enter. Ryan. Ryan gave the word and everyone began walking towards the cave. When Dream looked inside from the entrance, he saw that it was pitch black, almost like a fog that consumed light. His heart palpitated as he walked into the fog. They walked in and soon walked out. They were met with a cave. Elisa checked on everyone and saw Dream's weird face. What? Expecting something else? Elisa. Well, I didn't know what to expect. I just thought that since it was a portal that it was taking us somewhere different. Are you sure that fog is a portal? This looks just like a regular cave. Dungeons tend to match the area that they're in. Technically, we're inside a mountain. So this dungeon is a cave. Oh, nice. All right. Get in formation and keep close. Newbies, keep with us and don't get separated. The monsters we're fighting are the lower-leveled ones, rodents. Further in are stone monsters. And trust me when I say you don't want to get caught fighting those. Let's move. Ryan. Ryan gave the command and everyone formed up. He and Elisa were in front and the rest behind them. Lori took out a short staff from the bag she had. The twins also took out their own staffs. Carla grabbed her bow and knocked an arrow from the quiver on her back. Meanwhile, Dream and the girls just got behind them. The girls didn't have anything to prepare, and Dream left his guns in the inventory. The group began walking forward steadily. Ryan and Elisa held onto their sword and spear, both of which had various designs on them. Dream noticed that Lori also had designs on her staff. They looked like runes. I'm guessing those are some kind of enchantments since this is a fantasy land and all. Probably, though I'm not sure what they do, or why they need those staffs in the first place. Probably for their magic. There's those odd-looking stones in their staffs. Maybe it amplifies their magic. I don't know if that's possible. It's not like it can just add more mana miraculously, unless it consumes more. But again, for what purpose if they can cast the magic themselves? Not sure. The group walked for a bit more before Dream sensed some monsters. Since Luna and Iris were connected to him, they also sensed it. We got our first batch. I'm not sure how many, so keep your eyes peeled. Ryan. It turns out Ryan also sensed them, though not as accurately as Dream. He didn't know that they were 4 of them 74 meters away. The group walked a bit farther before the monsters were alerted. The sounds of running feet scraping rock and dirt came from not far away. Everyone was alerted and began activating their mana or infusing it into their weapons. Dream could see what they looked like from Sophia, but seeing them in person was a bit different. The monsters were giant rats with white eyes, atrophied from how dark it was in the cave. Their claws were long and sharp. They came running at fast speeds and began attacking Ryan and Elisa with a bloodthirsty aura. So that's what he meant about relentless. They really don't have an ego. Dream stood there thinking while everyone went to work. Carla was first to loose an arrow which pierced a rat's eye and killed it. Mark also shot out a fire lance after infusing mana into his staff, while Bo used earth magic and created a barrier of earth spikes on the ground for the rats to run into. The rats got startled at the sudden death of one and the appearance of the spikes. They slowed down and tried to maneuver around them. This, however, gave the 2 at the front the opening to pierce and slash at them. After a quick stab or 2, all the rats were dead. Dream admired the teamwork. How many times exactly have you guys done that? Dream. Too many to count. This area is where the weakest monsters are, and we're going to be going in a bit deeper. That's where we get stronger ones that'll be smarter and use magic. Not to mention tougher. We use this as a warm-up. Elisa. Dream nodded, and the group walked past the bodies. So they corpses will just be left there? That's another thing about the dungeon. If you leave the bodies, they'll disappear after about a day. So you can take the bodies out if you want, but you don't need to. Gotcha. Dream nodded at more new information. He wondered how that worked. Maybe someday he would waste the time observing it. The group encountered a few more groups of rats. As they began moving deeper, they stopped for a second and got into a party. Elisa went around and shook everyone's hand. You are in a party. Members: Elisa, Ryan, Lori, Mark, Bo, Carla, Luna, Iris, Dream. All right, we're coming up on the level 60s and up. These are the ones with magic that can also use their brains. They won't just blindly run forward. Keep awareness. Ryan. After that, Ryan led the group down more tunnels. It didn't take long to encounter another group of rats, though these ones were a bit bigger. Damn, those things are huge. Dream. I know. Iris. They're about 3.5 feet tall, and their mana levels are around D-SCRECHH. Everyone was alerted by a loud scream from the rats. There were only 4 of them, but this battle wouldn't be as easy. Bo used his earth magic to create bigger and stronger spikes while Ryan and Elisa moved behind them, readying their weapons. Carla loosed an arrow. The arrow flew straight for the eye of a rat like last time, except it didn't hit. The rat just barely threw its head to the side, dodging certain death. The arrow instead placed itself into its shoulder, barely slowing it down. Damn. Carla. Screech. I got you. Mark. Mark prepared his magic to back Carla up. After a couple of seconds, a fireball flew and slammed into the rat, setting it on fire and slowly killing it. The other 2 rats were dealt with by Ryan and Elisa, though this left one more, which made its way around towards Lori. She wasn't defenseless, however. She flipped her staff upside down and infused her mana into it. This caused a blade to pop out from the bottom. She then lunged forward, piercing her makeshift spear into the rat. Screech. The wound only succeeded in slowing down the fat rat, but Lori's goal wasn't to kill it. Elisa, who was done with hers, moved to help Lori and speared the rat's head. Thanks. Lori. Of course. Elisa. Lori removed her staff from the rat. The blade retracted into the staff. Chapter 49. Magic Test. That's a neat weapon you have there. Do you know how to use spears? Dream. Yeah. I'm a healer, but we still need to know how to keep ourselves alive. And since we use staffs, we also practice the spear since they're similar. Lori. Very cool. I never would have thought of something like that. Lori smiled brightly at Dream as he thought about how intuitive it was. Hey Dream, what did you think of those rats? Could you guys take them? Elisa. Elisa spoke as she walked up to him. Dream turned and could see Ryan cutting off the hands of the rats. We could. Though if the groups got bigger, we would need to be careful. Dream. Well, if you're confident, why don't you guys take the lead on the next group? If there's 4, we'll take care of one, leaving the rest to you guys. That works. Just let us know which one you got. Sure. Elisa. Yay. I'm excited to see you fight. Lori. I'm also interested in your archery. Carla. She speaks. Dream. Dream put on an astonished face as he looked at Carla. What? I introduced myself in the guild. Of course I speak. What? Did you not listen to me or something? Carla. Ha ha, just messing with you. Dream. Dream chuckled as Carla got annoyed. The others also got a giggle. Stop laughing. Hee hee, Carla is shy. Lori. Shut up. Carla blushed and walked away, putting her hood over her head. The group got moving again and soon encountered another group of 5 rats. We got 2. You guys take the others. Elisa. All right. Dream answered and spoke in the channel. All right. We each take one. Their hides aren't as strong as the bears, so that means you won't have to worry about your ice lances not piercing Luna and Iris. I'm actually not sure how you plan to deal with them. Well, first, I was planning to transform back into a fox. Is that fine? Iris. Yeah, it should be. They know since you guys have your masks on. Okay, and I was planning to fight melee. I know they got sharp claws, but my body has gotten tougher, so I should be okay. It'll work. As a result of her Devour, Skill, and Predator class, her body has been changed to accommodate such a style of fighting. What she said. Sophia chimed in to explain to Dream. Iris agreed as she couldn't have explained it better herself. Oh, okay. Just be careful. Yay. Iris quickly transformed into a fox. When everyone saw, they were surprised. Dream was also surprised. This was because he saw that Iris looked different. Her biggest change was her fur. The red tint was even more pronounced and glowed brighter, as if hot embers were underneath her fur. She was also a bit bigger. Her claws and teeth were much sharper as well. Why? Let's just say her evolution didn't only happen in a day. Because of the path she's traveling, it took longer to change her body, unlike the magic-oriented Luna. She continued to evolve for a while after she got her class. Gotcha. Dream nodded and thought that she really did look more like a predator. Soon after transforming, Iris charged towards one of the rats. She pounced on one and bit into its neck. After that, she began to breathe fire, incinerating the hair and making it easier to tear the flesh apart. At the same time, Luna formed some ice lances. These lances were different, being easily created and much more streamlined than before. This was the result of Sophia helping her with magic. Dream also took out his EM rifle. He quickly raised it and fired at the third rat. DSH. You killed a level 62 Earth rat. You have gained experience. The body of the rat went limp, dead before it hit the ground. Apparently their skulls aren't as sturdy as bears. Luna, on the other hand, wasn't able to pierce her rat. This was because the rat raised a wall of rock, blocking the lances. The rat then went around the wall to continue to attack, but was met with more lances as soon as it turned the corner. They pierced its head before it could even react. Iris was also finishing up. The rat couldn't survive for long under the barrage of sharp claws and super hot torches. It soon dropped dead with chunks of flesh on its neck gone or burned. Altogether, the battle took several seconds. The rest of the group was astonished. Half the reason was because of how fast it was. The other was because of how effortless it seemed. Other than Iris, who had a more brutish approach, Luna and Dream didn't even move from their spot, killing the rats from 30 meters away. Ryan and Elisa turned to them when they were done. That was good. Elisa, just good. Dream, well, it was much better than I thought. I didn't expect it to be so easy for you. It seemed almost lazy, which is good. Though I didn't expect Iris. That threw me off a little. Oh, thanks. Hey, Dream. Carla, y'all hear some? You heard me, asshole. What was that weapon you used? That wasn't a bow. Dream chuckled and turned around to the annoyed Carla. It isn't a bow, but I'm going to call it that. It's a special weapon and it's hard to explain. So I won't. Fine. Carla huffed and walked away. It was rude to pry into someone's combat ability, and seeing how Dream wouldn't explain, she backed off. Well, now we know you guys can take care of yourselves. You'll need it since we're about to walk into a harder area. Enemies may get past us and attack you guys. Ryan, that's fine. On our next encounter, though, let's capture one. Dream. All right. You said something about an experiment. All right, let's keep going. Elisa. After Ryan cut off all the hands of the rats, they kept walking and came across a group of 7. They quickly got into a fight. The battle went well with basically everyone taking one. In the end, 2 were incapacitated by Ryan and Iris. Dream walked up to the one whose limbs were chopped off by Iris. So you needed to test some magic? Lori. Kind of. Dream gave a vague answer and put his hand on the screaming rat. Sophia went to work, searching for skills. 2 skills found: basic earth magic and keen smell. How would you like to proceed? Well, neither of these skills can help me. Break them down, though. Understood. Beginning emulation. Right after that, the rat in question let out a horrifying scream. Asterisk scree. Asterisk. Damn, right in my ear. Dream flinched as his super-sensitive hearing took the full brunt of that scream. The others, though, were less concerned about the scream than why it was screaming like that. The rat thrashed with every ounce of strength, but couldn't resist as Dream pinned it to the floor. Surprisingly, Dream could detect fear coming from the rat. He guessed that they weren't totally without an ego. After a full minute of utterly desperate screaming and trying to bite Dream, the rat stopped. Breakdown complete. The skill, basic earth magic, has risen to level 25. Sophia has leveled up? Oh, sweet. Dream was pleased with the unexpected gain. Since its level of earth magic was higher than yours, you got the levels. I can also feel the insights gained from doing so. It feels weird having knowledge just put in me, though. Dream felt the weird sensation of understanding come to him. All this time, he had worked for his skill level ups and understood it as it leveled. But this time he took the knowledge from something else and just got it. As Dream sat there thinking, the others were baffled. What the hell did you just do? Ryan? Huh. Oh, just some magic of mine. But why did it scream like that? Well, my magic isn't exactly painless. At least not in the way I used it. Ryan stared at Dream, suddenly feeling a bit threatened by him. Anybody who could cause any animal, monster, or otherwise to scream that way wasn't someone he wanted to get on the bad side of. Not even chopping its limbs off caused something like that. So what the hell was he capable of that could drive an egoless animal insane? The others felt the same, if not more fearful than Ryan. At least Ryan was a second class, but people like the twins weren't. Though regardless of how anyone felt about Dream, they all pitted the second incapacitated rat. Dream killed off the first rat with his knife and walked over to the second. The skills are the same. How would you like to proceed? This time, let's kill it while watching the soul. I want to see what happens. Understood. Hey Elisa. Dream. Why yes. Come here for a sec. I want you to kill this rat. Oh okay. Elisa was actually a bit relieved that she didn't have to hear that scream again. She walked over and struck her spear down onto its head, killing it. Analyzing. Sophia paid extra attention to the soul, though not for very long. Soul has dispersed. Literally? Yes. When the body was destroyed, the soul retracted its connection to the body and was left in the fourth dimension. Quickly after, it unraveled and dispersed, unable to hold itself together. Alright. That told me nothing other than stronger souls might be able to hold themselves together even after dying. I have the same theory. Dream stood up and nodded. Alright, I'm done. Okay, let's keep moving then. Ryan nodded and everyone silently followed, going deeper into the tunnels. You killed a level 69 Earth Rat. You have gained experience. You have leveled up? Nice. Dream smiled at the level up after killing another group of rats. The group had been walking through the tunnels for nearly 9 hours, killing many rats along the way. There really were a lot of rats in there. Eventually, they had started encountering groups of 10, then 18. The biggest group they came across had 27. The rats also ranged a bit in level. Though they didn't encounter anything above level 80, they had met plenty of level 60s and some level 70s. And when you consider that they had killed hundreds, if not 1,000 or so rats, it was definitely a great leveling session. At least for Dream. This was Dream's profile. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Class, mystic. Titles, origin seeker. Level, 57. Stats, strength, D, agility, D. Stamina, D, magic, D+. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL, 16. MMA mastery, LVL, 30. Verticular accumulation, LVL 47. Active skills. Summons from another world. Shooting. LVL max. Mystify. LVL 3. Basic earth magic. LVL 25. Basic air magic. LVL 1. Water magic. LVL 20. Fire magic. LVL 20. Regenerate. LVL 15. Dream checked out those sweet numbers. He also saw that he had all D attributes. His agility and magic went up from the enhanced senses and vortex regeneration. One thing that he had been confused about, though, was his skill levels. He had never used fire magic, water magic, regenerate, or verticular accumulation at all. Sophia cleared this up for him. When we scanned the girl's fire and water manipulation, you were given a skill that was only a fraction of the level of their skill, which was fire and water magic at level 20. The same went for regeneration, which came from Luna's restore skill. It's a lower grade, but it has some levels. As for the vortex, since we created it well enough, we got a high level for it. I'm sure if we try to make it better, it would keep leveling up. Dream realized what happened and understood. The girl's skills were too OP for him to scan properly, so the system gave him some levels. Either way, he was level 57 now. He never told anybody what his levels were, though. If they saw that he was leveling so fast, they'd go ballistic. It wasn't like they weren't leveling up, though. Pretty much everyone leveled up at least once. The 2 second classes leveled up once each since they were on the front lines and killed most of the rats. Though it doesn't sound like a lot, they are still second classes. An odd thing, though, was that the girls leveled up 4 times each. Apparently, they had been killing a lot. Overall, everyone was pleased with their hunt so far. Dream and the girls were a fantastic addition to the group, which made their speed faster than normal. Ryan had even finished the quest for rat claws several hours ago. Iris had also begun to eat rats occasionally. After she would kill one, she would secretly put the corpse into her stomach to start digesting. Overall, she had already eaten and digested over 70 rats. As a result, she had her strength go from E to E+. After 9 hours had passed, everyone stopped for a break. So, we have 2 options. We can either hunt for another hour or 2, or we can call it a day and head back. Usually we don't get this far so quickly, and it's just experience grinding at this point. How's everyone's energy? First of all, Ryan spoke to everyone and had them check themselves. My energy is all right. Elisa, I'm fine, but I haven't needed to do much either. Lori, I'm a little tired. Carla, same here. Mark, I'm fine, but the repetition is getting to me. Dream, what he said. Iris, Dream was honestly tired of just shooting the same rats over and over again. Occasionally, he had even switched to melee to make things interesting. Well, no reason to push ourselves. Let's call it and head back. I'll turn in the quest, and we can enjoy ourselves tonight. Ryan, yay. Lori. Everyone stood up and Ryan began leading them back. On the way back, everyone saw the corpses of the rats they killed. Iris even picked out some to eat as they walked. After an hour or so of walking, they finally came back to where they began. One interesting thing was that the corpses that they first killed were half disappeared. The skin and muscles of the rat were gone, leaving only bone and some other bits of flesh. So this is what happens in the dungeon? Yes, it breaks them down and eventually they disappear, though they all spawn back after that happens. So there's always more. Dream got even more curious about how dungeons worked, but he decided not to think about it now. The group walked into the black fog and came out at the cave. Dream still doubted if it was still a separate space rather than a regular cave. The transition was just so smooth. The area where people hung out was mostly empty since they were likely still hunting. The group checked out at the gate and began walking to the guild. When they got there, Ryan turned in the quest, and with that, they were done for the day. All right, you guys are free to go. Ryan, okay. Lori, sweet. Oh, and thanks for letting us join today. Dream, it was no problem. Ryan, are you guys planning on coming back tomorrow? Elisa, tomorrow? I'm not sure. I think we have other plans. Dream, well, if you're available, we wouldn't mind having you join again. You guys are good. Elisa, yeah. Your bow weapon was amazing. Lori, thanks. If we can, we'll show up in the morning. Anyway, we're gonna head on back early then. Dream, you don't want to stay? I don't know about them, but I was planning on going to a restaurant or bar. You want to join me? Lori. Lori walked and stopped in front of Dream, who was baffled. This girl, is she asking me out? And your other girlfriends are right there. I know, right? Unfortunately, no. Since it was our first day in a dungeon and all, the dad wants us back. We also usually make our own dinner, so I'll have to pass. I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's fine. I forgot it was your first day since you were that good. But hey, make sure you join us again. Maybe we can have a fun night out then. Sure. All right then, good night, guys. Good night. Elisa. Dream waved everyone goodbye and walked off with the girls. Glad he was able to get out of that trap quickly. Chapter 50, Practice. Iris was quick to begin venting as they walked off. I hate her. We were clearly with you, and she only wanted to invite you. Not to mention how she was totally attracted to you. Iris. Oh, is Scarlet jealous? Dream. I am not. I just hate her. She looks at us rudely, fakes it, and then completely disregards us. I oughta smack her. Iris. Well, that would look bad, so I don't recommend it. And don't worry, she won't take me from you. I said I'm not jealous. And besides, I'm definitely prettier. She also has small boobs. Does that make you feel superior or something? Hee. Well, I guess I do like your big boobs better, so it's fine. You. Iris began blushing bright red. She couldn't turn away the compliment since he had only agreed with her. She could do nothing but be embarrassed and a bit happy. Luna also smiled. It was the first time that she had ever considered the fact that other girls might like Dream as well. It was a weird feeling, but seeing how Dream responded to Iris, she realized that it would take more than a cute blonde girl to catch his eye, and it was because of them. Meanwhile, Dream was just happy that he could defuse that dangerous situation. Luckily, he had mastered the art of quick thinking and being unflustered. Not that he was interested in Lori. Sure, she was cute, and he might have fun with her, but just who was it standing by his sides? Luna and Iris had unknowingly raised his standards to a damn high level, and he was more than okay with that. It didn't take long for them to walk home. Dream had actually thought about bringing the girls out on a date, but realized he had no money. He would have to get some from Riddick sometime. They walked to the first floor and up the stairs. Nobody seemed to be home besides the dads, who were probably in the study, so they went to their rooms to wash up and get comfortable. As Dream lay on his bed in sweats and damp hair, the girls came walking through the door in their own baggy clothes. They walked over and collapsed on the bed with him. Asterisk sigh star. Long day today. I could probably fall asleep right now. Dream. Asterisk yon asterisk yon. But we still have dinner. Luna. And we aren't like Iris, who's eaten 100 rats today. What's wrong with that? It's not like I was hungry, just that it makes me stronger. Iris. Hee hee. I know. Good job raising your strength. Now, do you guys want to go again sometime? It doesn't have to be with them. We can go ourselves. Let's go ourselves. It might be a bit safer, but we didn't even break a sweat with them. We could get a lot more experience if we didn't have them taking kills. Iris. I think we can go ourselves too. But didn't you have something to do tomorrow? Luna. Kind of. I was planning on getting weapons for us. And maybe armor. Do we need weapons? I have my claws and teeth, and Luna uses her ice. She can even make weapons out of ice. So I don't know if they'll be of any use. Iris. Agreed. Luna. I mean, if you guys really don't feel like you need them, then you don't have to get any. But that means you have to work extra hard on perfecting your manipulation skills. If I see that your skills aren't enough and you get in trouble, then I'm getting you weapons. Hee, all right. Iris. It shouldn't be a problem. Luna. Good. As for armor, Luna, maybe you should try to make ice armor with Sophia, or at least learn how to make shields. And Scarlet can just make her skin tougher. Sure. Luna. Dream nodded to her with his eyes closed. Although they hadn't done too much, it still remained that they fought rats for 10 hours. He and the girls eventually fell asleep without realizing it. Yawn. Dream roused from his sleep with a loud yawn. Since he had gone to sleep early, he felt very well rested. The girls woke up not long after. Sophia spoke to everyone. You guys should head down for breakfast. It's around this time. All right. Let's go then. I'm also kind of starving. Dream. Me too. Luna. The three dragged themselves out of bed and went downstairs. Food was the only thing on their mind since they skipped dinner. When they got down, everyone was already at the table. Elena was also coming out of the kitchen with the food. Oh, well, hello there. Elena. General Kenobi. Everyone put on a confused face at Dream's reaction. Asterisk muttering asterisk. Uncultured caveman. Dream. You really hide that well under your clothes, kid. That's an impressive build you got. Graph. Dream tilted his head and touched his chest, realizing he didn't have a shirt on. When he was at home on Earth, he never wore a shirt around the house. And since he was so hungry, he forgot to make himself look presentable, though this could be considered another type of presentable. Sorry about that. No need to be. Graph. Dream took out a shirt and threw it on. He thought he also saw a little disappointment in Elena's eyes. The three sat down and received their food, scarfing it down. You guys really were tired from yesterday. I walked up there during dinner to get you, but found you sound asleep. I made extra breakfast so you could fill up. Elena. Oh, sorry about that too. There were a lot of rats. Dream. That's all right. We're just glad it went well. The twins told us about it. Apparently you guys did really well. Elena. I guess we did. Dream. Are you guys planning to come with us today? Mark. Mark lifted his head and spoke to Dream. Not today. We got some things to do, so we'll stay back. And since we're on that topic, Graph, where can we go to do some forging? Just use my forging room in the study. It has whatever you might need, and I hardly use it. There's also some books on blacksmithing. Graph. We'll use it then. It shouldn't be difficult to teach myself. All right. After making plans for the day, everyone finished up breakfast. The twins went back out to hunt. Elena went to do what she needed, and everyone else went to the study. After going down the platform, everyone settled in the main room. All right, so you guys spent yesterday studying, I'm guessing. So I can impart more knowledge today. Dream. Please do. Dream went over and went through the same process with Riddick and Graf. After that, he took the girls over to the forging room. When they entered, they saw things you would find in a forgery. There was a big furnace, an anvil, tools hanging on the walls, a grinder, and a tub of water. Rather basic stuff, but it's all you really need. All right, I'm gonna do some blacksmithing. While you girls work on your magic, what do you want us to do? Iris, I was actually planning on having you work with me. I'll need heat, and what better source than you? But it won't be easy. We'll see about that. And Luna, you'll work on making weapons out of ice. I also want you to practice your manipulation. Manipulation? Yes. Hang on. Dream walked out of the forgery. A minute later, he came walking back in with a box full of metal. Thunk. He set the box down and took out scraps of titanium metal. He then walked over to a side of the room and hung the scraps on shooting stands. Luna, you will make weapons with ice and use them against the scrap of metal. Lances, swords, spears, axes, whatever you need to cut or pierce that scrap. The twist is that you will do it all from 15 feet away. And the condition for success is to cut an inch deep from the sides or pierce through it. Feel free to get Sophia's help. Capiche? All right. Luna turned to the scrap and created a regular lance. She then shot it straight to the scrap and hit it dead center. Ting. The lance hit the scrap and the tip of the ice shattered while leaving nothing on the metal. Luna suddenly felt the difficulty of the task. It's impossible. Luna, nothing's impossible. Here's a hint, more mana, and thinking outside the box. You're going to love the fact that you have that regeneration technique today. Dream then turned and left Luna to her task. Did he think she could complete it in a day? No way. But it was a way for her to start getting stronger. Dream walked over to the anvil with the box of metal. He spoke to Iris. Now technically, I could start my own fire and heat the metal that way. But for the sake of your practice, we're gonna do it the hard way. Dream grabbed tongs and a 10-pound hammer from the wall of tools. He then grabbed a bar of iron from the box and set it on top of the anvil. Torch it. Okay. Iris raised her hand near the bar of metal and began torching the bar of iron. Though a problem quickly became apparent. Her torch was too concentrated and didn't heat the whole bar. The whole thing needs to become red hot, not only one part. Spread your flame. Iris concentrated and made her torch bigger. This required her to use more magic and cycle air into the flame. Just like Luna, she began to realize how difficult this would be. All right, now you're heating the whole thing, but it's not hot enough. It's about 1,800 degrees. We need to get to 2,400 degrees. Fine, hang on. Gradually, her fire began to burn hotter. The iron began to turn red, then orange, and finally, it began to turn yellow. Dream began hammering at this point. Ding, ding, ding. His hits were smooth and forceful. His strength combined with a 10-pound hammer made easy work with shaping the iron. He first flattened the bar, then shaped it into a long flat plate that was almost 2 feet long and 3 inches wide. His goal with this piece was a simple Bowie knife. As Dream forged, Iris routinely applied heat. Whenever the metal started cooling, she would heat it back up. This made it so Dream didn't have to stop hammering, though it began to get tiring for her. Creating such a hot flame was taxing. The good part was that she started getting better at it. The shape of the knife gradually took shape. Since it was his first time, Dream would make mistakes here and there, but nothing that couldn't be fixed. He forged the tip of the knife with the curved nose of the anvil, then the body, and finally the handle portion. Since he didn't have the materials nor patience to make a handle, he was going to make this an all-metal knife. All right, you can stop. After he formed the general shape, he stopped Iris from heating it anymore. He let the knife cool a bit and went over to the grinder. The grinder was a wheel made of stone material, basically the primitive version of the belt sander. It worked well though, so he didn't need to spend the mana to get a belt sander. He sat down at a bench in front of the wheel. The wheel had its own components for angling any tools, making it much more accurate than freehand. Dream put his foot on the pedal and spun the wheel. After it gained speed, he put the knife up to it. Many sparks and tiny chunks of metal flew as the knife got formed. He first started with the shape of the handle, curving the edges of the metal and making it comfortable to grab. He then moved to the tip and blade, creating a sharp edge in the form of a bowie. After that, the blade's form was complete. Now what he needed to do was harden it. Scarlet, torch, isn't it done? Nope, torch. Iris shrugged and began torching the knife on the anvil again. She didn't stop until the knife was yellow hot. Dream then took the knife and stuck it into a tub of water. Pshhh. The knife was quickly cooled in the water. Through this process, the metal was made much harder than before, though it was also made brittle as a result. What did you do that for? I just heat it up. It's part of the process. Dream took out the cool knife and went over to a bench. He summoned out a file and various sandpapers and smoothed out the rough metal. He went all over the body and took out all the imperfections like bumps. After the body was the blade, where he made it super sharp with more precise tools. This process took much longer than the forming. Since he didn't have a belt sander, everything was by hand and therefore much slower, though patience yielded results. After over an hour of sharpening and smoothing, he had a really nice blade, though it looked crude since it was iron, not steel. The blade was 1.5 feet long, with the handle being another 6 inches. Dream honestly considered calling this a short sword instead of a knife. Dream took the now totally sharpened knife back to the anvil. He turned to Iris. You need me to heat it again? I don't know if you're able to. Just how hot do you need it? 300 degrees. That low? That's not even fire. I know. I also need it that way for 2 hours. Hang on. Dream summoned out a toaster oven and set it to 300 degrees, sticking the knife into it. Did you just put a knife into an oven? It's part of the process. Now, all we do is wait for 2 hours, let it cool, and do it for another 2 hours. How's Luna doing? Dream turned to where Luna was. Ding. Crack. A lance was thrown at high speeds into the same scrap, though the result was only a little better than when she started. The tip of the lance shattered upon impact, leaving a small nick in the metal. Dream could see many of those nicks around the plate. Impressive. You tired yet? Yes, but no. My mana is still fine, but mentally I'm rather exhausted. Stuffing mana into a lance and throwing it fast isn't easy, and I've gotten nothing more than small cuts in the metal. Let me see your lance. Luna put up a lance of hers. Dream put his finger on the tip, cutting himself on it, so it was definitely sharp enough. The only problem was that it was brittle. Well, here's something. Instead of filling the whole lance with mana, try sending the majority to the tip. It might be more difficult, but it'll reinforce the end, allowing it to apply more force before shattering. You're wasting mana on other parts that don't go into penetration, like the metal covering of a bullet. Only the outside really needs to be strong. The rest is just mass, giving it more weight and therefore more force to support the tip. Try it. Luna thought for a second before nodding. She took the lance and pushed all the mana into the tip. Dream could sense the amount getting bigger and bigger, and once Luna couldn't handle anymore, she threw it out with all her strength. Tink. The sound wasn't crazy, but the result was. The lance produced a dent in the metal much deeper than the nicks from before. Huff. Haha, I did it. Luna. Chapter 51. Energy Control. Luna couldn't help but cheer. She had been trying harder and harder for a long time, not doing anything more than tickling that piece of metal. It had made her pretty frustrated, but now she finally got some results. Nice. Now you just gotta get proficient at that. Start pushing the limits of your mana control. Experiment with different ways of throwing your lances. Maybe start using different weapons. You can take a break from this and practice forming your ice. Dream. Okay. Have you finished your forging? Luna. Not yet. It just has to cook a bit. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should all practice together. I have elemental magic too that I haven't used. Let's sit. Dream summoned chairs for the 3 to sit in. What should I practice? Iris. I want you to make shapes with your fire. Shapes? Why shapes? Why not just practice making my fire hotter or something? Because you need to learn to control your fire. The way to level up your skill is through practicing manipulation. So here's your goal. I want you to make a ring of fire. Just a simple ring. I'll try. Iris began messing with her flames. Luna also began creating various weapons with her ice. Dream let them be and pondered. All right, so I have the 4 elements. Let's try water. Dream concentrated and began manipulating his mana. Since he hasn't had any skills like this before, he was rather unaccustomed to it, but he quickly learned how he needed to go about it. Since he didn't have a high-level skill like Luna that was borderline creation, he had to draw water from a source. For this, he decided to go the hard route and pull it from the atmosphere. He actually began incorporating air magic for this. He began to create a light breeze, circulating the air around his hand and capturing the moisture. After a short bit, he had a ball of pure H2O above his palm. Basic air magic has leveled up. Basic air magic has leveled up. Basic air magic has water magic has leveled up. Water magic has leveled up. Water magic has leveled up. Dream watched his notifications popped up in his eyes. His air magic leveled up 8 times, while his water magic leveled up 3 times. This isn't so bad. It just involves guiding this mana around. Since I'm trying to capture the water, it's almost like the magic does it for me. That's the intent we talked about. Your water magic allowed you to take control of liquids, and wanting to do that, along with understanding it, made it easy to grab water. Indeed, moving the air wasn't as difficult as I imagined either. Now, how about some earth? Dream summoned out some fertilizer and dumped it on the floor. The girls looked at him weirdly but realized as soon as he began controlling it. The pile of fertilizer rose up and became a wall. It then gradually began to harden and compress until it could stand on its own. That wasn't too difficult either. A bit easier than water. Probably because it's not formless like water. It requires less thinking. But it does take more mana to control since it doesn't want to break structure. Dream kept playing with the dirt. He made a cube, a ball, a diamond, a hand. He used the hand to wave to the girls, which garnered giggles. Basic earth magic has leveled up. Basic earth magic has leveled up. Basic earth magic has. The result of playing around earned him 8 levels. Dream nodded in approval. He then moved on to his last element. Fire will be difficult. I don't think I have control over heat like Scarlet. You sort of do. You're right about it not being anywhere close to Iris, but your ability to produce heat is there. It's like we found out before. There are 3 ingredients: fuel, oxygen, and heat. The mana is the fuel, while the heat comes from your ability. Dream went into thought and began tampering with his mana. He put mana around his hand, then began to heat it, or so he tried. But nothing happened. He felt no heat on his hand, and nothing happened visibly. Irritated, he tried a million things for about 15 minutes before huffing in frustration. Iris saw his weird face and spoke. What happened? Well, I can't seem to make fire magic. No matter what I do, the mana won't heat up. I'm starting to question whether I have the skill. Heh, you suck at fire magic. Shut up. Maybe I'll try something else. Dream huffed at Iris and paid attention to his mana. He tried to visualize everything in his head. Heat is the movement of energy. But unless I can transfer energy from another source, I won't be able to heat my mana. That breaks the laws of thermodynamics since energy cannot be created or destroyed. But we're talking about mana and souls here. Your energy is now intent, like telling the mana to do something. I understand that. So even if I know that I can now create energy, I still have the problem of the fact that mana has no substance which would let me transfer its energy to another substance. That's what heat is. But mana can affect substances even if it has no substance. Well, how does Scarlet use mana as a fuel for fire if it has no substance? By all logic, it shouldn't be possible. Even I haven't figured that out. Right now all we can do is attribute it to her innate talents or whatever. Either way, you still have the problem of not being able to create fire or burn mana. So how do you plan on fixing that? I'll have to do something more elementary. You said that I can basically create energy by affecting matter with mana. So let's do that then. Let's create some jowls. Dream stood up and grabbed a chunk of iron from the box. He then began soaking it with his mana. When he began filling the chunk with his mana, he was able to attain more awareness over the chunk. He kept filling it more and more, not stopping until 95% of his mana was inside. Dream disregarded his tiredness from lack of mana and concentrated on the chunk. He needed to produce jowls. He needed to produce energy. The first thing he thought of was vibration. But it wasn't as simple as shaking the chunk around. No, he needed to produce movement on an atomic level. but something that precise wasn't something he could do by himself. I won't be able to do this without you, Sophia. Sorry. Don't say sorry and let me help. I don't like it when you don't ask for help. I feel left out. Thanks. You know what I'm trying to do. Of course. I've already been working on it. Producing energy on an atomic scale will require a large amount of awareness. Luckily, you've already filled that chunk with your mana, giving us a good look at the molecular structure. This lets us target those atoms with our mana and vibrate them, producing energy. This will use a bit of earth magic, but primarily your soul's will to create the energy. Then let's do that. Dream gave her the green light. Immediately after, he felt energy being drained from him. Although it was only a bit, he could already feel a bit of fatigue coming on. This was the result of his soul being directly used instead of through magic. At the same time, he could feel the chunk getting warmer. Sophia began tracking the temperature of it. 90 degrees, 170 degrees, 250 degrees. After a minute or so, the chunk's temperature rose to nearly 300 degrees. The interesting thing was that Dream never had to put down the hot metal. This was because Sophia was keeping the thermal vibration, aka temperature, of the molecules isolated within the chunk. It couldn't transfer the heat to another source unless she wanted it to. After a bit longer, the chunk began to glow red. The temperature it reached was nearly 1,700 degrees at this point. Dream's fatigue hadn't risen by much though, but when he thought about it, it made sense. Iris could even melt metal without getting that tired, not to mention getting it to this temperature. It was when the chunk reached 2,400 degrees that Dream started to form it. He didn't use a hammer, but instead used earth magic in an attempt to shape it. When he tried it though, he found it was much tougher to shape than dirt or stone, which was obvious. Though nothing he couldn't handle, the chunk gradually took shape. Since it was saturated with his mana, he could see every surface of it all at once, making it easy to design whatever he wanted. He decided to shape it into a cube. Its edges were so precise and perfect that he could probably slice his finger on them. With Sophia's help, he could form it down to the molecule. He was almost sure that there was no more perfect cube on Earth. It's the Allspa. Basic Earth magic has leveled up. 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 Basic Earth magic has leave. Basic Earth magic has evolved to solid state magic. Solid state magic is level 23. You have earned the passive skill Thermal Fluctuation. Thermal Fluctuation is level 11. Regenerate is level 27. Congratulations! You have earned one of the 11 energy control skills as a first class. This achievement will be reflected in a title. You have earned the title. Dream watched the sudden stream of text in his vision. When it ended, he tilted his head. Why the hell did regeneration level up? That's what you're curious about? It was a result of thermal fluctuation. Regenerate is about returning the body to its optimal state, which includes any excess heat. Huh, nice. Though I'm also wondering about that title. And what does it mean, 11 energy control skills? It must mean that there are skills that allow you to control/create the 11 primary types of energy. They are mechanical energy, thermal energy, radiant energy, electric, magnetic, nuclear, chemical, ionic, chromodynamic, acoustic, and gravitational. There are other subcategories, but those are the main 11. So it looks like you have quite a ways to go before getting all 11. I guess so. Being able to create nuclear energy? I'd have to become a god to do something like that. Not to mention gravitational or mechanical energy. Dream rubbed his head while slowly moving the yellow hot metal through his fingers like putty. The girls, who had been watching him this entire time, got curious. Dream? How are you doing that? Iris. The metal? Well, I just got a couple of skills. One lets me control solids, while the other lets me control temperature. It's rather cool if I do say so myself. Rather cool? That's ridiculous. I mean, it's not fire magic, but controlling temperature? That's not normal. And what do you mean, control solids? Iris. It means exactly that. This metal? I'm controlling it with that magic. Both Iris and Luna looked at him with dumbfounded faces. Why aren't you more excited about that? Iris. Because earth magic was already a control solid skill. It's just a different name for earth magic, honestly. I really only got one skill, which was the passive skill that lets me control temperature. And I am excited, but I'm not gonna jump for joy about it. Asterisk, sigh, asterisk, whatever. How about you guys? I was too concentrated, Earl Dash. I can't make a ring. It's too hard. I can make a ball. I can make a line even. But a ring? Nua, not doing it. My head hurts. Dream recoiled at Iris' sudden outburst. When she finished, he tried to console her. Now, this stuff takes time. Try making multiple lines, then connecting them in a square. That should be easier. Then you can try curving them later. What about you, Luna? Dream turned to Luna, who decided to show him the fruits of her effort. She held up a sword and spear. The sword looked like a gladius sword, and the spear looked like the sword just with a long handle. Nice work. Thanks. Sophia told me about all the different kinds of weapons. She told me I should be able to fight long and short-ranged enemies. I can fight ranged with my lances, but I just don't know which one, spear or sword, I should use in close combat. Why not both? Use the spear to keep distance from the enemy, and if they get close, pull out the sword. If you add a shield, you'll be gladiatrix. Yes, a gladiatrix. That'd be badass. I guess I could try both. And if you don't like one, then don't use it. Though being proficient in multiple weapons is best, people who refuse to learn other masteries because they think only one is best are idiots. If you can learn both, then your survivability will be higher. Luna thought about it and nodded. For someone such as her who could create any weapon she wanted, if she could use 100 different weapons and her opponent could only use one, she would have many more ways to take down her enemy and be the most likely to win. Unlike the enemy who only had one style of fighting and therefore much fewer options to use. Ting. Already? Dream stood up and walked to the toaster oven, which had just finished cooking his knife. He took it out with his bare hands, since he could. Can we cool this off? We can. Dream began using his new passive skill. The knife gradually cooled. When it got a room temperature, he heated it right back up. As he did, Sophia began reshaping the knife, refining it even further as well as strengthening the molecular structure. After squatting by the toaster oven for 20 minutes, Dream stood back up and took a look at the knife. One hell of a weapon for my first forge, though we kinda cheated at the end. But whatever, I wonder how well it cuts. Dream brought the tip of the blade to his palm, nicking it. He didn't even put force into it. Just placing the blade on the skin could cut it open, though the cut was quickly healed under the effects of regenerate. I like it. Can I see? Iris walked over, curious about it. Dream handed her the knife. It's nice. It's all right. You can keep it. I'll probably make another. Okay. Iris happily put the knife in her inventory. At about this time, the two dads walked in from the other room. You guys destroying my forging room? Graph. Of course. Are you ready for another round of knowledge? Pretty much. Things are starting to come together more and more with every batch. Okay, let's do that, and I think I'll head back up afterward. I'm tired. I'll go with you. Iris. I think I will too. Luna. Everyone walked out to the main room and Dream imparted more knowledge to the dads like the USB stick he was. He then head up back to his room for a nice power nap. Chapter 52, Dwelling. Over the next few days, Dream and the girls focused on practicing their magics. Luna and Iris made pretty big gains. Luna was able to leave bigger dents and cuts in the scrap. She even began using other weapons like swords and axes to cut at it. Overall, her ice was getting harder, and she was also gaining more maximum mana. Iris was able to make her ring as well. Though she could only hold it for several seconds, it remains that she succeeded. Her feelings of victory only lasted a short bit, however, as Dream gave her the harder task of making multiple rings at once. Her response wasn't happy, to say the least. Dream also wasn't idle. He could be said to be the busiest one. After he attained those new abilities, he had been designing and making weapons all day every day. Everything was made from titanium, which proved quite a bit more difficult to work with than iron. Nevertheless, he was able to make melee weapons as well as ammunition for his gun. He also modified his armor suit. He took off the armor plates that he could and replaced them with titanium plates. All he needed to do was create an exact replica of the pieces and swap them out. Though there were some portions he couldn't swap, but the important areas were covered, so he considered it successful. As a result, his solid-state magic leveled to level 29 and thermal fluctuation leveled to 18. The best part, though, was that his magic attribute rose to D+. He wasn't far from C attributes, which made him excited. He couldn't stay in a bunker experimenting all day, though. So on the fourth day, he decided he should go to the dungeon and level. The girls were more than happy to follow him. It was after the twins had left on that day, following breakfast, that Dream and the girls went to the rat dungeon they were at previously. Won't we run into that group, though? Iris spoke as they walked down the streets. She clearly didn't want to see Lori again. I doubt they go to the same place every day. We'll probably be good. Look, there's the check-in. The trio went through the gates like last time and made their way straight to the dungeon, walking through the fog. See? Nothing to worry about. Now, as long as we don't run into any hunter groups, we can pop off as much as we want. I don't plan to go at a turtle's pace for several hours again. Yes. How about we go deeper in? Rats aren't enough to level much more. Iris. Okay, though I have no idea where that is, so we'll need to explore. Just stay together. Let's party. Dream grabbed their hands and made a party, letting them share some experience. After that, Dream kicked off the ground and began running. The girls followed close behind. Dream decided not to take the same route as last time, instead finding paths leading deeper. They didn't have to worry about getting lost since Sophia remembered everything. And just as a safety measure, Dream activated Mystify for the three of them. Just like last time, it didn't take long to find a group, but unlike last time, the group of 5 rats was massacred in seconds. Nobody even cared to use projectiles, just slashing their way through. The same thing occurred for every other group. Iris in her fox form used claws, teeth, and fire. Luna used her sword of ice, and Dream used his armor's arm blades. It was when they encountered the larger groups of 10+ that they began slowing down. They didn't mind, though. It just took a few extra seconds before they kept moving. Much blood was drawn, and since it was close combat, each of them were soon stained red. Iris looked fine, but Dream and Luna stood out. Especially Luna. The red, white, and blue combined with her ruthless throat cutting was rather sexy. He might have a patriotic boner if not for the guts flying everywhere. After a little less than an hour of ripping and tearing, they finally came across an enemy they hadn't seen before. What is that? Iris. Not sure. Dream. The three observed the creature while in stealth. It seemed to be some sort of small tiger except made of stone. Neither Dream nor the girls had ever seen anything like it. Dream took out his rifle to test the durability of the stone creature. DSH. Crack. GRRR. A low growl came from the creature after the bullet punched a hole through its body, embedding itself in the wall across the way. Right after that happened, Dream could sense the creature activating its mana. All the rocks around its body began shifting until they aligned perfectly with each other, looking like armor. He figured it was some sort of reinforcement ability. He took aim and fired again. DSH. Crack. The bullet tore another hole through its body, not hindered at all by the reinforcement. Can I try? Luna. Luna spoke while in hiding. Dream nodded, and she walked over while still in stealth. As she approached, she formed a big ice hammer in her hands. She then reinforced the whole thing with mana before slamming down on the head of the creature. Boom. The head was totally shattered under the hammerhead. Rocks flew everywhere, and underneath the rocks, Dream could see flesh and blood. So it wasn't totally stone. Dream. I guess not. Though only the head seems to have flesh. Luna. Interesting. Go ahead and eat, Scarlet. Okay. Iris went over and put the creature in her stomach. The three moved on. They soon found another stone creature, except there were 2 this time. Luna smashed one while Dream shot the other. The same happened for the next group of 2, though when they began encountering 3 or more, Iris had to join in. It was safe to say, though, that she didn't have an easy time. The only way she was able to defeat the creatures was to attack their heads, since that's where the flesh was. Using her teeth and breathing fire was the best combination. Either she clawed the rocks off or boiled its head, whichever worked first. The group got their rhythm down as they moved from group to group. You have killed a level 87 stone beast. You have gained experience. You have leveled up. Nice. Dream. Leveled up again? Iris. Yup. Oh, so did I. Luna. Luna smiled, as did Dream. For Luna, she had gotten to level 62, and Dream was level 68. Iris was lagging a bit at level 60. She just wasn't able to kill as fast as them. They had been moving around the caves for the past couple of hours. They had killed a couple hundred stone beasts in the process as well. At first, they could kill the beasts before they could retaliate, but as they came across groups of 6 or 7, the numbers got to them. Luckily, the beasts only had intermediate earth magic and the reinforcement skill, so they only had to deal with walls or spikes of stone. Dream had also tried to get the reinforcement skill, but since he wasn't a stone beast, he couldn't. Dream decided to take a break after leveling up. Everyone sat down and munched on snacks. If I'm not mistaken, the king of this dungeon should be level 100. The levels of these stone beasts are going above level 90. So if we go deeper, we'll probably come across the king. Are we going to fight it? Well, it'll be dangerous and difficult considering we've never encountered a second class. Graf said that it takes 6 average class 2s to take down a class 2 king. We're only 3 people, and not class 2 yet, so we shouldn't even be close to being able to kill it. But I can't say that we're normal either. I also have a couple of failsafes in case we would ever get in deep shit. Either way, I'm not opposed to it. It depends on you guys though. Luna and Iris went into thought over what he said. They had a hard time believing that a king was that difficult, but when they thought about what their dad would say, they decided against it. I don't think we should. At least right now. Luna. I agree. We can always try later. I think we should get a higher level first, if not reach second class. Iris. All right. We can fight it later. But I think we should fight it before second class at least. Dream. Okay. Then we should get back to leveling up. Iris. The 3 stood up and got back to searching for groups. With a goal to pursue, all 3 were motivated to level up and become more proficient in their skills. And although fighting stone beasts was repetitive, they did it anyway. After killing a couple thousand of those stone beasts over the course of a week, Dream reached level 85. The girls, though, had only reached level 75. So Dream began letting them get the kills during their hunts like they did with bear hunting. This went on for another 2 weeks before all of them reached level 90 at the same time. And although they hunted whenever they could, Dream made sure to allocate time for practicing magic. Whether it was building weapons, honing control over skills, or experimenting, they spent a few hours every other day practicing. The time practicing produced good results as well. Everybody's skills leveled up multiple times, which was essential if they were going to fight a hard boss monster. Dream made weapons for himself and Iris to combat the stone beasts like hammers and axes. Dream also made several explosives with the metals of this world as a fallback plan. Iris was able to create multiple rings of fire, which she was thrilled about. Her magic also went up to D+. At this point, after eating so many beasts, her other attributes were also D level. Another unexpected gain was her claws and teeth getting sharper and harder, allowing her to fight better. Luna had basically completed her task as well. She was able to punch a hole in the titanium plate with an ice lance, as well as slash it an inch deep. The reason why it almost didn't count was that the plate was very worn down already, but nevertheless, she had completed it, and she wasn't about to do it again, so Dream could only yield. While they were doing their tasks, Dream was focusing on leveling his skills. His Mystify skill had reached level 20 from all the use in the caves. His Solid-State Magic had gone up to 36 from all the weapons building. Thermal Fluctuation leveled to 24 from heating tons of metal, as well as cooling it down. Another thing he tried to do was get the solid-state equivalent for air and water magic, but damn was that difficult. Let's just say he got neither. Gas was neither easy to control or easy to heat. Gas particles are also extremely erratic, and trying to target a tiny high-speed object proved impossible for now. Though since air magic was his only basic skill and he practiced a lot, he leveled it to level 71. It was progress. For liquids, he thought he could get the skill, but nothing he did ever gave results. Since it was liquid and not solid, he had a hard time getting it to act the way he wanted. He froze, boiled, shaped, everything, but he never got the notification. He was able to level water magic to level 41 though, so it was some comfort. The last thing he focused on was verticular accumulation. He had neglected it since he didn't know what to do to improve it, but after experimenting/losing lots of mana, he and Sophia were able to optimize it a bit more, because apparently an omnidirectional accretion disk wasn't enough. What Sophia told him was that she needed to optimize the vortex for the 4th dimension more. But since neither she nor the people of Earth knew much about the 4th dimension, it was difficult. However, Sophia's efforts weren't for nothing, and she was able to get the level from 47 to 67. A solid 20 levels that increased recovery rate by 20%. All in all, on the third week they had prepared as much as they could. Skill levels, weapons, their own levels, and everything in between. So they finally decided to tackle the king of the dungeon. Dream, Luna, and Iris were walking through the cave systems. One thing that Dream made sure to do in preparation was to find the actual Dungeon King, and it took almost 2 weeks, but they eventually found it. This is what they were moving towards. The dwelling of the Dungeon King was an open area. It looked similar to an arena, being a huge chunk of earth cut out of the ground, with ceilings 30 meters high and walls 100 meters apart. You could easily fit a football field inside it. The Dungeon King itself was a monster whose size was rather befitting such a big area. Standing on 4 legs was a 14-foot tall stone beast. This stone beast was much more streamlined than the others though, with smooth, segmented stones that glowed red in between, showing its signature element of fire. It had razor-sharp claws that looked to be made of metal and almost as sharp teeth. So basically, it's a lava tiger. Dream and the girls stood at the entrance of the dwelling. The whole place was empty with nobody around. The only reason for this was because of the time. When they had first found the dwelling, they saw that there were many people attempting the raid. Several groups of second-class hunters gathered every day to kill the king multiple times. Its body was supposed to be valuable loot, which is why they did it. There was even a schedule that everyone was supposed to be on. Dream and the girls didn't feel like waiting on a schedule though, so they decided to go to the dungeon past midnight when everyone was gone. It looks like we're clear. Dream checked a couple of tunnels to make sure nobody was there before turning to the girls. You guys ready?
Yup.
Iris.
Yup.
Luna. Both girls answered at the same time. They were both nervous, but so was Dream. That lava tiger was really intimidating. Either way though, they were going to try. If we get in trouble, I'll blow that thing to the high heavens. So if we need to, we'll be able to escape. Either way, let's stick to the plan, and we'll be good. The girls nodded in silence. Together, the 3 walked into the arena, while stealthed of course. Grr. A low growl was heard as the tiger was alerted. It turned to the direction of the entrance, but got confused when it didn't see anything. The tiger looked around. It knew someone was inside its dwelling. It was its instinct, but it couldn't see them, which pissed it off. It wasn't confused for long though. It was soon subject to the attack of its enemy. DSH. Chapter 53, Celine. DSH. Boom. A combo attack came from the front. One shot to the forehead, and the seismic slam of an ice hammer right on top. The first to weaken the stone armor, and the second to shatter it. Both were achieved as the armor on the tiger's forehead became cracked all over. The tiger was forced to bow down into the floor under the impact, though it quickly recovered and flared up its body in pure rage. RORR. Flames came from the cracks between the tiger's armor as it took a large swipe at the girl in front of it. Luna, the girl in question, quickly made distance and avoided the claws. Another shot came from over her shoulder. DSH. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. The bullet went straight for the eye, blinding its right side. At the same time, Iris jumped on top its back from behind and went straight for the cracked head, biting and clawing up chunks of stone from its flesh. Since Iris could control flames herself, this meant that she had a good deal of resistance to other fire. And when she was in her fox form, this was only amplified. So she had no worries about the flames of the tiger. The tiger didn't plan on letting the fox do what she wanted though. It tried to shake and claw at the fox near its head, but the fox kept evading it. All the while, it was having its armor torn to bits. It wasn't a pleasant thing, even if it were happening slowly. Luna wasn't idle while this was happening. She disappeared as the tiger was distracted and moved to its side, jumping up and slamming down on another plate of armor near its neck. Boom. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. The effects were greater as its armor was already partially damaged. Anything that was together wasn't anymore. This also served to disorient the tiger. Impact weapons were the obvious choice for enemies with tough exteriors and weak interiors. Just because you couldn't break the outside doesn't mean you couldn't liquefy the insides. The tiger began to feel threatened for its life. It had one person hammering and the other tearing its armor off. It did the only thing it could think of in that chaotic situation: burn them. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Flames began spewing out from every crack and crevice on the tiger. Not shallow flames either, but ones that quickly filled the entire room. It decided that if it couldn't see the enemy, it just needed to attack everywhere. Little did it know that the people in the room couldn't be worse opponents for it. One ice gladiator, one fire fox, and one marksman who couldn't be burned. Luna put up her shield to block the flames coming at her face. The other two did nothing as they took it without consequences. This went on for several seconds. The entire arena was blazing with fire. And although it seemed as if nothing bad was happening, Dream was preparing for the actual threat that fire posed. 3 ingredients are needed for fire: fuel, heat, and most important of all, oxygen. So what happens when fire fills a confined space? It burns up all the oxygen. You ready, Scarlet?
Yes.
When the fire went out due to lack of oxygen, Iris and Dream both began channeling their air magic. Wind began blowing everywhere as all the carbon gas was swept out of the arena, and fresh air from the outside took its place. When that was finished, the tiger looked around fiercely. The 3 had disappeared once again, and it was about to begin filling the place with fire once more, but it was stopped before it could do so. The armor around its head and neck was totally shattered, with a lot having been torn off, leaving only flesh exposed. And since it had been positively blistering with rage, the tiger didn't realize that it had been primed for execution. Shing. Thud. You have killed a level 111 Firestone Beast. You have gained experience. Luna came down with an oversized axe of ice and cleanly decapitated the tiger. The fleshy insides couldn't put up any fight against the sheer weight and sharpness behind that blade. When she landed on the floor, 2 more people appeared near the corpse of the tiger. Asterisk sigh asterisk, I think that went rather well. Dream. It was easier than I expected. Iris. That's what happens when we properly plan things. Luna. All 3 nodded to each other. You guys level up?
Yup.
X2. Noise. I got 2 levels.
Same.
Luna. Same 2. But you only shot it like 4 times. Why do you get the same amount? Iris. Well, for 1, 6x experience.
2. I provided stealth, which was key in this battle.
Oh, right. Iris. Anyway, good job to both of you. We defeated the king. Dream.
Indeed.
A voice came from the entrance of the arena. The 3 spun around. It was one everyone here recognized. You like the show, old man? Dad? Iris. Luna and Iris looked on in surprise. Riddick smirked seeing that. Heh, did you think I wouldn't notice you 3 leaving the building? Don't worry though, I'm not mad. Riddick walked into the arena and up to the tiger's body. This'll sell nicely. Riddick. I'll leave it with you then. Dream. Riddick stored the corpse in his inventory and turned to the 3. Like the boy said earlier, congratulations on defeating the king. Or better yet, your first second-class monster. This barrier is one of the most difficult to pass for every hunter, believe it or not. Most people will never defeat a second class in their lives, let alone become a second class themselves. Even rarer for a first class to defeat a second class king. I'm proud of your efforts up until now. Thanks, Dad. Both girls smiled at their father's praise. Did you know? Dream. I had my guesses. Seeing you guys work so hard and develop weapons designed specifically for the stone beasts doesn't leave many things to guess about. But I didn't want to stop you. This is a part of every hunter's life. And the fact that you guys took the initiative to challenge yourselves is a good thing. Your planning, preparation, cooperation, and execution were all great. Though the only reason I allowed this is because you guys are you. Your levels of power have already reached second class. I sense high levels of magic from all of you, as well as that regeneration technique of yours, boy. Oh, that reminds me. Do you want that too? I might try it if it's better than mine. We have things to talk about as well, but for now, let's head back and sleep for the rest of the night. We can talk tomorrow. Everyone nodded and made their way out of the dungeon. They knocked out once they got to their bedrooms. The next day after breakfast, Dream, the girls, and Riddick met in Dream's room. What did you want to talk about, old man? The 4 sat down on the big couch in the living area. Since you guys are at the doorway to class 2, as well as moving a lot faster than I expected, I wanted you to think about the idea of holding off your advancement until we get to the spire. This implies that we wouldn't spend much more time here and instead head off. The reason is that learning as much as you can and possibly getting more skills would be extremely beneficial to your advancements. Riddick. All right, you said something about an academy too, didn't you? There is a school, yes, but I'm starting to rethink you three entering it. You see, I can't guarantee that things are still safe, and so, we'll be entering and staying at the Spire while keeping things quiet. I'm friends with one of the higher-ups there, and he'll be able to help us out. That's something else I was wondering about. If it's not too intrusive, I'd like to know what the hell happened with you and your soulmate. Why a third class such as yourself has to hide? When Dream asked that question, Riddick went quiet. He looked over to his daughters and saw the longing in their eyes. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I guess it's fine. You know that there are two main continents, one ruled by humans and one by animals. Well, I had gone to explore the other continent many years ago, looking for anything that might help me further my magical studies. And one of the best places to do that was the biggest empire on the continent, the United Empire of Humanoids. So I went there and stayed for a while, studying, learning from the humanoids there. All sorts of things. It was during this time that I met your mother. Riddick looked at the girls as he said that. Long story short, we met each other by chance and our relationship quickly grew. Heh, she was a conniving, mischievous girl, but it was part of her charm. Playing pranks, getting in trouble. She did it all. Anyway, I eventually came to know who she was. Her name is Celine, and she is the daughter of the council member known as Raoul. What's a council member? The United Empire is run by council members. I believe there are around 12, and every single one of them are fourth class. Raoul is one of them. He is a fourth class fox. Not only is he a fourth class, but he's one of the leaders of the entire United Empire. He holds a huge amount of power which consists of basically his entire fox species, of which there are millions, as well as parts of the Empire's combat power. So when his daughter decided to have a child with a third-class mage from the human empires, he was not happy. Wait a second, so Luna and Iris are the grandchildren of a fourth-class fox? That is correct. Hot damn, old man. I have more respect for you now. Stealing a princess from the most powerful empire in the world and having children, it takes some massive balls to that. Dream saw Riddick smile ever so slightly at the compliment. He was probably feeling smug since he did indeed do just that. He continued. Anyway, when he found out that Celine was pregnant, he basically locked her up. He then sent people out to come and find me, wanting an explanation as well as my head. Luckily, we had sort of prepared for such an event. Celine escaped and we found each other, quickly escaping towards the human continent, which we were able to do, but not without spilling much blood of the warriors he sent after us. The next thing we tried to do was take refuge in the human empires. Unfortunately, after knowing the situation, none of the empires were willing to take on the consequences of angering Raoul, though they weren't about to bend to his will either, and at least didn't turn us over, which helped immensely. We kept running between the empires and small kingdoms for about a year before Celine finally gave birth to these two. And although it was a wonderful thing, it also meant we had more to protect. Our next engagements quickly gave away the fact that the children had been born, which was quickly relayed over to Raoul. After that, the people chasing us got reinforcements with the orders to take the children as well. Things went downhill fast, and one day, they had finally driven us into a corner. 7 Class 3s specializing in assassination. We knew we couldn't get away that time, at least not without consequences. So Celine decided to give herself up, leaving me with the kids. She didn't want them to be raised at the United Empire where they would learn to hate their father, and nothing would happen to her if she went back. Things would calm down with her there, and I could disappear with the kids. It was the best option we had, even if I didn't want to. So, Celine was taken back to the Empire and I disappeared to that forest. Riddick stopped there, though Dream was confused about something. Why couldn't you disappear to the forest with Celine? Because foxes have certain innate abilities that allow them to track other foxes using their souls, especially the powerful ones. Celine could never hide herself since she was third class, and the aura she gave off was too strong. What about them? Since the girls were babies, they weren't powerful enough to give away anything to track. Dream nodded. He had more questions like what other innate abilities they had and how they worked, but now wasn't the time. The girls sat there and took everything in. They weren't that shocked though since they had already gotten a gist. So what do we do then? Iris. Iris looked up towards Riddick. You guys won't be doing anything except not catching lots of attention. I'm the one who's got to stay careful. While we were running, everybody came to know the situation and my name. So if word gets out that I'm back, it may cause trouble, especially if people back at the United Empire find out. But don't worry, we aren't going to hide forever. It's only been a month since we've left the forest, but I'm beginning to see the way forward. If I can get a 4th class, then nobody will be able to stand in my way. And one place that will help is the spire. There, I'll be able to practice my magic and develop myself. There are also places that might help me raise my level. You guys will also be able to develop there. So that's the place we need to go. Riddick laid out his plan for the future, which consisted of him trying to get stronger. And while Dream had no complaints, he wasn't sure if he wanted to leave just yet. Keeping things on the down low won't be an issue, and I think it would be good to go to the spire as well. But I'm hoping you'll be okay with staying here a bit longer. I wasn't planning on leaving right away. But why? I have some things I want to do. One of them is learning enchanting. I was going to talk to Graf about bringing me to an enchanter so I could watch and learn. Another reason is that this place holds many valuable materials. I was planning on going to both of you for that so we could stock on some. They would help us in case we needed something made. Last but not least, I have a project that's been put off, but I think now is the time to complete it since it'll need the help of you, Graf, and probably everyone else. So you want to know how to enchant weapons. It's very difficult, but nothing you couldn't handle. So how much longer did you want to stay? As long as it takes to do those 3 things. It shouldn't be more than a couple of weeks, though. All right, that's fine. I guess we aren't exactly in a rush. Thanks. Dream nodded while planning out the future. Chapter 54. Enchanting. Since it was still morning when they talked, Dream decided to talk to Graf and go to that enchanter. He entered the study and found Graf at a table, scribbling on some pages and reading the tablet. Graf also sensed him and turned to him. Dream. More forging. Graf. Not really. I actually came here for a favor. What might that be? Graf sat up and faced Dream. I was wondering if you knew anybody proficient at enchanting items. I was hoping to learn enchanting, and even if they couldn't directly teach me, I could at least watch or maybe get some pointers. I do know some enchanters. I worked with plenty while developing my communication wires. I'll introduce you to one. He might be willing to teach you. If not, I'll grab a book or 2 for you. When did you want it? Anytime. I was hoping maybe today if you weren't busy. Sure. I needed to get outside anyway. Let me get ready and I'll meet you in the living room. The 2 left the study and Dream left Graf to get ready. 10 minutes later, they were walking out the door. They hit the streets and Graf led Dream towards the busier areas. They passed by many shops and businesses. Many people walked the streets every which way. The morning seemed to be a busy time, like rush hour in the cities on Earth. Graf never stopped at any of the buildings, even though it seemed to be a heavily commercial area. They kept walking until they reached a much more desolate area. Dream saw hardly anyone walking in the streets, and any carriages he saw were completely covered up as if hiding something. It seemed to be a sketchier place. What is this place? This place is where a lot of the underground operates. Things that aren't illegal, but aren't something regular people want to see in the commercial areas. It is by no means less popular, though. Gambling, black market trading, auctions, slave trade, drug production, all kinds of things that have plenty of customers. And the enchanter lives here? He does, as do many craftsmen. In this place, much larger amounts of money are moved, which means the people who come here are far from poor or low class. So the higher-level craftsmen do business here because the buyers are almost always wealthier. Low-level craftsmen stick to the commercial areas doing basic business with common people. I see. You said there's slave trading here? That's legal? Of course, though the slaves are most commonly non-human. There's also monster taming, which lets people buy monsters as pets or hunting companions after they've been made obedient. How do they keep the slaves and monsters under control? Magic. There are contract bindings that you can engrave on people and monsters, which makes it so that they can't do anything you don't want them to, like turn on their masters, though the process is very complicated. All I know is that contracts are made using magical script, similar to enchantments. Magical script? The enchanter will tell you about it. Okay. Dream left it at that while also expanding his senses to take a look around. He reached into the buildings with his mana, looking at what was inside. He found that a lot of buildings were isolated, not letting anyone peek. but others weren't, and he quickly found out why. He actually saw some slave houses. When he looked, he could see many different species sitting in rooms, tied up, or sitting out on display. He wondered why the buildings weren't isolated, but figured that powerful people would do the same as him and be looking. So it was like an advertisement. Why would you hide your merchandise from people who wanted to see? Dream wasn't sure how to feel. Did he believe it was a good thing? No, but this wasn't Earth. He wasn't about to go and abolish slavery. Not only that, but this world ran on the laws of the jungle. The strong one and the weak bent to their will. That's how it was. The one thing he was interested in was the pets. He had been wondering if there was monster domestication, and now he knew. Depending on the pet, he wouldn't mind getting one, whether it was for fighting or just to have one. The girls would enjoy it as well. We're here. Dream snapped out of it and looked at the building in front of him. It was a two-story shop. Not that big, but not small. Rather basic. Dream followed Graf and walked inside the place. The first floor looked like a small lobby. Some chairs were set out, and there was a desk, with a doorway to a room in the back. Graf walked over to the desk, ringing a bell put there for service. Ding. Coming. A girl looking around 20 soon came walking out. Hello, how can I help you? Hi, my name is Graf. I'm here to see Eddie. The enchanter is busy right now. Do you have an order? No, I'm here to see him. I happen to be a friend of his. Go down there and tell him that Graf is here. If you don't want to, I'll go myself. And no, that's okay. I'll go tell him. The girl quickly left, seeing how Graf really would go back there, and disappeared into the back room. A minute later, they heard a voice. What? Well, don't make him wait up there. Graf, get down here. Graf smiled and walked into the back room. They saw a staircase leading underground and followed it, arriving in another room. Graf, how's my favorite engineer been? A fat man who Dream assumed to be the enchanter greeted Graf. I've been doing fine. How's my favorite enchanter been doing? Haha, living life as always. Come sit. The enchanter led them to a table and sat down. The girl let herself out and headed upstairs. It's been a while. What brings you to my humble sanctuary? Another project, perhaps? Not today. I actually have this here kid with me. Dream, this is Eddie. Eddie, this is Dream. Nice to meet you. Dream. Dream put out his hand, which Eddie promptly shook. Nice to meet you as well, Dream. I've never seen any young people other than his kids hanging with Graf. So, I'm guessing you coming by has to do with this one. Looking for an enchantment? Eddie. Well, not exactly. You see, this kid is looking to learn how to enchant. Eddie went quiet after he heard that. Graf explained. I know it's rude, but hear me out. I'm not asking you to take him as an apprentice or anything. He's learned blacksmithing and got curious about enchanting. What I was looking to ask is if you could let him watch you, or maybe even give him a basic lesson, just so he could get a glimpse as to what enchanting is. Well, I know you wouldn't bring him here and ask this if he were some random kid off the streets. So alright, I guess I can teach him a thing or two. Consider it a favor. Thanks, Eddie. And don't worry, I got some big projects coming up that I'll want you there for. How big? Bigger than the wires. Really? What the hell have you been doing? It actually has to do with this him, but that's something for another time. For now, just know that this is a very smart kid who's adding one more thing to his list of skills. Well, enchanting isn't so easy. Come, I was actually beginning an order. We'll start by showing you how it goes. Eddie waved them over and walked to another table. On it was a long sword and some paper. So, the first step in enchanting an object is writing out the script. Do you know what script is? I do not. Dream. Script is basically a set of instructions. Depending on the enchantment, there can be a lot of script or only a little. Either way, you need to write out the entire script before you begin. This is the most important part since if there are any imperfections or the language is messed up, the whole thing can go to shit. There's a language for scripts? There is. If you were to go to a school, that would be the first thing they teach you. Now, after you've gotten the script written, then comes the enchantment. But know this, everybody can write a script, but not everybody can enchant. The reason why is due to the process. To enchant, you need to first isolate the object. This means that you need to seal the existing mana that it's filled with inside of itself. Second, you need to break a hole in the seal, sending your own mana inside. Next, you need to engrave the script. Engraving the script takes precise mana control. This is why not everyone can enchant. To engrave, You need to form your mana into the actual script you wrote. This must be entirely done in one sitting, since if you stop, the mana will lose control and dissipate. But if you've successfully engraved it, you then move on to the hardening. The hardening involves freezing the mana inside the object. From that point on, the enchantment is permanent. Lastly, you remove the seal on the object. Any questions? Dream took everything in for a second. First, he needed the script, then isolate the object, then engrave it, then harden it. It sounded simple enough. Do you have the language? I do. Hang on. Eddie turned to a bookshelf on one of the walls. He looked through the books before grabbing a thick one. This book holds the language. It is not for you to keep. These books are not only expensive but uncommon. I've had this since my days at the school. As Eddie spoke, Sophia had already scanned the book cover to cover. Dream flipped through the pages as information popped up in his head. It's like somebody took a runic language and made it cursive. Seriously, what the hell is this crap? This is so much more complicated than it needs to be. It literally is an entire language. It's got letters, how to connect letters, which words do what, all that stuff. Well, here's what I'm confused about. Since when does mana follow a certain language? It doesn't. What I believe this to be is an organization method, a way for people to precisely guide their will and have it do certain things. Without it, they would get confused and mixed up. In fact, this is almost exactly like a programming language. Think about it. Computers think in ones and zeros, but we can't read that, so we give it a language to follow. It's like that, but with souls, will, and mana. Interesting. But since I have you, I won't need to follow any language. It'll just be my will. Yup, but we definitely need to see how the engraving is done. We can also try it ourselves, but seeing someone do it will be good. Agreed. Dream turned his attention outside. This language is rather complicated. Dream. It is, but if you want to learn enchanting, it's the first step. Don't be intimidated though. It mainly involves memorization. Once you've seen it all, then you just have to put pieces together. All right, the engraving process seems interesting as well. Do you mind if I see it? Well, it's not something you can exactly see. Remember how you need to isolate it? Well, you need good mana senses to see through that. Are your senses good? They aren't bad. Go ahead and enchant. I'll see if I get anything. Very well. Pay close attention. Eddie grabbed the paper full of script and went over to the sword. He set the paper down and put his hands on the sword, channeling his mana into it. He has a level mana, likely a class 3. Are you able to see inside? I am. Here's a visual. Dream saw his mana vision come on. After he did, he could see Eddie's mana flowing into the sword. Though the isolation barrier stopped any external mana from naturally flowing into the sword, it didn't have much effect against mana trying to get in. Eddie's mana pooled into the sword. Dream was surprised by how much he put into it. It was a pretty massive amount, being a couple times his own total mana. After that, it then began to form the letters of the script one by one inside the pool of mana. Dream could see each letter almost solidify in the mana. It seemed to be a pretty slow process. It took almost 15 minutes for Eddie to engrave the whole script, which took up 70% of the space inside the sword. When it was all engraved, Dream then saw the mana flow inside the sword stop. Everything within the sword became stagnant. Usually, the mana was like a liquid, but now it seemed solid like the sword it was inside of. After that, Eddie undid the isolation, completing the enchantment. Asterisk sigh asterisk all right. You see any of that? Eddie, I saw some of it. I think I understand now. That's good. So all you would need to do is learn the language and practice engraving. Graph will probably be able to find you a book on the market somewhere. Okay, so what does that sword do now? This sword will be able to channel fire mana as well as cast spells. The person who ordered this is a high-level second class. He's going to come later today to pick this up. Very cool. But why would he need to channel mana through it? Why not just cast it yourself? Because then he can more easily use it in conjunction with his swordplay. He can slash and produce a blade of fire at the same time, or maybe even heat up the blade. There are many applications for this enchantment. I see. Dream nodded in half understanding and half scrutiny. He understood the concept, but knew that the wielder lacked proficiency in his skills in order to need something like this. So, there's nothing more I can really teach you until you learn the language. If you really are serious about learning enchanting, I recommend a school. Everything you need would be found there. All right. Thank you for the lesson. It was very valuable information. Dream. Sure. Well then, I need to focus on recovering my mana. Eddie, we'll get out of your way. Thank you again, Eddie. I'll be sure to contact you soon with news on my projects. Graph. Please do. I'll be waiting. With that, Graph and Dream walked out of the shop. Graph turned to Dream after they exited. So, Graph. I'll have to try it myself, but it doesn't look hard at all. All it is giving instructions to a pool of mana inside an object. Only you could say something like that, but it's good you understood it. Now, since we're here, I actually have some things I'd like to get. It'll take a while, so I won't drag you around with me. However, here's some money. You can go around to anywhere that interests you. Maybe get some things. Oh, Graph handed Dream a sack and a small box. The sack was filled with coins, but he wasn't sure what the box was. That sack has 100 or so gold coins, while that box has some gold plates. Dream sensed everything in the box and bag. He also remembered the fact that each plate was 500 gold each. Wait, isn't this several thousand gold total? As I said before, I got more money than I know what to do with. Don't worry about it. Compared to what you've shared with me, this is nothing. Now go on and get yourself something. Maybe get your girlfriend something as well. Saying that, Graph turned and left, casually having made Dream a rich man. Chapter 55, Taming. Dream stood there for a second before thinking about what to do. Well, first put the money away. You don't want to get attacked. True. Dream hurriedly put the money in his inventory before checking his surroundings. Seeing nobody there, he sighed. Well, he gave me money, so maybe I should go buy something. I was interested in a pet earlier, except we have no idea how something like that works. It would just be another thing to take care of and worry about. How about you start with getting the girls something? Well, if it's anything material, I think something from Earth is best. This place probably wouldn't have the best variety. Plus, I could make pretty much whatever. So, what the hell am I going to do with this money? Why did he just give it to me and dip? He was probably just feeling generous, and he likely does have a huge amount of money. Those wires are everywhere, and if it was just him and a few other people who installed those things over the whole kingdom, then he has enough money to live lavishly for the rest of his life and set his kids up for life as well. He's the Rockefeller of this world, so the money he gave you is probably just some change to him, I guess. Well, if I want a pet, then maybe I could bring the old man and the girls to shop for one. He probably knows about them. Or I'll just learn this contract stuff and get myself a pet out in the wild. That sounds like a better idea. Well, the best place to learn contracts is from the tamers themselves. We should find a shop. There's the slave shop back down the street that we saw. I don't know if I want to enter one of those. I'll feel sorry for one of them and end up buying one. Any pet shops? There's one not far from the slave shop. All right. Dream turned on his heel and headed to where Sophia told him. He wasn't exaggerating about feeling sorry for the slaves either. He knew that if he entered one and got shown some, especially any pretty girls, then he might just end up getting one. And that wasn't something he could really do right now. So he decided to just go to a pet shop, which he wanted to do anyway. After a bit of walking, he came up on a building that he could sense monsters inside of. He once again thought of how subtle but effective it was to let people see inside. He walked through the door. Ting. A bell sounded as the door was open and closed. Dream looked around and saw a lobby. Soon, he heard footsteps coming from a back room. Hello, the name's John. I'm the tamer in charge of this establishment. How can I help you? A man about 6 feet 5 inches came walking from a back room. He was a burly man with a shiny bald head and a nice trimmed beard. He seemed cool. Hi, my name's Dream. I was hoping I could get your help with something. A job? What kind of monster are you looking to capture? No, I'm kind of looking to employ your knowledge. I know it's an odd thing to come here for, but I'm new to the mountain and was curious about what taming was. I already know some enchanting and heard that contracts were similar, so I came here to see if I could get a gist. Hold on. You came to my shop to learn from me? Did someone tell you to come here?
No.
Did someone tell you to come find me?
No.
Did you hear about my shop from anywhere?
No.
So you really just walked in and asked to learn from me?
Yes.
John put on an ugly face as he stared at Dream. Dream knew exactly what he didn't like. A little piece of advice. It's an unspoken rule that you don't ask someone to teach you their craft. We specialists don't take too kindly to that, John. But how am I supposed to learn this stuff if I can't ask anybody? Where I come from, people never hid that stuff. They were perfectly fine teaching people about what they did. It was a way to show off almost, to take pride in your skill that you've spent years mastering. Who came up with that rule? It's rude to ask because it's their personal craft. I don't know where you came from, but it's not something we do here. What do you think you're the only one who knows how to tame? It's not like I'm gonna steal business from you. I was just looking to learn a bit about how it works. Look, I have a bit of money, so if I need to pay for you to simply tell me a bit about the process of taming, then I can. John stood there with a thoughtful face. Why don't you just go to a school if you have money? Because I'm not interested in spending a year to slowly learn it. I don't exactly have all the time in the world. If I did, I wouldn't be here. So you're looking to learn it in a week? Not really. As I said, I already know enchanting and I heard that contracts work similarly. I'm here to learn why. In fact, I also might be able to help you. You helping me? You don't even know taming, and you want to help me with it? Sai, you know what? I'm not doing anything, so why not? I don't need your money either. A few silver won't help me. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. You're lucky that I'm not as mean as some other people. They wouldn't give you the time of day, just kicking you out. Come on. John waved over Dream, who followed into the back room where monster cages were located. Do you know anything about taming? Not really. Well, first, taming isn't really taming. Monsters don't exactly enjoy being chained up, so we employ other ways to control them. There are 3 ways: training, rearing, and contracts. We can train and discipline them to listen to us, raise them from birth, or use contracts to forcibly control them. The first 2 take years to achieve. I actually have several monsters that I raise. I'll focus on the contracts, though. John unlocked a cage and walked over to the monster inside. Whoever told you that contracts work similarly to enchantments, they were only right in the sense of the scripting part. Everything else is different, though. Come over and tell me what you see on this monster. Dream walked over and looked at the monster, quickly seeing the outlier. There's a symbol. Indeed, this symbol is the sign of a bound monster, meaning one that is contracted. It can look however the tamer wants it to, but the symbol is still only that, a symbol. The actual contract is underneath. When you enchant an object, you're writing a script inside of the object. Well, contracts write the script inside the monster, specifically, in their body. These contracts are very different and harder to write than your enchantments. That's because nobody, human or otherwise, wants to be written on. You understand? I think I do. How do you write the contract to something with its own mana, though? Wouldn't they interfere? That's why it's harder. Because they do. So you either have to weaken them, overpower them with your mana, or get them to submit and let you. Unless you have a skill for it, the most common way is weakening them. You beat them within an inch of their life, and they have no strength to stop you. Makes sense. Now, doesn't that mean that tamers are much better than enchanters? Why wouldn't you work as both or become a master enchanter if it's that much harder? It's a bit more complicated than that. If you get rid of the fact that tamers write to an animal and just look at the scripts, then you'll find that tamers actually have it easier than enchanters. The script that a tamer writes is more general, giving broad restrictions to animals. The script that an enchanter writes is very specific. It has to account for the type of mana, how to convert it, all that. I see. Mind if I see a script? All right. John turned and led Dream out of the cage. They walked down the hallway and into another room. As soon as they entered, Dream saw a table filled with papers that looked just like enchanter scripts. Take a look at this. This script was used for a Class 2 water element monster. I captured it while in the fields by a lake. John handed Dream a sheet of paper with a long set of interconnected symbols. Sophia instantly scanned it and attempted to make sense of it. There are several symbols that aren't in the book Eddie showed us, but there are also ones that are. I can make sense of about 44% of this script. Well, since one involves weapons and the other monsters, I can't imagine that the scripts involved are different. It needs to manage the psyche of the monster as well as its mana to restrict it. Very different than a weapon. Dream turned to John after looking at the paper for a bit. I can only recognize some of these scripts. The majority I can't make sense of. I'm surprised you were able to make sense of any of it. But you're right. I needed to use certain scripts to manage the water element part of the monster, which may also be used when enchanting water-related weapons. And I'm guessing there's a different vocabulary for taming than enchanting? There is. If you had gone to a school, you would have gotten this book. John walked over to a shelf. and grabbed a thick book off the wall. It wasn't as thick as the enchanting book, but close. He set the book down on the table, showing it to Dream. You obviously can't take this with you, but take a look. You'll find that the way scripts are used and formed are very different in concept than enchanting, mainly because they need to keep an eye on the hostility of the monster, as well as its intent. Dream began flipping through the book. Sophia did the obvious and scanned it. After a bit of page turning, he looked over to John. Since this can be used on monsters, it can also be used on people? That question gets asked a lot, and the answer is half yes and half no. People are much more complicated than animals that have little ego, which means slavers use a different means than contracts to control people. What means is that, instead of restrictions, they use control. Instead of giving the captive the inability to use mana, they just put the control of that mana in the hands of the master. If the master gives a command, the slave obeys. That's the theory anyway, and obviously there are limits. Complex commands aren't effective, and too simple commands may give the slave too much freedom. This is one of the big problems. So instead of trying to control the slave's every move, they actually give the slave some freedom, while giving the masters a way to effectively get the slave to listen. A popular way is torture. Beat them until they listen. Exactly. It isn't nice, but it's the most effective solution. It also doesn't drive the slaves mad as quickly anyway. If they had their every move controlled, they would go insane. Anyway, there's not much more for you to know. Everything else is specifics which takes time to develop. Is there anything else you want from me while I'm being generous? Dream rubbed his chin in thought. John's eye twitched seeing that. I'm not actually going to give you anything, so you can save it. I wasn't thinking about that. Ever since I began learning about enchanting, like an hour ago, I had been wondering why you couldn't get a device to do the enchanting. Like if you enchanted an object that would enchant other objects, or something that would help you. If you had an object that gave you control over a monster just by strapping it to them, objects don't have intelligence, so they couldn't build the scripts themselves. They don't have to build the scripts. All you need to do is give it a script to write. And when given the command is given, it'll write the script to whatever you tell it to. This could be anything from a monster to a piece of armor. Again, the scripts are unique across items, so they need to be built according to the item. One script couldn't work for multiple things. Who said they couldn't? All you do is make a script that covers everything. Or you can make multiple scripts for certain things and have them cooperate. Then you get a device that has a mana supply and tell it to write the script to an object. You know what? Let's try it. Dream stopped explaining and brought out a chunk of titanium, setting it on the floor. Soon, it began heating up and Dream began to shape it. John stood there confused as to what was happening. How was he shaping metal like that? He didn't even use a hammer. After a minute, the metal was formed into a collar. Dream then began filling it with mana, while Sophia began writing a test script that she had been formulating. John recognized what he was doing and bent down, sensing the script that Dream was writing in the collar, except he couldn't recognize any of it. There wasn't a single symbol or line that he could make sense of. It's just a jumbled mess of mana. Are you sure you're an enchanter? Yup, but you see, I'm a bit different. I don't use your scripting language. What do you mean? How can you write script without using the language? Nothing will work. Not true. Just watch. They turned back to the collar, watching the mana take form. As he and Sophia discussed earlier, the script language seemed to just be a way for the soul to organize its intent. Humans couldn't speak soul, so they turned the ones and zeros into text that they could handle. But that in turn placed limits on the script's possibilities. If they got too long, there would be bugs, just like in code. And the enchanters in this world couldn't fix that themselves. Luckily, Sophia didn't have that problem. She could speak any language, and she could control intent however she wanted with utmost precision. So much so, that as a result of being so awesome, she leveled up. Sophia has leveled up. Sophia has leveled up. Notifications popped up in Dream's mind as Sophia worked on the script, which was coming together by the second. Strings of mana were formed into waves and knots and shapes. John was also getting more and more confused. Soon, Sophia finished. Slave collar is complete. Nice name. Thank you. Dream didn't ask how it functioned since he already knew. It was his soul that was being used after all. All right, John. Behold, my reward to you for the knowledge you have given me. Chapter 56, Lone Man. What the hell am I going to use this for? You're welcome. And it's a collar. When you put it onto a monster, you can give the command, it'll begin writing the script into them, binding them with a contract. After that, you can take it off and use it on another monster. That sounds impossible. How can a metal collar write a script? Better yet, how would I even put it onto a monster? Like this. Dream pushed a button and pulled the collar open. When it opened all the way, it clicked, locking itself in that form. It'll be open like this, and all you need to do is place it onto a neck or an arm or leg, and then pull this lever. Ching. Dream pulled it, and the collar slammed closed. Then, all you need to do is fill it with your mana. It'll write the script using your mana supply as the power. The contract that it writes will restrict the monster from doing anything of hostile intent. I have a hard time believing you, but let's say it works. How would I transfer the ownership to another person for them to control the monster? Like you would for your other contracts. Imprint their mana onto the symbol that the collar will write. It'll be the same symbol as yours since it is my gift to you after all. Dream handed John the collar, who inspected it and played with the closing mechanism. Ching. John pulled the lever, and the collar slammed shut. He had many questions, but didn't ask. Would this really work? It's a very simple device. Clamp it on a monster, infuse your mana, and when you give the command, it'll write the script. It'll write the script rather quickly, and you can load it with your mana anytime in preparation. It will not work with anything except monsters. Anyway, thanks for teaching me a bit. It helped a lot. Oh, sure. What did you say your name was? Dream. Dream. Well, I'll try testing the collar next time I have a monster. Though I still have a hard time believing that this can do anything. The sooner you believe it, the better. This tool will save you immense amounts of time and effort. Again, sounds impossible. Either way, if you have a monster you want to tame, or you just want to look for one here, I'm happy to be of service. Thanks. Though I could always make another one of those for myself, so I probably won't need it. Oh, right. Well, I should get back to work. Sure, I'll show myself out. All right. Good day, kid. Likewise. Dream turned and walked out of the room, passing through the hallway and exiting the shop. John turned back to the collar in his hand, playing with it some more. Wait, didn't he say that he didn't know taming? How did he know about imprinting? Dream walked down the street after exiting the shop. It was only past noon, but he had already done quite a bit today. Quite the productive day, don't you think? It was. We now know how to enchant and tame. Those books saved us massive amounts of time and experimenting. I expected it to take a week or so, but 7 hours later, and we've got one less thing off our list. Now we just need to see about gathering materials and work on that project. How is that coming, by the way? It's basically complete. All we need to do is find the spot to carry it out. Along with the mana of everyone and our new skills, we'll be able to set it all up at once. I've also been running simulations on how things might go different compared to Earth, but there's nothing major so far that will affect our plans. In fact, it could be better here than on Earth. Good. This will open up many possibilities and keep us much safer in the future. So any problems need to be taken care of. On another note, I was thinking about the possibility of enchanting your current items, the biggest being your suit. Want to try? Oh, I didn't even think of that. What were you planning? Well, first, mobility. Second, reinforcement. We'll have to do many small enchantments since the armor is in a million different pieces, but it should be fine. How long will it take? If we do it without draining your mana to 0, then 51 hours. That's a lot longer than expected, but all right, I'll begin now. After she said that, Dream felt his mana streaming outside his body, though the drain wasn't faster than his regeneration speed, so his mana pool remained topped off. All this while, Dream kept walking down the streets. He eventually made it to the commercial areas and decided to just keep strolling through. Maybe he would see something interesting. He lifted his head, looking off towards the distance where the entrance to the mountain was. Let's send some drones out tonight so they could look for a good spot for our project. No problem. He nodded and kept walking. As he walked, he looked at all the vendor stands, all the shops, the people walking down the streets, everything. Children ran through between the people. Adults had conversations about their day, people trading their goods, carriages rolling down the roads with their rough wood wheels, the boots and shoes of everyone stomping and skidding across the floor, the doors of buildings opening and closing while bells rang to signify the presence of a customer. The feelings of happiness, anger, frustration, joy, excitement, loneliness, boredom, confusion, amazement, optimism. He could feel it flowing among the people. He could sense their heartbeats and breathing, even the blood flow among their veins. And then he stopped walking, standing in the road. People subconsciously walked past him. Whether they knew he was there or not was a mystery. Dream's mana unknowingly affected the surroundings, and with it, his skills came and carried out his will. Tons of information poured into his mind, and he attained unbelievable situational awareness. The immediate space around him was changed to become optimal for his safety and comfort. The temperature, moisture, dust, the mana saturation, anything that may be inconvenient was altered or removed. Why was it happening? Dream felt it was natural, like second nature. Why was he standing in the road? He wasn't sure. Waiting for something maybe? He stayed like that for 30 whole minutes. The entire time, his skills did as they wished, almost as if they had a mind of their own, but never going out of control for even a second. Dream turned his head to a rooftop about 300 meters away, where a lone man was standing. They looked at each other and stared for who knows how long. Neither visibly acknowledged the other, but both knew what they were seeing. Then, the man turned and disappeared. No warning, no process. 1 second he was there, the next he wasn't, as if he were never there in the first place. Dream also turned away, facing the front. He began walking once more, in the direction of home. The next day, Dream was in his room. Sophia was giving him a rundown on the situation of Earth. People are beginning to make major strides in power, much faster than anticipated. This is because of 3 reasons. 1. Monsters are being created at an insane rate across the globe. This leads to more attacks and people leveling. Second, the first set of conflicts between groups have begun. If we count the individuals who have entered combat with each other due to their new powers, it numbers upwards of over 700 million. This number is constantly rising. Third, the mana saturation on the planet has sharply risen. This is the biggest cause of the increased power among the populace. And we don't know why the mana is rising so much. How many deaths? 100 million with a margin of error around 8 million. Asterisk psi asterisk, that's a lot, but not as much as initially thought. The effects you've had are cataclysmic. People aren't focusing on fighting each other, but instead on who you are and how their new powers work. Just like you wanted, their focus is being brought elsewhere. That death count could be many times worse. I know, but still, everyone's using it. Literally. Oh, nice. The governments especially hate you. The reason is that we've gained access to extremely sensitive data, and they know it. Basically, we have dirt on every political office holder in the world. At least the ones that have any dirt on them. The ones that don't aren't afraid of you. We also have dirt on all the huge companies. Have a look. Images and data began running through Dream's mind. Terrorist incidents, huge political collusions, drug trades, arms trades, human trafficking, backdoor dealings, assassinations, military black operations, money transfers, and lots more. All of it run and carried out by the leaders of the world. For a second, Dream felt a bit threatened to know the information. This was dangerous stuff, until he remembered he was on another planet. He smiled. That all looks fun. But in the interest of not causing a worldwide upheaval, I'm not planning on releasing that sensitive information. I agree. It's enough to cause rebellion in every major country. But there are some things that I think you should take action on. What might that be? Basically, every government and company that has sizable influence have begun experiments with magic. And you can guess what the subjects are. They're using people? Yup. Several thousands of people have disappeared and were sent to various secrets facilities to have live experiments done on them. All the information Sophia had was given to Dream. He saw all the people and what they did to them. Needless to say, it wasn't pretty. It was mainly using the people as guinea pigs to test the effects of magic and skills. The luckier ones only had to endure several hours of pain as they took on various magics. The unluckier ones were kept alive for days while being torn apart and dissected with various tools and magic in an attempt to find out how mana was controlled and where it came from. Dream was a bit pissed, but he understood why they did it. The world was changing, and if they couldn't get ahead of the rest, then they would perish. But that didn't mean it was right. How do you want to handle it? Dream thought for a bit before answering. Warn the highest executives involved in these experiments. We will show the evidence we have, and tell them that they must cease all operations within 2 days. Do that now under our name Seeker. If they refuse to acknowledge or respond within 12 hours, then we will take it as a sign of refusal to cooperate. And the consequences will not be light. Sending the message. The second thing we can do is recruit teams of people to destroy these facilities. There will definitely be some who refuse, thinking we have no power. So, we need to contact the right people who are in combat and give them a quest. Let them know exactly what's going on. Get them weapons, gear, transportation, anything they will need. I'll leave the number of people and who you recruit up to you, but at least make sure that there is as little risk to them as possible. And obviously, this needs to stay secret. I understand. I already have several people in mind. I also have the means to attain gear and such. When should we assemble them? Notify them now. Give them time to process what it is and who it's coming from. They'll also need incentives. Will money work? It should. The economy has taken hits, but nobody is willing to abandon monetary systems. We can also give them things other than money. Some of these people need a house or a car or other things, so I can set that up. Sure, I'll leave the rest to you then. Our third and final option is to notify the public. But that's a last resort. It won't come to that, don't worry. Thanks. You know what? Maybe you should throw in a quest system, like an online guild. People can post things on it and ask for help like they do here. I'll get it set up. You really are spoiling them with all these programs. Just trying to make it easier on everyone. Plus, I can. So why not? Dream smiled as he said that. It was hard to believe that he had so much influence over the earth, and he wasn't even there. He lay on his bed, thinking about everything that must be going on. Did he want to be there? Kind of. But at the same time, he had much more room to grow here. He knew that, but couldn't help but feel left out. All the people he knew were over there living a fantasy, and he was stuck in a foreign world in God knows what galaxy. Though he's also living a fantasy, it would be very different on Earth. Over the few weeks that Dream was preparing to fight the Dungeon King, he had kept tabs on everyone close to him, his best friends, his family, and even some others who he was on good terms with. Overall, everyone was doing good. His family kept leveling up. His best friends also began to level as he had Sophia give them some help. He did his best to make sure that they wouldn't be in critical danger, even going so far as to use satellites to image the country for monsters, or even devices like phones and security cameras. Anything he could use to get much-needed intelligence. Another thing he did was have Sophia gain control of weapon systems like robotic soldiers and combat drones, even missiles and aircraft. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had control over some serious firepower. If things really got crazy, he would use those. But things hadn't gotten to that point yet. Although it seemed extreme and excessive, it was because he could never have the assurance of being there to protect them. He wouldn't be able to protect against any robberies, monster attacks, nothing. All he could do is get some contingencies and intelligence and hope for the best. And he didn't like only being able to hope. Dream closed his eyes, calming his mind and focusing on happy thoughts. Hey, Sophia. Yes? Thank you. You're very welcome. Chapter 57. Launch. 3 days passed and Sophia had finished enchanting Dream's armor. Turns out, Sophia had much more in mind for the armor than he expected. For one, everything was reinforced, giving the titanium more defensive strength as well as the weaker graphene that hadn't been replaced. The second thing she did was enhance mobility. This was the unexpected part, but it was also the fun part. Currently, Dream was in the living area, showing the girls the new ability of his suit, both of who had surprised looks on their faces. Why are you on the ceiling? Or, I should ask, how are you on the ceiling? Iris asked, dumbfounded by what she was seeing. Dream had his suit activated and was currently laying on the ceiling, looking down at the girls. It's my new suit ability, though I could technically do it without the suit, but it would be much more complicated that way. With this, I'm Spider-Man now. Dream stood up as he said that like it was nothing. Seeing that, Iris became even more speechless. Right. Iris. So you learned enchanting? And enchanted your suit? Luna. Yes. Though it took 3 whole days of enchanting, wasn't enchanting supposed to be hard? Luna. Don't know. Sophia was able to learn it in a day. Oh, nice. Luna just left it at that. Given the things he had done over the past several weeks and the vast knowledge she knew he had access to, she wasn't really shocked. Even she frequently looked through the Wikipedia that held knowledge from his world. Sophia had gotten her hooked on it, and she learned more than she ever had before. But this gave her perspective on how massive Dream's knowledge was as a person who had grown up with it. She no longer thought the things he did were surprising, just chopping it down to, well, it's him so. How did the suit work? Well, Sophia was able to integrate the solid-state magic with his suit. This made it so that any solids within the vicinity of the suit could be easily controlled. One such use was to attach himself to surfaces. He could also actively modify surfaces like floors to accommodate his movement. One of the problems he had begun encountering was that as he ran or fought, the friction of the floor wasn't able to support his sudden and powerful movement. This would cause slipping, and he would have to adjust his weight and direction of applied force. Overall, it severely limited his mobility, and he would never be able to move faster if he couldn't solve that problem. But now, it was solved. He could modify the surface of the ground, or even his suit to do as he needed. He could add grip, or he could create footholds like sprinter blocks. Gone were the days of slipping and sliding across the ground. The best part about it, though, was that he got more than just the enchantment. When the suit had finally finished enchanting, you have earned the active skill. Imbue. Imbue is level 84. You have earned the passive skill. Scribe. Scribe is level 65. Sophia has leveled up. Dream got 2 skills and Sophia leveled up to level 27. He was pleasantly surprised when he got the unexpected notifications, and then Sophia tried to work her magic. Commencing skill emulation, Dream patiently waited for more notifications, but even after over 10 minutes of waiting, he never got anything. Emulation failed. He could feel Sophia getting frustrated when she said that. Now that he thought about it, this was basically the first time she had failed at something like this. Hey now, let's not beat ourselves up. Skills aren't supposed to be easy to make, remember? I know, but still, Dream comforted her. Either way, he got 2 skills related to enchanting, which was more than he expected. He also didn't stop at just enchanting the suit and decided to make some other items using his new skills. First, Dream made a weapon for Luna. Though it was a bit special, the weapon was a sword hilt, and it was enchanted with Luna's water manipulation skill. It was designed so that when she infused her mana into it, she could easily and very quickly form an ice sword. It would also increase the strength of the blade by reinforcing the ice when it was made. Overall, it was much better than her regular ice sword. He also got more levels out of it, pushing Imbue to level 91 and Scribe to level 73. He also didn't forget Iris, though it was a bit more difficult to make a weapon for her. Her body was the weapon, and anything he made could get in her way. So for now, unfortunately, he couldn't do anything. On the 5th day, 2 days after the enchanting, Dream had finally decided to carry out his big project that he had been working on for a while. Well, it was more like the 5th night. Dream had gathered Riddick, the girls, and Graf and brought them outside the mountain. He got them in a car and got on the roads, heading several miles away to a spot that was determined to be the best by Sophia. He had found this spot using his drones as they had been searching the surrounding couple dozen miles. After half an hour of driving, they had finally arrived at the spot. Everyone piled out and Graf was first to speak. It's just a plane? What would you need to come to this place for? Graf. Everyone looked around them and saw nothing but flat grasslands for miles. This area was away from the Rocky Mountains and the mountain, which is exactly what Dream needed. He vaguely explained, "This place will be used for a launch. To set everything up, I'll need your guys' help, mainly in the form of a mana supply." Dream, are you going to be summoning something? Luna, kind of. The reason why I'm only doing this now is because for the past month or so, I've been slowly accumulating the parts for the device I'm going to bring out. The device will be rather massive, and it has hundreds of components, so it wasn't something that could be brought out at once. But now, I've finally gotten everything I need. Everyone come hither. Let's get started. Everyone moved towards Dream. They all put their hands on his back and were prompted by Sophia asking for mana. They all agreed and Dream began his project. After gaining control of everyone's mana, Sophia summoned out the foundation. Soon, a massive metal platform appeared in front of everyone. Not stopping there, she began bringing out everything else for the project, the first of which was the most important piece, the rocket. A skyscraping metal tower appeared and carefully placed itself on the foundation. With loud clunks and bangs, all the connections between the platform and the rocket were quickly made without any hands touching them. Sophia needed to use huge amounts of mana in order to guide the rocket and components with solid-state magic. Everyone could also feel the huge amount of mana being spent. Though compared to the size of the mana pool, which was 95% graphadritic, this much didn't scratch the surface, so nobody minded. After the rocket was placed, it began getting filled with all its internals. This included the whole reason for the launch, which was the satellites. Ever since he had begun using devices in this world, Dream had wanted to attempt to carry out a rocket launch. It was one of the many things he worked on while shut inside his shed back in the forest. He wanted to see if he could put some satellites in orbit around the planet and get things like GPS and ground imaging. That way, he could get an overall view of the planet. But the mana required to carry out such a project was unbelievable, more than Riddick could ever supply in a short amount of time. So, he needed to slowly buy the components one by one over a long period of time. And through exploiting his level-ups and Sophia constantly using the regeneration technique over a month and a half, he was finally able to gather all the essentials. And today was the best time to do things. For nearly 15 minutes, Sophia filled the rocket with the satellites, the fuel, everything. This rocket was a special one as well. Standing nearly 200 meters tall was a fat rocket with 4 boosters on it. This rocket used the latest graphene structure technology which made and structural components extremely light and strong. This freed up tons of space, allowing for more to be put inside of it, as well as it to be constructed much bigger than normal rockets. Specifically, it could fit over 300 satellites and much more fuel. For this launch, Sophia had decided on an assortment of satellites. These satellites could be used for many things such as GPS and data transfer. In total, there were 40 GPS/communication satellites, 170 reconnaissance satellites for ground observation and map-making, 40 satellites for weather and climate monitoring, and even 40 astronomical satellites for outer space observation. There was also one more secret satellite that took up many times more space than the others whose function was also much different. But that would be discussed another day. Compared to the number of satellites in Earth's orbit, a few hundred was nothing. But given enough time and the right placement, all the data they need will be gathered, and each one could carry out their purpose, which is all Dream needed. Everyone stood there in awe at the rocket. Its size stunned them. Graph obviously wanted details. What is this, Dream? Graph. It's a rocket. Through the combustion of fuel, it will fly into the sky and out into space. Dream. Something this big can fly? You'll be able to see it in a bit. I'm almost done with the preparations. Soon, it'll launch by itself. Everyone looked on in expectation. Not long after, he got word from Sophia. Preparations are complete. We can launch anytime. Good. All right, everyone. Back in the car. Dream cut off everyone's mana supply and brought them away from the rocket in the car. They didn't drive far. Soon everyone got out and looked at the rocket, which was a couple hundred meters away. Dream also brought out several screens. Each one gave different views of the rocket from the cameras inside and outside. All right, let's get this party started. Confirmed. 30 seconds to launch. Sophia's voice came from the screen as she began the countdown. 30, 29, 28, 15, 14, 13, 12. Everyone watched the screens with fervor. They didn't know what to expect. That massive thing flying into the sky? It seemed impossible. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Rumble. Boom. The boosters ignited, and the rocket quickly blasted off. Shockwaves and huge smoke clouds were released from the powerful thrusters. In a matter of seconds, the rocket had already begun gaining altitude. The billowing flames under the metal tube lit up the night and could be seen from far away. Nobody had difficulty following it with their eyes. As the rocket began rising, everyone alternated between looking at the bright flames and looking at the screen. Though when everyone saw the camera whose perspective was looking down from the rocket, they were astonished. They could see the ground getting smaller and smaller by the second. Numbers were also displayed showing the altitude and speed. 2 minutes after launch, they began to see the outline of the planet from the rocket. It was already so high that the blue atmosphere was in full view. The rays of the sun on the other side of the planet could be seen over the horizon. It was a truly beautiful sight. Amazing. So that's our world. Graph. Indeed. It was such an inspiring sight to be able to see the world that they were on and recognize how big it was. It also showed them how amazingly small they were. It seemed unreal, but the super tall rocket was very real, and they had no choice but to believe it. At the 4-minute mark, the main boosters cut off. The secondary boosters then came on and kept pushing the rocket further into orbit. After this, it would be a while before anything else happened. The screens in front of them cut off and went black, snapping everyone back to reality. What happened? Graph. Nothing. The rocket is going to take a bit longer before carrying out what I need it to. Until then, we should get moving. I doubt other people weren't alerted to this launch. Dream. He's right. We don't want to be here when this place gets investigated. Riddick. I didn't think of that. What about the platform over there? Graph. I'll have to go and recollect it. You guys stay here. Dream got in the car and drove to the site. When he got there, he could see the scorched ground and dead grass all around the platform. He drove by and collected the platform, heading back right after. Sophia chimed in during this. The first set of satellite deployments are beginning. Over the next 4 hours, everything will be deployed, though it will take approximately 3 days for them to reach their designated orbits. Nice. We can carry out the second part of this project tomorrow. Then, it's only a matter of time. Dream got back and took everyone back to the mountain. They head straight to the house and went to bed, the amazing launch still on their minds. The next night, Dream head back out by himself. The second part of the project wasn't as grand as the rocket, but it was still kind of important. In front of him, there were 20 launchers. These launchers each had a small plane on them. Dream was about to launch these planes into the sky. The special thing about these planes was that they were electric, and they had solar panels on their roof. This meant that they could fly theoretically forever, as long as they didn't spend several days in darkness. The planes were also equipped with the highest grade reconnaissance cameras, the kind you put on spy planes. He wasn't trying to spy on anyone, but instead image the planet on a more accurate level. His other goal with this was that if he needed an unknown area imaged ahead of time, he could send a plane already in the sky to recon the area. Although the satellites he launched had an ungodly resolution of about 7 centimeters, they still wouldn't be able to collect as accurate data as a plane circling an area for a long time. Now, was he only going to launch 20 planes? Nope. He was planning on launching thousands and sending them in all directions. He was just going to reload the launchers after every batch. Since it was going to take a while to launch that many planes, Dream didn't waste any time. The first batch was rocketed into the sky by a disposable engine meant to give it speed. After that, 20 more planes appeared and placed themselves onto the launchers, repeating the process. It wasn't until almost 2 hours later that he had launched the 20,000th plane. One thing to note about these planes was that they were all loaded with explosives. If they ever got attacked by a bird, or they ran out of power, or they simply malfunctioned and crashed, he would be able to remotely blow them to smithereens. Obviously, he wouldn't blow up one that landed among people, but if it were over the ocean or in a forest, he could. It was more of a just-in-case type of thing. You never knew when it could come in handy. After he was done, he went home while thinking about his next steps. He was technically done with his list. He had plenty of materials for any future uses. He learned enchanting, and he just finished his project. I guess it won't be much longer before we head to the Spire. Chapter 58. State Magic. A week passed. Although Dream didn't have anything he needed to do, he had some things that we wanted to try and accomplish before he left. During this week, he had been doing 2 things, monitoring Earth and trying to get the solid-state skill equivalents for the other elements. The first was rather easy since Sophia did a lot of it, though they had a bit of trouble with the governments and corporations doing human experimentations. There were several organizations that listened to their warnings, but many more, mostly governments, didn't feel they had the authority to order them around. So having planned for this, Sophia began implementing Phase 2. It didn't take hardly any time to contact the right people and let them know of the situation. And upon knowing that they were being contracted to take down experimentation facilities, many of the former soldiers/security agents had no problems doing the job. Though there were others that didn't want to, the majority were on board. Not just in one country either. Sophia contacted tens of thousands of trained men all across the world. She gave them the details, provided equipment, and ensured their safety after the fact. Many initially doubted the source, but after Sophia clearly demonstrated how she was Seeker, The one who hacked and took control of every device in the world. They understood. She had everything under absolute control, so neither they nor she had anything to worry about. It only took a few days to get everything organized. It was the fourth day, and every single organization that had refused to cooperate simultaneously had their experimentation facilities taken over and destroyed. It was quick, surgically precise, and over in a matter of hours. After this, Sophia went and contacted the executives, making them understand that Seeker wasn't so easily dismissed. Should they attempt to try anything like that again, then not only would they be shut down once more, but they would let the public know what happened, the consequences of which could be much worse than having a couple of buildings destroyed. There were more aspects to the operation like cleaning, taking care of the test subjects, and making sure very little trace was left of the hired guns. Unfortunately, there were a couple of deaths among the hired guns, but it couldn't be avoided. Luckily, it was only a dozen or so. Other than that, rewards were given out and everyone went on their merry way. During this, the quest system was also released, allowing people to hire or request help with things like monster subjugations. An extra addition to that was a marketplace, a place where people could reliably and securely buy, sell, and trade. The best part was that there were no taxes since neither Sophia nor Dream had any use for that money, which pleased 100% of users. As an obvious result of everything they've done, the fame of Seeker became explosive. No company, name, or product had ever been so famous in the history of ever. Used by 13/15 billion people on Earth, all powered by one person and his skill. And nobody knew who Seeker was exactly. It was the biggest question on the planet right now. This only served to make them more famous. In fact, there were already some people who began seeing Seeker as the second coming. Who else could carry out such feats of influence, capability, and knowledge? All Dream cared about, though, was making sure his family and friends were safer. Although it was a very over-the-top way of doing so, you could say he took control of 15 billion people just to keep the dozen people closest to him safe. If that wasn't over the top, what was? Taking care of things on Earth only took up a small portion of his time. The majority was spent working on his magic. The first thing he did was to try a different tactic. Since waterbending didn't work, he would have to practice with other liquids. So he began searching for something else. It didn't take long to find either. He had gone to Graf and asked about any odd liquid materials. Graf didn't really know, so he referenced him to another shop in the underground area where they sold any material you could ask for. It was at this place where he found what he was looking for: mercury. He didn't actually find pure mercury, but instead the or where mercury is commonly extracted from, cinnabar. So he bought a box of the cinnabar, which was thought to be worthless, and brought it back. After he brought it back, he attempted to extract the mercury. First, he ground down the brick-like powder, then heated up with his skill. He thought about using the official tools to extract pure mercury, but decided doing it himself was better. He melted the cinnabar into a liquid and brought it to boiling point, which caused the mercury to evaporate from the sulfur. This is where he had some trouble. Mercury gas wasn't exactly safe, and he needed to control it with his magic and prevent it from dispersing. Him and Sophia instantly began to control the air as best they could while saturating the surroundings with mana to give them better senses. When they identified the mercury gas, they reined it in while cooling it, turning it to liquid and collecting it in iron flasks. Soon, they had powdered sulfur and pure liquid mercury, though the only notifications he received were of level-ups. Thermal fluctuation has leveled up. Water magic has leveled up. His temperature control went up to level 33, while water magic had a big jump and went to level 64 from 41. Sure, it was nice, but not what he was going for. For the next several hours, Dream messed with the mercury, transforming every which way and heating/cooling it. But he still only got water and air magic level-ups. Frustrated, he set things down and called it a day, coming back and continuing the next day. He tried to identify the problem. Manipulating fluids isn't enough. We need to change them. I've been getting the most level-ups from that. Let's make this room airtight. Dream went to the door and sealed it, preventing air from being able to escape. He then summoned out some helium tanks. If you aren't careful, this could be dangerous. Just heed my warnings. Sure, but it's a necessary risk. Dream put on an oxygen mask as he said that. Then, he unsealed all the helium tanks, filling the room with helium. Certain elements require more than just low temperatures to become liquids and solids. They need low temperatures as well as pressure to sustain the molecular bonds. Helium is one of these. There's also nitrogen and oxygen. Sophia, what's the air composition now? 37% helium, 48% nitrogen, 10% oxygen, and 5% other gases. Good. Let's start with oxygen. We need to isolate it from other gases, then condense it, turning it to liquid. First, isolation. Dream sifted through his senses with Sophia's help and identified the different gases. Once he found the oxygen, he brought it all to his hands while pushing everything else away, his mana being pretty quickly consumed. Basic air magic has leveled up. Basic air magic has leveled up. Basic air magic has leveled up. Basic air magic has evolved to intermediate air magic. Intermediate air magic has leveled up. Intermediate air magic has leveled up. Intermediate air magic dash. Intermediate air magic has evolved to advanced air magic. Advanced air magic has leveled up. Dream watched a super long stream of notifications flood his eyes. This was still just him manipulating and separating gases. He quickly moved on to cooling. The oxygen gradually took on form. It took a whole minute of cooling the area around his hands and putting pressure on his soul, but eventually, he produced 2 balls of pale blue liquid oxygen. He smiled in accomplishment and curiosity. This is pretty cool. It's also extremely dangerous. If anything inside this room sparks or garners a bit too much heat, then it'll blow this whole place plus the buildings above. That liquid oxygen is used in rocket fuels, you know. Oh, nice. Well, my levels have been going crazy, so that's a good sign. Dream said that as he watched the notifications appear by the second. One thing we won't be able to do is create a superfluid. I know you wanted to use the helium for that, but I think it'll be too much for us since it takes over 25 bars of pressure to create it. We should be able to freeze nitrogen though. Then let's do that. Dream was a bit disappointed not being able to play with superfluid helium, but was fine with nitrogen. He let the oxygen turn back into a gas and gathered the nitrogen. He began doing the same thing, freezing and pressurizing the nitrogen. First, liquid nitrogen formed at around 77 Kelvin, or minus 320 F. A colorless, clear liquid formed above his palm. Usually in science projects, the nitrogen would produce that white fog. But since the temperature was being maintained and no other gases interacted with it, nothing happened visibly. After doing this, Dream finally saw what he was going for. Advanced air magic has leveled up. Advanced air magic has leveled dash. Advanced air magic has evolved to gas state magic. A gas state magic is level 51. Yes, light work. Definitely not light work. We still need to make the solid. Sure. Let's do it. Dream nodded in excitement. He wasn't about to stop halfway. The liquid slowed its flow and pressurized even further. Instantly, Dream knew it would be many times more difficult turning it into a solid. He could feel lots of pressure on his mana and soul trying to maintain the pressure and temperature. After almost 10 minutes of stress, the liquid began to stabilize and bonds formed between molecules, forming a solid structure like a crystal. Soon, Dream had a chunk of frozen nitrogen in his hands. Water magic has leveled up. Water magic has evolved to liquid state magic. Liquid state magic is level 43. Solid state magic has leveled up. Solid state magic has leveled up. Sophia has leveled up. Drop it. Thunk. Dream dropped the chunk of nitrogen ice on the floor. The chunk instantly began turning back into a gas, giving off that signature white fog. Behind Dream, a chair also appeared which he quickly sat in. I'm really tired. I want to go to sleep. Not yet. It's not safe in here. Just put up with it for a bit longer while I make this place habitable. Sophia took over and began containing the gases. She stuffed the helium back into the canisters and returned the air composition to its normal state. Dream took off his oxygen mask and huffed. It hurts, but the pain doesn't come from my body. Overexertion. Applying pressure wasn't too bad, but lowering the temperature so much required a lot of effort. I was about to make a vacuum to compensate since any outside influence like other air or your hand would cause a lot of changes. Yeah, But at least we have the skill now. It should be easier in the future. It will be. A lot of avenues have been opened up for us as well. We can now manipulate solids, liquids, and gases. Our only limiter is mana now. By the way, your attributes have risen a good chunk. You know what? Let me check that. Dream opened up his status. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Class, Mystic. Titles, Origin Seeker. Level, 93. Stats, Strength D plus Agilities. Stamina, C Magic C plus. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL 30. MMA Mastery, LVL 30. Verticular Accumulation, LVL 67. Thermal Fluctuation, LVL 30. Scribe, LVL 65. Active skills, Summons from Another World. Shooting, LVL Max. Mystify, LVL 22. Solid State Magic, LVL 44. Gas State Magic, LVL 51. Liquid State Magic, LVL 43. Fire Magic, LVL 20. Regenerate, LVL 29. Imbue, LVL 84. My fire magic is still trash. We can work on that later. And technically, we can produce fire all we want. Just need a fuel. But I know you have higher ambitions than just fire. Indeed, I'll be shooting for plasma, but it's so different than the other states. Technically, I could produce plasma just by heating a gas, but it's more about controlling the electrons and atomic nuclei among that gas. Sure, I could probably harness lightning to some extent, but true manipulation is still a bit of a way off. Well, at least your attributes have gone up, almost fully into the C range, with your magic almost at AB. Indeed, skills truly are the way to go when trying to raise your attributes. Not to mention how I'll gain attributes as I level. Dream got excited thinking about his future growth. If things progressed as they are, then he could fight way ahead of his level. Even right now he was confident in taking on strong class 2s, and he could at least have a chance of survival when facing a class 3. And he wasn't even second class yet. If he were to fight that Dungeon King again, depending on his tactics, he could wipe the floor with that thing. For now though, I should sleep. I'm still tired. Dream suddenly felt the fatigue set back in. He dragged himself out of the study, going to his room for a nap. The next day, Sophia came to him with an update on the satellites. Everything is in their positions. All the satellites orbit the planet about once every 2 hours, or 12 times a day. And the positioning gives us a view over every part of the planet. I've already begun imaging and have a general layout of the planet's landmasses and oceans. I've also got weather patterns, which are weird, and the astronomical satellites trying to find where the hell we are in the universe, if we're still in the universe at all. Sweet. So are the maps Riddick showed us accurate? Sort of. There are indeed 2 massive landmasses, with one more landmass about half the size acting as a bridge between the two. There are also many islands, both huge and small, all around these landmasses. I actually theorize that this planet is a very young one. The continental plates aren't as divided, meaning they haven't had much time to move and reform, unlike Earth, which has 7 continental plates and scattered landmasses. Interesting. Compared to Earth, how much land surface area is there? Exact numbers will be inaccurate, but I think this planet actually has more land than Earth. And not by a little. I mean by almost 20%. Really? That's like adding an entire Russia to Earth. Pretty much. And all that land is separated into only 3 continents. Needless to say, the continent we are on is huge. I've begun trying to map things out on a closer level, but it'll take a while. I have our location on GPS and am running those satellites as fast as possible. It shouldn't be long before we have important landmarks mapped out and approximate distances. Alright, unfortunately, we can't go launching more rockets. That last one took over a month to save up and slowly buy. Though since my attributes are going up, my mana supply is much bigger. So who knows? Maybe in the future we could do much more than we think. Chapter 59. Date. We're leaving tomorrow. 2 days had passed quietly, and now Riddick stood in front of Dream and the girls, who were sitting on the couch. Tomorrow? Why the rush? Dream asked, confused. He was expecting another week before taking off. He had barely gotten his state magic 2 days ago. The girls also tilted their heads. They could sense his urgency. There's a chance that Raoul's forces are still looking for us. I spotted a fox while I was out one day, and I'm not sure he recognized me.
but I definitely recognized that aura. He saw me as well, and in the off chance that he makes the wild assumption, then we need to leave. Would they really still be looking after 20 years? Seems a bit long. Iris, you'd be surprised. You guys are still young, but when you get older, waiting and doing something for a long time gets really easy. Developing patience, and Raoul is definitely patient. He's a fox after all, and underestimating one can be deadly. Riddick. So I guess we're leaving tomorrow. I don't have anything I need to do. I'm more than prepared, actually. Dream. Good. Is there anything you need to do, girls? Riddick. Not really. I've just been practicing my magic. Iris. Same. Luna. All right, then we leave tomorrow morning. Anything you want to do needs to be done today. The girls nodded to him. Then I'll be in the study. Riddick. Riddick got up and left. The other three looked at each other. Asterisk sigh asterisk moving again. It's been how long? Luna. Almost 2 months. I wish we could settle down for a bit. We've been working non-stop. It feels longer than 2 months. Iris. And we're about to get busier. The amount of magic knowledge at the Spire will be much higher than here. We'll be working out brains more. Dream. Ugh. I just want to fight. We can just level up and get better attributes. I don't know why it takes all this practice and thinking. Iris. We'll be able to at the Spire. Old man said that there's places to level just like here, if not more. We'll finally get our second class and move forward. Dream. Well, how long is it going to take to get there? If we don't stop and fly straight to the Spire, which is around 11,000 kilometers away, it will take around 36 hours at 300 kilometers an hour. But if we go at the pace as last time, it could take several days. Sophia spoke to everyone, giving them the directions based on her intelligence from the satellites. I think doing a straight shot will be best then. Maybe one stop in the middle, but no more than that. Dream. That's still a long time. That's 18 hours. Twice. It's better than a couple of weeks of walking. You want to walk? Fine. Iris huffed, realizing how convenient a helicopter actually was. Luna spoke up after. So what should we do for our last day here? Luna. That's a good question. You guys want to go on a date? Dream. A date? Luna and Iris looked at him, a bit of surprise and confusion on their faces. Do you guys not know what a date is? No, we know. Sophia told us. It's just you've never wanted to before. Iris. Oh, well, I guess a lot's been going on. I did think about it before actually, but I've never had any money so I couldn't take you guys. But I do now, so we could go. If you guys would like. Of course. When do you want to go? Luna. Tonight. Night dates are always the best. Dream. Okay. Luna. What about until then? Iris. I got something to do until then. You guys keep busy, and I'll be back sometime before sunset. We'll have our date then. Saying so, Dream walked out of the room, leaving the girls to discuss things. When Dream left the room, he made his way to the study, finding Riddick at the tables. Where's Graf? Dream walked up to Riddick. He should be in the library. Dream nodded and went to the library, finding Graf reading a book. Graf, I need your help. Dream created a vacuum of air around them, not letting any sound waves travel outwards. Graf noticed and spoke up. Is something wrong? Not really. I need to know some fancy places to go and eat. I'm planning on taking the girls out tonight, and I need some good recommendations. Ho ho, a date, huh? Don't worry, I know the best places to go. The sun was approaching the horizon and Dream was in his room. He was getting ready for his date. Graf had given him many different places. Fancy restaurants, nightclubs, high-class bars, the works. The thing he found interesting was that there was a central, high-class area in the mountain where these places were located, similar to Beverly Hills in California. That also meant it came with a high price tag, but he wasn't lacking money. Since Dream was going with just the girls, he also headed over to that area to check things out. This took him most of the day, but he was glad he did it. Let's just say, apparently everyone travels by carriage in those areas. The buildings were taller, nicer, and the people were much more powerful. He didn't sense a single first class walking those streets, and any he did were accompanied by class twos. Overall, it definitely was a high-class area. Everyone was rich and had the power to back it, but he didn't really care about that. All he cared about were the places.
which he found. Dream set his eyes on two things: good food and a better view. And a couple of restaurants had that. Ultimately, he settled for the one that was known for its meats. They apparently sold third-class meats, which he definitely wanted to try. After finding what he needed, he head back to prepare. The most important preparation being his clothes. All right, let me take a wild guess and assume that they're going to wear their signature colors. So how am I supposed to match red and blue? Or are they in black and white? Black and white main with their signature colors as accents. I actually have a suit picked out. Here. Dream's clothes disappeared, and the suit took its place on his body. He took it himself in the mirror. The suit was deep dark black shoes and pants with a white button-down shirt and black vest. His sleeves were rolled up and his collar unbuttoned. It was actually more casual than he thought. It's pretty basic, though the black is somehow really deep. It's like I'm looking into a void. Vanta black. And I thought keeping it basic was good. It's hard to match opposite colors besides white and black without getting crazy. Dream nodded at that. He wasn't about to wear 4 different colors. He began checking himself out in the mirror more. The tight-fitted clothes accentuated his muscles without being uncomfortable. Everything from his shoes to his shirt was very comfortable to the touch. He smiled in satisfaction. Looking classy. I feel classy. I love dressing up. It's like a confidence booster, looking all nice and sharp. Mind if you do my hair for me? Sure. Dream's hair began to shape itself up. It swept over to the side while looking a bit messy and wavy. It went together well with his formal but casual clothes. I also have some accessories. 2 things appeared in Dream's hand. He opened his palm and found 2 bracelets. One of them was an ice bracelet, and one a fiery hot, almost molten metal bracelet. The ice is frozen oxygen, which gives it that bluish color, and the red hot metal is platinum. Wow, a little over the top, huh? Well, I thought it would be nice. They're going to be wearing accessories too. Plus, it's like showing people that you're with them by adding their signature colors to yourself. Hee hee, I know. It's pretty cool too. Dream used his state magic to put the ice bracelet on his left hand and the metal one on his right. Are these enchanted? Dream asked, sensing the engravings. They are, to better sustain themselves in their state without using too much mana. I see. Well then, is there anything else? It's about to be sunset. Dream pat himself down. Clothes, accessories, and anything else he needed were in his inventory like money. It felt weird not having to fill his pockets with a phone, wallet, and keys. You should be good. I suggest you get going before rush hour hits. I'll call the girls up. Dream nodded while his heart rate began climbing. He was nervous. He didn't really know why. Just something about being on a date like this. How long has it been? Knock, knock, knock. Dream? Dream heard the door open to the living area. He quickly walked out of the bedroom. Dream froze and stared at the girls in front of him. They also stared back, both inspecting the other. Luna was dressed in white. The dress was an off-the-shoulder one-piece, with a toga-like skirt going down to her shins. It had an outer layer of blue lace going over her left shoulder, giving it an accent to blend with her hair and eyes. It was slimming, showing off her curvaceous figure, but at the same time being elegant, pure. She looked like a Greek goddess. Her hair was put back into a messy ponytail, as she always liked it. It also had in it an icy blue rose acting as a hair clip. Dream figured it was made of the same frozen oxygen. Iris, on the other hand, was dressed in black. Her dress was the same void black as Dream's suit. It was a long dress going down to her ankles and had a leg slit in it, showing off her toned but smooth thigh. The top was off the shoulder and had red lace over the base black, which also went over the shoulder, blending with her glowing hair and deep red eyes. This dress, too, was slimming. She looked sexy, bold, aggressive almost. It went perfectly with her attitude. Her hair remained straight with a slight wave to it. It also had an accessory, a blood red rose as a hair clip, which served to hold her hair back behind the ear. It was natural, as she always wanted it. Both girls looked like goddesses. No makeup either. Something like that would only taint an already perfect face. They were all natural and looked free, even in a nice dress. Why, you two look amazing. Dream cleared his throat as he reined himself in. He was truly in awe at the sight of them. Iris reddened a bit in embarrassment while smiling. Luna also smiled sweetly. You look handsome. Luna. Why, you look good. Iris. Thanks. Should we go see your dad? Dad? Iris. Yeah. I'm sure he would like to see his daughters before sending them off for a night with me. Come on. They should be in the kitchen for dinner. But. No buts. Dream grabbed Iris' hand and walked through the door. Luna giggled and followed. They went down the stairs and sure enough, everyone was at the table. The twins, Graf, and Riddick all stared wide-eyed at the people before them. Iris and Luna stood there, embarrassed and fidgety from being put on display. Well, I'll be damned. You girls look absolutely beautiful. Isn't that right, Prince? Graf. Of course. My daughters have never been anything but beautiful. But why are they dressed up? Riddick. I'm taking them on a date. Old man, I just figured you'd want to see them in the prime of their beauty. Nobody would want to miss a sight like this. You're taking them on a date without letting me know first? But I am letting you know. I already have a restaurant picked out. Indeed. A high-class one recommended by yours truly. And don't worry, the kid has plenty of money for anything he might need and then some. Graf. You even knew? Riddick. Well, I don't know my way around the place. Who better to ask than Graf? I've already been through the area and know my way around now. Not to mention the carriage that should be outside, which I hired for tonight. Dream. I was wondering why that was there. Sai, so you're just planning to bring them to a nice restaurant? Riddick. Yup, I wanted to treat them a bit. We might not get the chance to very often, and since it's our last night, I thought it would be good. Riddick stared at them, thinking. He couldn't exactly turn them down at this point. If Dream had brought it to him earlier, he might not have agreed. His face crumpled as he thought about how dirty he played. Punk, you got me this time. 3 rules. No alcohol, no nightclubs, and no fighting. If you anger someone who's out of your league, whether it's in power or status, then I'll have to save you, sorry ass. And then we could be put in more danger. I'm only letting you do this because I have some trust in your ability and character. Don't let tonight ruin that. Riddick looked straight into Dream's eyes, and when he finished speaking, Dream could feel pressure suddenly fall on him. It was like several hundred pounds were weighing on him inside and out. His breathing was stifled. He began slouching. He felt pain, but not bodily pain. This was exactly like when he first met him, when Riddick tested Dream. Though the pressure was many times greater this time, he was also many times stronger. Dream stood up straight and returned Riddick's gaze after somewhat easily resisting the effects. You don't have anything to worry about. Dream. Humph. Then go on. Don't forget that we're leaving tomorrow. Before sunrise. Riddick removed his pressure. Dream smiled, as did the girls. All right. See you later, guys. Bye, Dad. The girls walked over and gave their dad a hug before walking out the building with Dream. The kitchen was silent as the men, and Elena, who had arrived at some point, sat there. Thud. Riddick stood up. Graf also stood up, knowing what he was going to do. No, Prince. It's his night. Graf. And if they get in trouble? Riddick. I trust that kid. He's not stupid enough to put your family in danger, not to mention his power. Have you ever seen those mana levels on a class 1? And we've both seen what he's done in the forging room. Believe me, he can handle a simple date. Humph. Riddick sat back down. Graf sighed in relief. He's not a bad kid either. He'll treat your daughters right. Graf. He better. I've seen too many men who seem nice, but are just scum looking to play with a girl. Well, 1, he's not from this world. 2, wouldn't your daughters see that? Nothing can hide from those ethereal eyes. That's what makes those foxes from the animal empire so dangerous. Just relax and hope they have a fun time. No use worrying about it. Chapter 60. Let's dance. Dream walked out with Luna and Iris. Outside the building, a carriage was parked. Dream walked over to the driver. Good evening, sir. Sorry for the wait. Dream. Oh, no problem at all, young man. To the place we discussed? Driver. Yes, please. Dream and the driver nodded to each other. He then opened the door to the carriage, making way for the girls. Me, ladies. The girls were a bit surprised by his demeanor, but still stepped into the carriage. Dream followed behind them. The carriage was basically a box on wheels. Though the interior was nothing stiff, it was equipped with a comfortable seat on both sides which could fit 5 people well. There were also windows allowing them to see outside. After they got in, the driver began moving, heading towards the high-class areas. One thing to note was that it wasn't driven by animal, but mana. Each of the wheels, as well as the carriage, was enchanted. So, We're going to a fancy restaurant? Iris. Iris broke the silence as they moved. Dream nodded. We are. The one I picked out supposedly has good meats. And as carnivorous as we are, I thought it would be the better choice. Oh, that sounds good. Is it expensive? You let me worry about that. All you two need to worry about is having a great night. Song. Starboy the weekend. They continued their idle chat until they began reaching the high-class area. The streets were brighter, the carriages were plentiful, and the people were fancier and powerful. They could hear music coming from nearby buildings, purposefully sounding it for everyone to hear. In general, it was much more lively than where they lived. Luna and Iris stared out the windows of the carriage, looking at all the tall buildings and taking in the festive atmosphere. Their excitement grew as they saw how much fun they could have. We're here. The driver stopped the carriage in front of a building. Dream nodded and paid the fare plus tip. The three climbed out and the driver went on his way. This place is big. Iris. The girls craned their necks to see the top of the building. It was easily a dozen stories tall. Up until now, they had only seen building like their home with 6 floors. Shall we enter? I already have a reservation. Dream. Reservation? Well, if you just show up without prior notice, then you'll have to wait a while to only get a table on the bottom floors. So you make a reservation. Come on. I believe I got us a good table. Dream walked to the doors, opening it for the girls. They walked in and were greeted with the noises of people talking, utensils clanging, and music playing. Dream walked in after them and found the host. Hello, how may I help you? Hi, I have a reservation for 3. The name is Dream. Let me see. The host brought out a list, looking through it for a bit before finding Dream's name. Yes, your table will be on the 10th floor. The host there will seat you. Thank you. Ladies. Dream put up his hands, his left towards Luna and his right towards Iris. They stood there for a confused second until Sophia whispered in their heads. They realized and walked over, taking his hands. Once they did that, they instantly garnered the attention of many on the first floor, including the host. They could hear whispers being passed around. Both of them? That kid must be rich. Those girls are stunning. I wonder what family they come from. The boy isn't so bad looking either. We're on a date. Why are you drooling at them? Many girlfriends began smacking their Googling boyfriends, while all the single people were enjoying the view. Dream and the girls chuckled and walked up the stairs. A couple of minutes later, they finally got to the 10th floor. Geez. I hate stairs. It's always a pain in the ass to walk up so damn many. When will this world invent elevators? Dream. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you tired or something? And it's not like you didn't use magic for half of it. Plus, there are elevators. Stop complaining, lazy boy. Iris. Guys. Luna. Dream and Iris looked towards Luna after she got their attention. They shortly noticed everyone on the floor looking at them from their tables. Oh, sorry. Can I help you? A host came up to them, having noticed their arrival along with everyone else in the room. Oh, we have a reservation. The name is Dream. The host took out a much shorter list and quickly found Dream's name. Yes, follow me, Dream. Thanks. The 3 followed the host who led them to a table. It was a cushioned corner seat that faced out the windows of the building. It was easily one of the best seats in the room, giving them a full view of the night city. The 3 sat down while keeping their eyes on the magnificent sight. Here are your menus. A waiter will be with you shortly. Thank you. The host left. The 3 tore their eyes away from the view and looked at their menus. They have lots of meat. And sandwiches. Iris. They do. Get whatever you want, though I suggest you get the big meals instead of a bunch of small meals. Like here, there's steaks and slabs of meat. Those are like £1 each. And they even sell 2-pounders? How gluttonous are the people in this world? Food is one of the only ways for people to get their energy back, other than rest. So it doesn't surprise me. Luna. I guess, but still. Oh, here's the 3rd-class meat section. I'm definitely getting me some of that. Really? Where? The 3 excitedly looked through the options. Iris especially. She had the highest expectations for the food, whether it was portion sizes or taste. She was the glutton of the group after all. Not that the other 2 didn't eat a lot, but they couldn't eat whole animals at a time. Soon, a waitress came and took their order. Dream ordered a 3rd-class meat burger, or at least what looked like a burger, and some bread. Luna got herself some third-class meat strips, and Iris, well, she had a list. I'll have the same burger as him. Make it 3 actually. Then I'll have 2 of this 3-pound class 3 steak. Some of those meat strips would be good as well. And these sandwiches, 4 of those. They look smaller. I'll also have 5 or 6 of those bread loaves. And there are fruits? I'll have a plate of those. And I think that's it. The waitress stared after jotting down everything. How could this girl eat so much? She looked towards Dream for confirmation. She'll have all of that. Is that fine? Dream. Why, yes. That's no problem. Anything else? Waitress. No, thank you. The waitress nodded and head off with the long list of orders. Iris' face reddened a bit, realizing her lack of shame. Sorry. No, it's fine. I meant it when I said get whatever. It'll be funny when our table is filled with plates, though. Hee hee. Iris is a glutton. Shut up. I like good food. Humph. Dream and Luna laughed. You guys want drinks? Dream. Coke, please. Iris. I'll have root beer. Luna. Dream summoned out the sodas and poured them glasses. He got himself a glass of Baja Blast. The 3 drank and chat while waiting for their food. Surprisingly, though, food service is faster in this world, as it was only 10 to 15 minutes before the first batch of food came. The waitress came with a tray that had 3 plates on it. Here you go. All the other dishes will come out as they're made. Thank you. They received their plates and began eating after the waitress left. Dream picked up his burger and bit into it. Dream closed his eyes and savored the heavenly taste of Class 3 meat. It was so much better than the Class 2 meat Elena cooked. Was it the seasoning, the texture, or was it really just the manna? It honestly wasn't much different than eating regular meat, other than it being cooked extremely well. The cook probably had a high level, and apparently manna enhanced the taste of things. Or did it just stimulate the taste buds more? The girls reacted almost exactly the same way as Dream. Even Iris slowed down to savor it, which says a lot considering she usually scarfs everything down like a wolf. Wait, are foxes wolves? Foxes are related to wolves. Ah, that explains it. He blamed Iris a little less. Here you go. Second batch. Everyone snapped out of their reverie after hearing the waitress come back with 3 more plates. The plates were set down. Seeing that, Iris quickly wolfed down her food and moved on to the next plates. She couldn't wait to taste everything. Dream and Luna just watched her while slowly enjoying their food, though they also had to make sure it didn't get mistakenly caught in the gluttonous maws of Iris. They pulled their plates in closer. Just as Iris finished her last plate out of 4, the next batch came. Then the next batch, then the next. Iris joyfully ate every single one. The waitress was also baffled more and more after each round. Every time she came back, the several pounds of meat were gone. Half an hour later, at the table was a tall stack of plates and a very satisfied fox. Oh, my mana went up. So did my strength. Iris. Gaining attributes by eating dinner. I'm pretty sure that's more of a cheat than me. Dream. Both of you are cheats. Do they have any dessert here? Luna. Not sure, but I know I do. Want some root beer floats? Dream. Yes, please. Iris. Dream whipped up a literal bucket filled with ice cream and root beer. He brought out big spoons and they dug in. Needless to say, this got them many weird looks, though they weren't paying attention to that. What they were paying attention to was their taste. Is it just me, or does this not taste as good? What did you do, Dream? Iris. I didn't do anything. And yeah, I'm getting that too. It's like it has less taste. Dream. Could it be because of the Class 3 meat? Luna. Overstimulation? It's a possibility, though that really sucks. Anything we eat won't have taste unless it's saturated with Class 3 mana? What kind of crap is that? The 3 had ugly looks as they thought of the consequences brought by this. The waitress, who had been walking over, overheard them and spoke up. There's no need to worry. Waitress. There's not? The effects of eating mana-filled food will fade within an hour or so. It happens to everyone. Though if you eat these foods very frequently, your taste will begin to change and lower-class foods won't taste good anymore. I see. Thanks for the heads up. Where do I pay? Dream. Come with me, please. The waitress led Dream away. A few minutes later, he came right back. All right, you guys ready to go? Sure. Dream got rid of the bucket and walked off with the girls, exiting the shop on the first floor. So what now? Home. Iris. Home? Of course not. The night is just getting started. The city is positively bustling, and we're in the middle of it. Song. Blinding lights. The weekend. The girls looked around them, seeing all the activity. Hundreds of people in nice clothes walking every which way. Carriages driving up and down the roads. Lights hanging from the building lighting up the area, but not so much as to block out the gentle darkness of the night. There were even bands playing on the sides of the streets, getting donations from the passerbys. Excitement, happiness, joy, they felt it all. Though they also noticed something peculiar. The majority of people walking the streets were couples walking up against each other with linked arms. The aura of romance was heavy and contagious, but blissful. Even the girls couldn't keep their hearts from beating in expectation, infected by the wondrous atmosphere. Sensing their change in attitude, Dream smiled. That's the spirit. Now, let's go for a walk. He put up his hands once again to the girls, though this time they didn't just grab his hand. Such a thing wouldn't fit the atmosphere. They grabbed his arm, one hand slipping into his grasp and the other around his elbow. Both got in nice and close as if laying claim to each arm. Dream could feel their bodies pressing up against his. The best parts, too. Obviously, the people in question knew exactly what they were doing. Luna stroked his arm while looking up at him provocatively. Is there something wrong, Dream? Luna. No, come on. I'm in the mood for dancing. So why don't we? Dancing? We don't know how to dance. Iris. That's all right. Learn as we go, right? No, not right. I don't want to dance like an idiot in front of people. Iris. Haha. Don't worry. I'll be dancing right there with you, so it won't look totally bad. Now, follow me. No. Dream began dragging Iris along, all while Luna laughed at her sister's impending doom. It wasn't like she knew how to dance, just that she wasn't as self-conscious as Iris, so she had less to worry about. After catching a lot of attention while walking down the street, Iris finally stopped resisting and they arrived at a tavern. This was one of the places Dream came across while exploring. As they approached the door, they could hear music, cheering, talking, and all-around rowdiness coming from inside. They could already tell that it was a far cry from the civil atmosphere of the restaurant. Dream didn't stand around and walked into the place with the girls in tow. After going through the door, they saw that the tavern looked just like a tavern should. Wooden tables and chairs, a stage with a band playing music, pretty waitresses, and lots of alcohol being passed around. There was also a dance floor where many couples were doing their thing. Apparently, grinding wasn't something exclusive to Earth. The girls were surprised as they looked around. They had never been in such a crazy place. So many different things were going on, and it seemed like chaos. It was a new experience for them. Dream tugged them along after a bit and walked over to a table near the dance floor. One of the perks about it being chaotic was that they attracted less attention. They sat down and watched everyone on the dance floor. Ugh, I can't believe we're doing this. Iris. Better believe it. And it looks like they're finishing soon too. They watched as everyone came to a halt, along with the song. Some people clapped and others left the floor to rest. The band began playing their next song, and as they started, Dream was intrigued. It wasn't the kind of music he was used to, but still something you could dance to. Lights flashed over the dark dance floor, which seemed to have a veil separating the light from the outside. It was basically this world's version of a rave, and Dream could feel mana being passed around the floor, originating from the stage and trying to affect him along with everyone here. Sophia, correct me if I'm wrong, but is the music infused with mana? It is. It's nothing malicious though. From what I can see, those musicians have skills that let them give an effect to their music. It works similarly to your Mystify, just not as good. Interesting. I've never seen such an application of mana. Well, collect whatever data you can. It's time for me to make my move. Hee, have fun. Dream stood up and wiped anything unrelated to having fun from his mind. He walked in front of the unlucky Iris and put out his hand. Would you like to dance?
No.
That's unfortunate. For you at least. Dream's magic lifted Iris from her seat, bringing her into his arms. He walked onto the floor with her and made his way into the crowd. It reminded him of his high school dances. Luna giggled as she could feel her sister's nervousness. After pushing their way past many people enchanted by the music, they found a gap, and Dream brought Iris up to him.
Let's dance.